number 6 of the Nate Star League is underway. My name is McCormiel. With me is Cash, as always. Got some great matches of Call of Duty up here tonight, but as playoffs start to get closer and closer, desperation starts to creep in more and more, and some teams who are on the outside looking in or just on that cusp of the bubble, they're going to be looking for wins in a really desperate way towards the end of the year.
They definitely are, and I think we've got a couple of those stories here, at least on our hands tonight for some of these matches, but I'm excited to get things going. A lot of great teams will get eyes on here tonight towards the latter half of the regular season. As you can see here, St. Clair College, Utica University going to be our first matchup, followed by James Madison University, Davenport as our second Call of Duty match, and then we'll kick things over to Valorant as we always do. University of Windsor and Rochester University will take things over after we conclude the action here, but as I was saying, Alex, I'm excited for this one.
Yeah, I think, you know, as much fun as the St. Clair and Utica match is going to be, I think a lot of people have eyes kind of focused on that second matchup of COD on the night. So if you are here and joining us early on, make sure you stick around for that one, because that will be a genuinely good matchup. But it could actually mean a quite significant portion for standings going into the later portion of the year, because again, both of those teams very good, have a lot of opportunities to make something out of their season. St. Clair though and Utica 4-0. Again, St. Clair, as we all know, coming off of a second place finish last year at LAN, only losing to Northwood inside of that best of 9 series, but Bendy, Blaz, Breesley, and Brandon will be the ones taking the helm here for St. Clair in tonight's matchup. On the opposite side, Frenzy, Finn Season, Hyper, and 14. A lot of cool information about that team that we'll get to in a little bit, but just talking about St. Clair first and foremost, really just the fact that they haven't dropped the map is really what stands out to most people so far.
Yeah, it stands out, and for them it feels customary, right? They said, you know, in the conversations we've had with them on and off the record, right, they talk about saying, look, we don't want anything less than taking it all this year, and they know how bitter it felt to fall short just a few months ago at the land in Philadelphia, and they're coming back and trying to show that, hey, we're not messing around. We'll take nothing less than first place this time. And yeah, as you said, not having dropped the map is definitely a good way to make that kind of statement. Yeah,
absolutely. You know, seeming, you know, kind of coming from a second place finish last year, and just how they've gotten kick-started their season yet again. A lot of people ask, you know, are they going to waver a little bit? Are they going to be that same second place team that we saw last year? I think the drive and the ambition that this team has right now, you know, there's still a lot of Call of Duty left to be played this season. Playoffs might not always go in your favor. You might have a matchup that you lose here or there, or some things might start to get a little rough. Regardless of that fact, I think St. Clair genuinely have a shot at the national title again this year. I don't know if they're the #1 favorites going into it, but you know, you count me amiss if I were to kind of just write them off as not having a chance to be top team this year. Yeah, there's a lot of great Call of Duty to be played and all that kind of stuff, but this is a very strong team. We'll start our series off with 3 fortresses back to back to back. I know everybody's just excited about that as I am. But regardless, Embassy and Hotel will be the final 2 matches inside of this best of 5 series later on if we need go the distance. But Cash, just talking a little bit more in depth about St. Clair, it's hard to write this team off in any capacity.
It really is, and it's also hard for week to week to talk about new developments with them, right? Sure. We know that, you know, they're just trying to get down to the fundamentals, make sure they are as sound as a base level team as they can be, and then just add the raw gun skill on top of that, the leadership out of Priestley that you get, the takeover ability from any of these 4 players. Again, breaking news, we don't have anything really revolutionary to bring about this team. If you haven't seen them, well, you're going to get a glimpse of it tonight, I'm sure of it, but if you've tuned in, you've heard of us talk about St. Clair, you've probably seen them play, and as you were saying, and best put, they're a team to not be messed with. However they finish this year, you know it's going to be a deep playoff run that they make. And I guess if we pivot and talk about Utica, maybe that's going to be more of the conversation tonight. They're sitting, you would talk the outside looking in, they're the 3rd seed in the pool with St. Clair. I mean, they'd have to realistically come out and beat the St. Clair team tonight to even have a chance to make conference championships.
Absolutely, because I mean, again, you look at the teams they lost to, Wichita State being at the top of that tier, and again, that's the same conference that they're sitting in as well. So yeah, absolutely. If you don't beat St. Clair here, you know, barring a complete collapse from Wichita State or St. Clair, GG on your playoff opportunity without having to run through the last chance qualifiers and going through the harder portion of your season in the well, least flashy way possible, I guess you could put it. Looking at the flip side though, for the Utica roster, you know, this is a team that or rather a school that we got to see a lot of in the collegiate scene last year. This is kind of a new roster. Some people are returning from last season, but there was another player spotlight that we kind of wanted to talk about a bit. 14, we got some information before the series started. Not only is he a COD player by day and a hockey star by night, but he's currently heading into the D3 NCAA Hockey Championship as the #1 seed. So in that tournament, they're going to be the #1 seed. So look for Utica there. But they're looking to snag not only a national title, but he just signed in the ECHL like a couple days ago. So like, that's cool as hell.
Yeah,
Like,
no,
cool.
that is really cool. And it goes to show not only, I mean, you know, having played sports in college, right, it takes a lot to be able to compete at that level, and to be able to compete also at a very high level in esports and Call of Duty. Definitely a testament to not only the discipline, but just the raw talent across multiple different levels of competition. It is truly a feat to behold.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, when you get somebody that has that competitive drive, you know they're going to want to step up to a significant challenge when they're asked to. And tonight, that is exactly what you're going to be asked of if you are 14 and the rest of this Utica roster. Take down the beast, take down the Titan. If you can slash its neck, go for the nape, and have a good night. Hey, why not do it? And so it's a very real possibility that Utica might be able to step up to, you know, kind of where everybody doesn't think they're going to be able to get to in this best of 5 series. Now, to be completely fair and candid, I personally don't think that this is going to be much different than a lot of people are expecting. St. Clair is that team right now to beat inside not only of this division, but in NACE or around through every single conference. Sure, there's a couple other teams towards the top of the standings in some other places. You look to St. Edwards, you look to JMU, you look to a lot of these other teams where you say, okay, well, they could give them a run for their money, or at least make it a damn good series at it. But again, to be completely candid, St. Clair is the favorite going into this matchup by a significant margin. It would be a shocking win for Utica, but that's the upsets that we need late in the season to really shake up the standing. So I'm rooting for it.
Yeah, I think you put it the best way in a couple different ways. They're the team to beat, meaning that, Utica, you're gonna have to come out. Again, I don't have any secret recipe for you. Everyone knows St. Clair that's competing, and you know what you have to do to try to take them down. It's got to be picture perfect Call of Duty through at least 3, if not going the distance. Probably gonna have to force them that way to take the series anyway. But yeah, like you had said, I you know, being on the desk, right? I just want to see late season upsets. I want to see the standings not be as solid as you see. You know, you come into it and you're like, okay, here's our, just a few short weeks ago, you know, a month and a half ago, we gave our preseason favorites in a way, talking about like, that's kind of who we expect to land at the top, and so far it's looking that way. But again, for Utica, you know, this is the call up to the plate where it's like, see if you can knock off the side, like I said, make them bleed, see if you can shake things up and make it interesting, make it a night where you catch them lacking, and it's not quite an easy run for them. And again, they have that ability. They're a team with that ability. No, there are very few teams that are you know, unbeatable in this, and I think Utica do have a chance to take down St. Clair, but it will not be easy. You know, you can't sugarcoat it in any way, but they definitely have an opportunity here tonight with these maps ahead of us.
Yeah, rough series ahead for Utica. St. Clair looks to stay undefeated on their season. We come back, we'll set up Fortress for map #1 and go a bit more in depth about how these two teams are going to play in their respawn modes. On the other side of a break, we'll see you there. I told you be a short break. That was what, 15 seconds, 20 seconds maybe. Regardless, Fortress Hardpoint map #1. Utica looking to upset the Titans of St. Clair Saints inside of their own conference. The East Conference 1 has been a kind of a tool, a talking point throughout the year. But again, you know, 2 firm teams sitting at the top at 4-0. They'll have to play later down the line inside of the season as well. And no matchup, regardless of where you stand at the moment, is going to be easy at this portion of the season. Regardless of who you're playing against, maybe you might get a sneak game in there here or there that might be like, oh, we can win this. This is an easy one. Then you might lose it, or maybe you'll 3-0 them. But regardless of that fact, Fortress is going to play very mixy. It's going to be very aggressive. And St. Clair is one of those teams that is going to put you in a blender early on. They're going to force you to have to fight from your spawn side out. They're going to sit up on the head glitches. They're going to win the majority of their gunfights. They've already done that so far. So although it hasn't amounted to much hill time in the middle of the map, which it usually doesn't, St. Clair will be winning the majority of their early gunfights. They've got themselves at least a bit of contention towards the hill and themselves a lead.
And for Utica, as you said, the mixiness of this map, once you get to that mid to late portion, could play in their favor if they can keep it close. So I think what's going to be important is, you don't want to say damage control because there's not a devastating scoreline yet, but really they need to make sure they're locking down their cuts and getting spawn rotation as well to keep this one close, to have a chance to snag it towards the end of the game. If they can't, you know, give themselves a marginable lead going into it. So Utica, they're going to try to get on rotation and win some of these gunfights. It will be St. Clair in the back, but the gunfight won by Brandon and Bendy. And now this hill looks to pop a 10-point game, and it's still up for grabs.
Finn had his hands full of relays in the back line, but what that does is allow St. Clair to push through the double doors on both sides and get themselves some power positions in towards the point. Priestley looks to the back, shots on Hyper are beautiful, and it's 4 down from Utica. But again, what makes Fortress such a dynamic map is how close the spawns will be towards the hill. So it might seem like a 4 down is going to net you like 15-20 seconds time. Realistically, you give it 5-10 seconds, you're already going to be back across the map trying to fight for more position. Hyper's going to be the first one here. Shots on the Priestley are good, but still no time for Utica in towards the point. St. Clair have done a great job of being able to hold this hill down.
Hyper finds 3 in a row, and they're going to get themselves a break for the back 25 seconds time, so definitely a good amount here that they'd like to grab Priestley up in the air on whether he'll contest forward or not. They're going to opt to give pressure towards P3 and win that rotation, but with that kill there, Priestley's going to try to snag a bit of scrap time for himself, and why not? You're shooting like that out to a 5-3 as well. St. Clair rocking and rolling early on here.
That's pretty. Jump challenge in towards the hill. You pop back up, say hello. And now you look for Hyper in the middle of the map. Priestley needs to get cut down, but will he have the advantage? Yes, he will. Streak's going to be earned here for St. Clair early on in map number 1. 60-18 with 50 whole seconds left here. Tail end of the Statue Hill. And as Frenzy looks to make his way forward in, Relays is just going to sit and play his life here on the back statue. Wait for his teammates to get into the position. And now it's going to be Priestley who's trying to pop out around the corner once again. Team kill going to be in from Utica, but they will be in towards the hill.
See what they do get a break. As long as players are alive, Brandon doing damage, not allowing them to get across for free. Bought enough time for his teammates, and now they're going to clean up the rest. St. Clair, still with 25 seconds to grab, are going to be able to. Hyper, though, having a performance, trying to slow things down, see if he can get his teammates on board as well. But this is a P4 rotation that they need to keep this one respectable. If St. Clair walk away with a full 60 here, that could spell danger.
I was going to say, if you are a kill feed chaser like myself, you'll see that Hyper has been in there quite a bit. And really leading the only charge that Utica has kind of had on this map. There's only one person that's at 5, and well, everybody is negative except for Hyper at this point in time now. So you can kind of credit what the majority of the pushes have been for Utica to that specific player. St. Clair will be in here towards bottom arc though. And as they continue to win the gunfights in and around the hill, they can start pushing their will around the map. And those south spawns are going to be in from Utica. Once again, it's not a necessary spawn trap over towards the south or the right side of the minimap as you'd be used to, but it's going to be extremely difficult to not only break this, but continue to give yourself any sort of positioning.
Absolutely so. St. Clair playing aware of where spawns will be once they look to push and fill out these different lanes now, and I said a full 60 could be dangerous for them here, and really a full 60 is what they have garnered for themselves. It'll be a 70-80 point game when things are all said and done, and you have to bounce back on 2 of the most open hills, at least easy to break and contest as possible. Utica are gonna have to be fighting off the back foot already early on. They have an opportunity to, but again, I need to see that slaying column turn around for a lot of these players.
You know, call me blasted, but like, you know, Hyper genuinely is impressing me with the way that he's able to kind of play around the map. Yeah, it might not be, you know, flashiest gameplay from Utica across the board, but like the way he's positioning himself, the way that he's taking different gunfights, it's impressive to me in a lot of ways. He's keeping himself alive on the map and always giving himself a fighting chance, even though his teammates might not be able to really muster up that much. He's almost got 20 by himself. The rest of his team combined right now is combining for 13.
Well, I mean, and leading the lobby too, and by a decent amount. I mean, 19 to the closest, what Priestley just getting 14. So, I mean, 5 kills up on even the St. Clair Slayers. Now, sure, it's a more balanced effort out of St. Clair, and that's where we're seeing the discrepancy. But again, Hyper willing his team to stay alive in this one and just saying, if I have to get all 4, I will. Maybe some teammates starting to warm up here as Fish Season looks to try to bring things a little closer to even. Same thing with Frenzy, but again, a lot of work to be done. You don't give up a full 60, but at some point you're going to have to look at not giving up a full 60, but looking to try to take significant time for yourself.
I mean, being only down by 60 points at this point in time on a Fortress map where, you know, really nobody's getting themselves going. I mean, to me, that's a big win already. Regardless of that fact, though, St. Clair have been rolling early on here in this game and back over towards P1. They'll get themselves a shut up shop. As 14 will fall. Hyper once again finding his kills around the map. Another one there on the Bendy. 24 and 13, looking for Brandon in the back line as well. Right now, they've got St. Clair in a significant spawn trap, and if Utica can just hold down the time here and all Hyper just a beam over the top side, hell, they could get themselves back in this game here on this hill.
They definitely could. They're aware of where these spawns are coming from. The flip is in, but now that you're through the back lines and a couple players fall, how many you really are asking? Can Hyper find before he looks to go down, and then can his teammates bring anything and support Bendy from the back line? Is going to be able to connect for one and finally gets Hyper off the hills. So again, a 40-50 point game at this point for Utica to still try to bounce back from there. In decent position for P2, but the way that it got killed him last time was Bendy got to the back to get spawned. They need to put pressure and emphasis on that. They're spawning a little bit everywhere. Really, their fate is in their hands for this hill.
Yeah, it's just kind of discombobulated all over the map right now. Nobody really knowing where things are going to be due. But as Utica is going to be able to find themselves a nice 4 down there, get themselves over that 100-point mark as St. Clair is fighting from the outside in. This spawn trap is going to be difficult to break out of, but you kill Hyper, so this gives you a chance fighting up the map, but a team kill's not going to help all that much. Brandon, hip fire shots, not going to connect all the way for a kill, but at least weaken the player up and back him off from the challenge. 14 up close and personal, triple negative here in map number 1. Looking to change that a bit, but it's Priestley and everybody else from St. Clair who have won the majority of the gunfights around the hill. They'll break into the last 20 seconds of time. Still a relatively close game for the slaying margin between the teams.
If Utica can get an early break, this could bode so well for them, but St. Clair could put this one just out of reach if they get a full 60 once again on this hill. Hyper 30 and 16, doing everything he can to get the team going, get them to stay alive, and this one in a balanced effort across the board, as we've come to expect from St. Clair. Priestley 19 and 14, leading the team with 130 in the hill. I mean, a picture-perfect performance from your leader in this one, and they're back up to a 70-point lead here with still 50 seconds up for grabs.
Yeah, I love what Brandon did there, too. He lingered in the middle of the map, played in towards top art, was able to go ahead and cut down a few players off the spawns from Utica. Didn't allow them to get across the map to challenge the double doors in towards the fortress side hill. However, you know, even though they might get themselves across the map, Hyper will be there, but it's going to be everybody still continuing to go in the kill feed for St. Clair. As this kill, or excuse me, the time continues to dwindle up for St. Clair. That 200-point mark is looking ever so close. Things just slow from Utica, and you know, the help that we were calling for, the help that we thought might be able to arrive, just it hasn't come. and Hyper is just by himself at 33 kills.
Well, which, I mean, that's an impressive stat line in and of itself. I mean, at 34 and 20, I mean, you know, you could say, oh, trying to find no time, but he's trying to pave the way for his teammates to get in the hill, and where he has done that, they have been awarded their points out to 34 and 21 here, leading the lobby by really a head and shoulders amount. Now, is they're going to try to bounce back here? Could it be too far out of reach? Down 90, 80 so points, but St. Clair look to collapse here. Pioneers need to make a good hold.
See player number 4 and 5 trying to fight, and it's going to be player number 2 and Frenzy who helps off on the back lines. Hyper will be there for yet another kill here on the map. The bottom art will be inside of sole possession for Utica at the moment. 30 seconds left on this hill. St. Clair still looking to break on in. They know that they can put this game away at any point in time. Or they've still yet to do so, as a nade is going to connect onto relays. Finn Season in the back line will be there for a rotational kill. But as things continue to go down in and around the hill, St. Clair Saints need to start putting all their focus on getting into the hard point, holding things down, and just making sure they can walk away with this map this map number 1 win.
Bendy in great position. Stables, all of his teammates are going to spawn on him, and suddenly you walk out of Stables, you're walking onto free hill time. Then what can you find here? Maybe shooting fish in a barrel, or a horse in a stable, whatever the case may be. Finds a couple there, gets his teammates on the hill for now, but it's a quick 3-in response out of St. Clair. They find themselves on this one, just 35 seconds to get close.
In season, not going to win the gunfight on the relays. Frenzy's there for a trade onto Bendy. And as you have 2 players in towards the hill at the moment for St. Clair, it's everybody cut down now from the Pioneers. As Priestley will double on back. Hyper will be able to find one, and really the one that you had to have go huge here at the hill to make sure that you could get themselves even a slim look at the time. Falls off the face of the earth, and now Brandon and the rest of the boys from St. Clair can go ahead, win the last few gunfights, put themselves closer to that 250-point mark, and really say sayonara to this map 1 that is not been the greatest performance from St. Clair, if we're being completely honest.
No, it hasn't been a clean map at all, and I think Hyper dropping nearly 40 kills, probably will get there, has been quite the problem for them. So yeah, I think not the cleanest on rotations or really locking down types of that, but something we could dissect a little bit later. For now, Utica are trying to battle back. St. Clair just need a couple toe dips in, and it's a pinstripe kill feed, ends up going even. St. Clair do win the numbers battle at the end of the day, but Utica, they are not going down quietly.
And again, like, I don't know maybe if it's the Fortress pick or what it is, but like, you know, every time St. Clair gets the advantage, I don't see them going over towards the hill immediately.
Yeah.
You know, it seems like they linger around. They're trying to make sure they get some spawns. Yes, admittedly, the spawns are going to be close for Utica every time, so there's going to be opportunities for contests, you know, again, within 5-10 seconds, kind of like it was in the jetpack era of Call of Duty. So it is a very fast-playing hardpoint map, but regardless, you know, St. Clair haven't had many opportunities to start pulling away in terms of the stat line. They just haven't done so because I don't know if it's just a lack of trust or what's happening around the map, but they just don't get in time.
Yeah, a lack of maybe comfort and making sure they have a really good setup before they're able to get time instead of, like you said, just kind of diving on things and taking what they can get. I think they'd be a little better off for it, but all for gonna group up here for this one last hit they would need to make the break. And Priestley combined for a couple. Fan and Hyper able to answer back, so this one's still being fought for.
Oh, I guess who's still here? It's Hyper looking for the crosses. Nessie's just going to play the doorway now. Jump challenge around the corner, going to go the way of Brandon, but his relays, once again with the costly T-nade, is going to force the side of St. Clair not to be able to break in towards a hill, but it's Bendy in the back line, and now from the front side, Frenzy is there. 3 seconds is all they need. Hyper gets free aim, free fire. Bendy will get 3 in a row, trying to go for number 4. Knife out, kill feed good for St. Clair. They'll take map number 1, 250, 179. Not a comfortable map. Pretty close margin for everything that happened throughout map 1 there, but they will escape with a win. A win is a win. They've got a 1-0 series lead.
Yeah, they definitely do. And again, I think one of the bigger problems to it, apart from, I think a lot of that was in their control, as you were kind of pointing out, right? Just not getting on hill time, sitting around the site, maybe trying to find a couple extra kills before they committed to it. Just an interesting play out of them that maybe let the scoreline get a little bit closer because, I mean, again, Hyper dropped nearly 50 kills. Which, I mean, I just, with an AR too, it'd be different if you like, you know, with the Vaz, you'd be like, oh, he's just speedy running around. No, he did that with a attack. Jeez.
Well, I'll say this: you might not be able to 1v4, and maybe that's discrediting to the rest of the team. So, you know, maybe my language isn't the most sincere and nicest that it could possibly be. But like, you can't 1v4 in a hard point. You can kind of do that in a search and destroy, at least a little bit better. You know, you can win rounds by yourself, getting aggressive, finding that first blood early on. You know, you just have your teammates set up in some decent positions, play a little ratty here on Fortress like you can do, especially when you're playing on defense and the setups that you can have on the defensive side.
Yeah.
You can genuinely shut down a lane on a map or shut down the entirety of a map by yourselves. But just going back to that hard point, you know, what was it, 46, 47 kills that Hyper was able to walk away with at the end of that there.
Yeah.
Regardless if you win or lose, that is freaking insane. Like, genuinely speaking, insanity. Like, I personally don't know if I've ever seen somebody on a losing team drop 40 plus for the L in a match where the rest of the teammates, or only one of them was able to get above 20. That's crazy.
Yeah, no, again, I'm excited to see what Hyper continues to do in the search and destroy and the rest of the series. And hey, maybe hardpoint's just not their mode. You know, that sounds like that is a total cop-out given that you get hardpoint every single night. So I don't know that any teams get the excuse too much anymore of, well, it's just not our mode.
Yeah.
Guaranteed 2 of them in a series. So we'll see what they can bring to the table for, you know, this map too, because like you said, we're staying on Fortress, obviously, and we'll see what they have in the back pocket. Hyper, we'll see if he can continue that kind of production in the search and destroy. But for St. Clair, I think more so the talking point, you hit it best, is it didn't look like the most comfortable map, and you had said maybe that's the pick, maybe they're trying to expand their map pool, but it was one where it wasn't their cleanest performance by far.
Yeah, I don't, there's a few teams where like Fortress was an auto veto in like the whole veto process, so I don't know if St. Clair's one of those teams. I think they were, but that might have been more for a control style play, obviously, since, you know, most teams don't like playing Fortress control, which understandably so. There are 2 better hard control maps in the map pool than Fortress, and it's not close. But regardless of that fact, like, again, like, whether it's just not comfortable, whether there's just you know, underlying factors or whatnot, or maybe it's just the fact that Hyper dropped 46, those are all big things that can, you know, contribute to a hard point seeming a little bit closer than it maybe could have been. And again, on a map that's contestable and you know it plays extremely fast. We saw that last year with Bocage, and even against top teams, there were the teams that you didn't really favor in a series or have any stock in a series that were able to take that first map close or a Bocage hardpoint close. So maybe Fortress is kind of a Bocage in that way. Where things can kind of get out of hand quickly, and there's just always another opportunity for a quick hit. There's always another opportunity to break out of things. But just kind of speaking from experience, what do we usually and typically see from a team that is favored in a series but has a better complexion? We see them be able to spawn trap things over towards that right side of the mini-map after that statue hill. We didn't see that from St. Clair, not once. It was actually the opposite, where St. Clair had themselves in a spawn trap a few times, and were only able to break out by finding Hyper first and then being able to cut everybody else out of the window because they couldn't shoot back for half the map.
Yeah, it's definitely one where again the margin that sets the good teams from the best teams apart is the influence of spawns is really the maximum amount you could dictate and influence things in your favor. And in around a respawn is, can you get teams spawning and funneling through whatever lane you decide to choose? And of course spawns, unfortunately, I'll give it to you, they can get a little crazy at times, but for the most part you can really get your cuts locked down and have them in those positions. But like you said, it was on the contrary. They got a good one, but they spawned on good side for P1 the opening break and held them there for a minute. But I'd like to see a bit more influence around the map, as you were pointing out, for them. And again, unless we go to a map 4 where you can do that on an embassy hardpoint, these next 2 maps you're not going to see a glimpse of that. But I'd like to see a little more uniformity around the map for the squad.
Yeah, I agree as well. But we'll take a short break here as we get ready for the Fortress Search and Destroy. On the flip side, again, we'll break down the Search and Destroy a little bit more, talk about who to watch for and whatnot there. So that being said, we'll see you back here, I don't know, about a minute, 2 minutes. after a shaky start there for St. Clair, they were able to pull things out towards the end. They had a substantial margin throughout the majority of the hard point, but there were a few glimpses where we thought maybe they haven't played to their strengths and their full potential and capabilities in the series so far, but they look to turn things around here in the Fortress Search and Destroy, still with a 1-0 lead inside the best of 5, so it's not too big of a damper on what St. Clair has done. Still undefeated in their map pool throughout the entire year so far, has remained unchanged in this best of 5. But again, if you are just joining us, triple dosage of Fortress to start things off, so the control will also be here on the same map. Regardless of that fact, though, St. Clair going to be looking to get over towards this A side aggressively here on defense to hold things down. It's the side of Utica, inside of Art, the bomb in hand, trying to go for first blood. It's Frenzy, though, who will fall. Bendy will open things up for St. Clair and give them the man advantage early on in the first round.
And I don't think Hyper stun was late, so Bendy got across Gallows before Hyper could see him, so maybe got the call to his teammate that, hey, maybe try to push that out, I don't see anyone, and ends up paying for it. They'll open up with the first blood here. Man advantage and complete site control. Utica have time to make a move, but they're going to need to make one.
Love the little jiggle peek there from Bendy. Spots one out on the back lines. Is going to give information to St. Clair that the offense is still here around this A site and hasn't gotten over towards B yet. And of course, you can see Brandon holding across in the middle of the map. So right now, Utica are effectively trapped. You're going to have to win a gunfight to even get yourself some map position. And well, leave it to Hyper, who's going to pick up exactly where he left off in map number 1. Finn will double back with one as well. So as quickly as St. Clair have the man advantage, it's going to be a 3 versus 2 in the favor of Utica.
Hyper with bomb. They're going to rally towards B. That's going to be the quick call. They're going to try to overwhelm Brandon with numbers. Brandon will find one. But you're going to get through Hyper. How quickly do they rally back and recognize this? Here comes the playback bomb going down. It should get planted. How quickly can Brandon get eyes on it?
Oh, Hyper will be down. He's going to pop up, spot Brandon out as well. Shots are good for the beginning. He's just playing out of his mind. But his Brandon up on the staircase will now be finished off by a Semtex. His relays left alive in a 1 versus 2, and across the map, 14 will be able to finish him off. So Utica, as quickly as they lost that first kill early inside of that young round, they're able to resurrect what they had for themselves, get themselves on the board here first in Fortress.
And you can tell Hyper, of course, just is the leader of the squad, right? The call comes in after a couple kills go their way, like, hey, we're just going to swing this to B. And with all 3 of them jumping across, Brandon couldn't get all of them and ends up finding the bomb down. And again, your teammate's able to clean up a good kill there as well. So for Utica, as you said, they drop in the first blood, they find a good kill and response. And now for the Pioneers, they're sitting in the early S&D advantage.
Hyper across first will spot Brandon's head out in the back line. Oh, and Priestley, a team kill on the Brandon. This is what we were talking about from the first. What?
We lost the player.
Oh, okay. Scared the hell out of me. I'm like, my brother in Christ, what is happening? No, we did the good players, you were telling.
yeah, no biggie. Yeah, so we'll wait to see what, at least on the back end, is going on there. I didn't say anything, and I was like, oh, what? I was actually low-key sorry I baited you. I was trying to see if you caught it, and that was just super funny, so worth it. But yeah, we'll get back into that one as soon as we can.
Absolutely baited. Regardless of that fact, though, you know, the one thing we can take away, at least from that first round, Hyper, once again, twisted. You know, that really what stood out to me the most was like that gunfight that he took on the back heady versus the player on the bomb site. That's a hard gunfight to take, let alone win. That headshot was crazy. Cool little gunfight there. But then that second one where he just plays his life, throws the Semtex up on the staircase. That's just good Call of Duty. And there's really no other way to look at that. But again, I don't want it to be like the Hyper show where we're only gassing Hyper on this Utica roster. You know, Finn being able to take advantage of the 3 versus 3, get a little mixy in the middle of the map, find a kill there, which gets things to a 3 versus 2. That changes the round and its complexion completely. Because, you know, even though Brandon's able to find one on the cross, you still have 14 playing his life out. And once he's able to get in the back lines, it just makes things that much easier. So you got to tip Utica for that first round. Obviously, things can change up as we go along. But, you know, we didn't really get to see much of their defensive hold. But again, Hyper looked to be that aggressor, just getting across the map. He's going to fly no matter what. And that's kind of crazy to say with an AR player. But maybe he just feels comfortable with it. He can be versatile, take any gunfight he wants to, because he's realistically going to win it. So
yeah, honestly. No, has been winning it around the map. So yeah, that's going to be someone we'll absolutely keep our eyes on. But again, what can the teammates do in tow to support that? So excited to see what Utica brings when we get back into this one. But definitely going to kind of be the man of the hour as far as Utica's concerned.
Yeah, we'll take a short break. When we come back, the Search and Destroy will continue. My name is Cormio. With me is Cash. You're watching the Star League. apologies for the break, but we did have somebody timeout on St. Clair. Will be up 1-0 in the search and destroy for Utica still, though. So just remember that in the back of your minds as we watch the rest of the search and destroy, that whatever Utica has on their scoreboard, we'll just add an extra 1 to that, and we'll be set in shape and ready to go. St. Clair with the bomb in hand. Bendy will open things up with a sniper, something that we've seen multiple times from St. Clair. They love that kind of play in the S&D, and once again, it'll pay in spades for them here. They'll be able to get over towards A, get that bomb down, and now with 40 seconds left in the round, Utica looking for a retake over towards the site.
See what 14 can do here. He got in bottom arc, but the shots aren't going to connect, and they're going to make you pay for it. Bendy will find his second snipe in the round, and suddenly Finn left in a 1v4 when not looking likely. If you can take down a kill, that would be great, but St. Clair rebound back with a great offensive round win of their own, and a bit cleaner at that, executing over that A site.
Stuff out of St. Clair. Love a nice bounce back from them on offense. Hopefully they'll continue to have that going, but a lot of utility found with that sniper in this round, which again has just been a staple of their St. Clair search and destroy, and something that they've really started to perfect over the last few years, or excuse me, the last few months, regarding how this team can kind of take over in an S&D. You think the hotel where Bendy has just taken over multiple times before with a sniper in hand. Regardless, though, 14 bomb in hand. Nobody gonna make a move here over towards A just yet. St. Clair is going to be here with 3 different players. You can see Brandon holding the middle map cross yet again. So as much as Utica have themselves some good positioning, they're once again effectively trapped. Well, their top fragger just goes ahead and falls. Finn season will be there for a trade, though. 3 versus 3. Utica trying to play this bomb still over at A.
Not putting any pressure in mid to be able to contest those cuts, as you're saying, is definitely a problem for them because, yeah, they're seemingly trapped here, but St. Clair going to give it up and maybe look to wrap from another angle. So while they have the opportunity, Utica will get the bomb down. A smart play by them in a 3v3 situation, but as the Saints look to shimmy and shuffle, we'll see what angle they can find to get through. It won't be through bottom art. Finn's got that taken care of.
Bendy won't be able to find anything with the connection. Sniper won't be useful in this round. Now it's Brandon last alive in a 1 versus 3. He's effectively trapped in the middle of the map. Not going to be able to find Frenzy there. You think maybe if he walks away with that gunfight, you isolate another, have a chance for a 1v1 on the bomb site after that fact. But as time continues to dwindle down with 20 seconds left here, you got to find 3 players who are all in and around the site. It's just a no-go here as he's still playing passive across. 14, beautiful jump shot. He's going to be able to walk away with the round win. Utica up 2-1.
Both teams offensively executing fairly well. I mean, again, they both walk away with their round wins respectively, but I think the pain point for both teams have come in that mid-round and inability to trade things out, right? You go for the first blood, a team will usually find a way to respond if they don't trade it all together. But a couple kills come in sequence for one team that gives them a multiple life advantage, and they simply close out the round from there. So we'll see who can make the first stand. And again, we called him the man of the hour, but it's still very, very early on. But the fact that St. Clair have held hyper killless since returning here is definitely going to bode well for him.
Priestley shots the Frenzy, backs him up, weakens him up, but won't be able to find and walk away with a kill. That's beautiful. He lays over the top. I thought 14 walks away with a kill immediately, but instead of finding a first blood, it's going to be the side of St. Clair who walks away with it. 2 versus 2 now as relays this trade will find Hyper with the frag nade. As the bomb is down in the middle of the map still, St. Clair going to have to get across, and you see Finn Season is just holding a beautiful angle in the middle of the map here to be able to cut anybody down if they try to get across for the actual bomb itself.
And the Saints have to make a decision here. They either need to double wrap this and push it out to know they can get the bomb, or someone's just got to go retrieve it. I think they're trying to play together where they can, but again, with Utica not giving anything up, this will not be an easy bomb retrieval. You need to make a play here because you also have to get the bomb down if you can't find these kills, but here comes the 1v1.
Finn cut down. Brandon helps in middle map. This is going to leave Frenzy last alive all the way back over towards B. The problem is St. Clair don't actually know that he's on this B site. As Brandon gets spotted across, dead silence is going to be popped, and they're going to be wrapping this back over towards the A site. You have to look to relays here, though, in the middle of the map. Will he get good timing? The answer, at least right now, is no, and Frenzy's going to be able to march his way forward. However, it's there for the trade, and good help from the teammate watching over that bomb plant over on A. 2-2 we go. St. Clair, nice little bounce back on offense. It's been all low here in the S&D.
Great snap there, Brandon. Almost went down, but got to call out to the teammate as well. And as you said, all offense. We'll see who can make a defensive stand here. It's really, again, been the offense finding those good kills at the A site to give themselves the opening. And again, the only team that had made a stand at the A site was St. Clair in the opening round, and the Pioneers were still able to capitalize over at the B site. So really, who's going to make a tougher stand over on this A site and win majority of these gunfights?
Very similar look to the first few rounds on offense from Utica, but would it work? Want to be able to play out for them well. And he gets over towards the back line here. Hyper will open things up with the first blood. A little quiet here early on in the first stages of the search and destroy. However, with that first blood there, it once again gives Utica a man advantage in the S&D round. Briefly down around the corner. Hyper will find the kill. 2 versus 2 once again. Utica trying to get this bomb down today.
But they're split. So you're trying to wait for your teammate. They're going to group up art. Find opening the best they can. No Deddy. So again, Bendy is on the hunt and hearing everything. Doesn't know that bomb's down. Doesn't matter in a sense. It'll be scooped up quickly here. And they've got A-site control once again relayed on the cross too. So all of their lanes covered. But these have been slow played rounds and they've come down to a really close and manageable gunfights at times. But again, who's got their mid cuts locked a little bit better? Well, that's going to be St. Clair for now. Here we go with the B-side.
1v1 over towards B, or at least you would have thought here. Then going to be up in towards the middle of the map. Dead silence was used up there. Brandon will cut that last player down. So as St. Clair walks away with another gunfight win and another round win, it's the first team to go ahead and string back-to-back rounds for each other.
3-2 will be the advantage here in the search and destroy for St. Clair. Offensively, we'll see if they can walk away with the third straight. Really look to try to put the search and destroy away where they can. And lackluster as far as slaying goes for Utica and this S&D, and Bendy with the sniper released. Watching various cuts around the map, combining for 7. That's definitely going to be where they're finding the most success here. And offensively, they're giving a look towards A, but not as quickly as 14 can get up into the far side of Gallows.
Slow round yet again here on offense. Push from St. Clair, not out on towards the A side just yet. Hyper with a stun check, not going to find anything just yet. No nothing across the middle of the map, so effectively Utica have trapped St. Clair in just a bit. Bendy, hit fire through the door. Won't be able to connect with the sniper, but it's Brandon who hops out for the first blood. Trade immediately by Hyper will equalize things back at a 3 versus 3. And it's Brandon who wants to go ahead for a challenge on player number 6. Nobody there for a trade, though.
Still sitting on their spawn side. Utica just contesting this from the front. It is so 50-50, but Frenzy will find a kill to give them an advantage once again. That's going to let him push through art. Does he go out this door? At least baits it for a moment and Priestley invested dead silence. So that'll be a gunfight. We'll see how it goes down here because that could influence the site very much. Bendy unable to pick the sniper. This one going down to the wire.
You know, it was big timing there because as Priestley went inside of the building, Frenzy was able to get through from behind. Now it's a 1 versus 1 gunfight that he's able to isolate. 17 seconds left, has to get the bomb down, and there's 2 players from Utica still left alive to work with and against. Priestley making his way up. I'm going to start to go down here in just a moment. Hyper wall bangs through the door, is going to be able to find it. There's a little sliver that you can see there, a pixel peek onto the bomb site that he was able to look through. That's just a good, hard challenge there. And Utica will walk away with another round win to equalize things back at 3-3 again.
One of the slower Fortress controls that we've seen, or excuse me, Fortress S&Ds that we've seen. No team able to get out on flanks. That's due to St. Clair playing around the mid-map so well, but it hasn't panned out for them quite the way they would like. Utica winning a handful more 1v1s around the map when it matters most. We'll see what they can do here, but again, I'd like to see an SMG get loose. Maybe get aggressive here in this mid to late portion of the search and destroy. Either way, mid-map going to be busy for the moment. St. Clair trying to find an opening.
Like the little bit more aggression we're seeing from Utica in this round. Bit of a different pace switch than what we saw in the last few offensive attempts from the Pioneers. This 4 team will back off. Spots Bendy at the top of the window. Jump challenge in, going to be able to find it. Amos is not lost through the boat. As Bendy just does a 360 out of the window, he'll get away with his life. And so will everybody from St. Clair, as the bomb is now down inside of the top art building. Hyper's just trying to play an angle across the map. It's just such a difficult position to be in here if you are on the offense.
No gunfight going to be given for free, and looks like we're watching a game of hide and seek here. Yeah, they're gonna try to sniff him out, not get overzealous. And no bomb is down top hard, so Hyper has to make the move. We'll at least find one, but the gig is up. They know exactly where you are, and oh, hello to the fire squad.
There's 1, make it 2. The third one will fall as well, and now it's a 1 versus 1 against, excuse me, a 1 versus 2 against Priestley. I thought I got a third one in there. Excuse me.
I thought the name connected.
I did too. I was like, okay, this makes things interesting because I mean, again, Hyper was in a good spot there. Genuinely speaking, you know, at least catch a few off guard. The problem is the St. Clair's an experienced team. They're all going to be running around together for trade. So even though you find two, it's still going to be very difficult to find those last two, especially in a 1 versus 4. But stranger things have happened. Regardless of that fact, St. Clair now put themselves within 1 round of moving to match point. Utica still at 3 rounds here in the search and destroy. Have to bounce back here if they want to tie things up at 4 apiece, but back on an offensive hit for St. Clair. They look good on offense almost every round.
Hyper trying to watch this crossover, not give up the A site. You can see them leaning towards the south side of the map, maybe waiting for Hyper to get a kill, and everyone just kind of pushed to the bottom side. Brandon, the only one watching it here, but this is around where St. Clair have given up mid-map, stacked all of their players over towards this site. Brandon opened up the first blood, but again, I'm looking at their friends and maybe trying to find a timing.
Yeah, but the good thing about that is, like, although you give up the middle of the map, you allow Utica to come to you on an offensive hit, which they have shown that they like to do it, at least to show a little bit of aggression. And now all this leaves the left alive is 14 in a 1 versus 4. 2 flawless rounds almost from St. Clair that put them now at match point. 1 round away from taking a 2-0 advantage in the best of 5 series and forcing Utica to have to complete a reverse sweep, starting with Fortress control.
Played a much more coordinated search and destroy in this one. Now just 1 round away from closing it out. Utica need to make a stand, need to rip off 3 straight rounds if they want to take this one. Sitting at 5-3 here after the disconnect. And everyone for St. Clair again positive, playing well around the objective. You just need 1 defense to close it out. It's been a very offense heavy S&D here. Do St. Clair have what it takes to close this one out quickly?
Brandon around the corner. Gunfight first goes to Frenzy, but Priestley's there for a good trade. 3 versus 3. This is how Utica like to play their search and destroy so far. Will it be enough here, though? Finn, second kill to the side of Utica. 30 seconds off the board here so far. Bomb moved its way out over towards A. They're going to get a free plant here as St. Clair still pushed out across the map. Hyper, once again, in a very good position to watch the flank. There are a lot of angles he could get cut down from, but the timer while will be on the side of St. Clair. They can start rotating back over towards A.
Split for it. Trying to isolate a couple 1v1s. They're going to have to go straight into the Pioneer's trap to see what they can find. Fully split here, trusting they can win these ones. And time starting to dwindle. Everyone in a concealed position, and Priestley just trying to find anything.
So the top, Hyper going to be the first one to fall. Doesn't realize 14 is directly below him. 1 versus 1. Brandon has to win it here. 14 does too. Regardless of the fact, St. Clair will walk away with the final round that they need to put the search and destroy away. 6-3 will be the final score in map number 2, and St. Clair will have themselves a 2-0 advantage inside of this best of 5 series. A control away from completing the reverse sweep. You know what that means, Cash. St. Clair looking to stay undefeated yet again.
Yeah, they definitely are. Very good search and destroy out of them. And if Fortress isn't your cup of tea, sorry, but we've got one more bout on it. Whether it be expanding map pools for either teams or trying to feel things out. St. Clair looking more and more comfortable as we change map and modes, right? A shaky hard point, or as you've even said, right, one that just plays closer by nature, given
sure.
How close the spawns are to everything. So looks better in the search and destroy. This control could be the most devastating map mode combo of them all here to really send Utica packing, but also a great opportunity for Utica to bounce back. Again, how defensive heavily Fortress plays, this one almost feels like at times it could be a guaranteed 5-5. If you can lock down your lanes and at least sit and hold pre-aims and play patient, again, it could be one where you're sitting at a round 5 situation with the ability to pull off some kind of one there to give you momentum. So we'll see what they're able to muster. But you said at the top of the show, right? Not looking likely. St. Clair, though it hasn't been squeaky clean out of them, it's definitely one where you haven't really doubted the entire time.
Yeah, no, I mean, you've never been in a doubt in St. Clair. There's been glimpses again for Utica, which, you'll usually see out of a lot of teams. Again, it's just you're going up against the best team in your conference and one of the best teams in NACE, regardless of where you want to rank them amongst those top teams. And really the problem just comes down to, do you have enough practice and do you have the gun skill to be able to take it to them every single game? The answer so far has been no, and that's okay. You're not supposed to win every map. You're not supposed to win every series. There's going to be ones that are going to be be difficult, and this is one of those. St. Clair has been together for quite some time now. They have a lot of chemistry. They understand how each other want to play. They have a great philosophy over at their camp as well. It's always been a classic grift diff, and once again, it's happening here instead of this series. It doesn't look like it's going to change all that much, and for good reason. And there's a lot of laid out things and foundational things that you have to consider. And for Utica, all you can really ask for is to keep your season pushing forward. And even if you lose this best of 5 again, because it's still not over, Control is going to be at least a burden of hope and something that you can kind of satchel together and maybe rock a baby all the way down to a map number 4 push. But really what you have to just kind of keep your thought process with, if you are a Utica team, is that we might not be competing at the the very top highest echelon of our conference, but LCQ comes around, you just want to be able to make the playoffs. That's kind of where your season lies, is make the playoffs and see how far we can push it all the way through the end of the season. Every team always has the high aspirations of, we're going to be the playoff team, we're going to be fighting for a championship, and that's a great mindset to have. But realization will hit you at some point, and you'll say, okay, maybe we're not fighting for the championship at this point in time. Maybe we're fighting for say a top 8, which again that's a win for a lot of teams on the season. You shouldn't be mad if you're not being able to take first place against some of the best players in Call of Duty in the amateur scene, and specifically in the NA Star League. So
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you there. And again, that's not about aspiration to have at all, right? A top 16, top 8, top 4, whatever the case may be, right? Take each week by what it is, each week, each match, and just, take care of little things that you can control. Look to try to continue to build things, right? I think the biggest thing to say is always find things to improve on week to week, right? If you just want to give up and chalk the season, sure, that's one way you can go about it. Expect an early playoff exit. But if you still continue to want to grind and find things as a team to improve on, again, that should only go to bode well for you. The competition, yes, at times you can't, help how hard things get going up against those top tier teams, as we had talked about. But again, find your little victories where you can. And for Utica, again, a team with the ability to string things together, they lack a little bit of that raw gun skill to be able to run at them. That means your fundamentals have to be a little more set. The best way to counter a team that likes to fly and fry, simply put. And here on Fortress, fundamentals will get tested, right? Can you play patient? Can you play disciplined on your defense? And again, listen to the play calls coming in on offense, right? Like, hey, we get even on Fortress, right? You're looking at a 2 down just to be able to make a fly to the site. You're not going to wait for that perfect 4 down. There are way too many head glitches to find, and different ways players could be sitting. So again, for them, they're going to be looking just to play it sound, find a way to get this one round by round.
All right, well, we were about to load into the map there. We did have a lobby issue, so we will send things to a break. On the other side of it, map number 3, the Control. St. Clair trying to close out the series. We'll be back in just a bit. last-ditch effort for the Utica Pioneers to be able to take a series off of the St. Clair Saints. Has to be a reverse sweep at this juncture. Relay's going to be able to spot the gun out. Beautiful snap back to Finn is going to open up with a nice double here. And on the defense, St. Clair has already gone ahead and found themselves a phenomenal start and can start pushing this map up even further into the spawn side. That's exactly what they'll do. Oh, this is bad news for Utica already out the gates.
Top map control is kind of the last step in the spawn trap blender. 14 will at least find one to help the Hyper to clear that out, and you find a couple kills to go your way, but unfortunately every door you open, someone's going to be laying down, pre-aiming you, and what can you do to bully out some of the sites to get yourself maybe an opening around the map? It won't be easy, but for now they carved their way at least towards that P5 side, and Hyper is going to get across to be a 1v1 going down maybe sooner than expected. He needs some teammate help, but whew, crispy shots there going to connect, and there's going to be progress.
You got yourselves across the map. Not going to be able to solidify, a full tick, but, the progress is there. At least you've been able to break out of your spawn side, regardless of the fact. At least you've brought the lives down within a manageable margin now for separating both teams. Because, of course, to say that. St. Clair, just go ahead and wipe the kill feed once again. So you're back at square one. Everybody in the spawn trap yet again here on defense with 30 seconds left. St. Clair has looked great, but that's what you typically would expect here on a defense of Fortress. 3 kills go their way, though, over towards A. They'll stop the clock with 22 seconds on it. Could be good enough for at least maybe a tick or two.
Relays will combine for a couple more to try to close this round out. You find form once again, and yeah, this will be the last-ditch effort, right? You're going to try to sprint up, get a couple gunfight wins where you can. Not a lot of time to pick and choose what lanes you take, and walking into pre-aims everywhere. Finn will find one. That'll be the opening, about 10 seconds to get towards A. You got to fly.
I mean, they just need to get a tick of progress, right? I mean, that's the single biggest thing that you can do on an offensive round. Just make sure that you get some sort of progress for yourselves. But as Hyper gets cut down from behind, nobody close to the A or the B zone. So if this does go to a round 5, at least for right now, Utica has no progress for themselves to give them defense, which could prove to be a crucial flaw in their control game later on down the line.
Yeah, they're definitely going to need to have a more than flawless defense in response to hold St. Clair to minimal progress. At least don't give up a site. That will kind of be the best place you can start for relays. You come into this round on a 5 spree as well, so one-off streaks, which again, we know how influential those can be on this map. St. Clair sitting about as well as you would like on an opening Fortress defense.
But Priestley on screen, making their way over towards B. Early on, it's just a very aggressive hit right out of the gates. Nobody going to be there from Utica to stop it, at least initially. Frenzy going to be able to find one. Hyper there for a 2 versus 1 trade. Everybody starts to fall on St. Clair. The only one that's pushed up the map right now is going to be Brandon, who's on the point. Information given out. Finn going to be able to have a nice little bait and switch with his teammate. So that's going to clear everybody from St. Clair off of that B zone, effectively start the spawn trap for the Saints. And now Utica can try to dwindle down the lives of the offense. It's 5 lives separating the 2 teams, with Utica only losing 1 so far.
They don't have great map spread just yet. They're looking to try to get in position here, but St. Clair's putting a lot of pressure towards the stable side. Still wanting to push B, knowing that if they can get through there, they can get the positions they'd like and find an opening. A couple gunfights going back and forth for the time being. Still going to be St. Clair in position to win a couple more. And it's Priestley, who didn't find a kill the entire first round, now out to 4 in this one. So much better turnaround in round 2. Gives his team maybe an opening to segue back to A. As this first tick is looking to go, we'll see what progress they can find.
Z will jump down over the top, headshot onto Brandon, will cut him off of the A zone. That'll stop anybody as well. The Semtex over the top from being able to push out the double doors on towards the A site. However, as everybody in the reinforcements come through, and Utica hasn't really been able to get out of their spawn, it's St. Clair who's now starting to push their way up the map and are on the A and the B sites respectively. You have to look to Priestley, who's playing himself over by the B zone. They know that they don't want to give this up for free, but as Priestley's able to find 2, maybe snaps back on the Hyper, not able to find it. But as all this commotion at B is happening, 2 ticks of progress go through over at A, and St. Clair looking to add an extra minute with 1 more tick at the A site.
And even if this round ends up closing out, you still find yourself up in ticks, which will be oh so critical going into the later portions of this control. And even if you win this offensive round, well, that would bode you even better going back to a defense. But with 20 seconds left, they're going to get back over towards this A site. They're going to stack it to should be the progress. Another minute on the clock, a 1 life disadvantage. St. Clair sitting about as best as they would like it. We'll go to B.
Yeah, Frenzy didn't opt to push that up, which I do like that play. You know, don't force the gunfights that you don't need to take, especially when all that St. Clair has to do is get over towards B. You can just hold this thing down on defense, and it'd be a very simple task. You know, getting A is the easy part. Getting B is the extremely difficult part, but you have to look at Brandon, who's the first one pushed up. Might be able to take a gunfight there on the Hyper. Won't be able to walk away with it. Vaznov in hand now for the AR Dominator throughout the entirety of this series. 12-7, the life count, 5 separate both of these teams with 45 seconds left. It's looking like all Utica as the kill feed continues to fly orange.
Now they're going to get aggressive. Now they're going to try to lead these last few kills to really put the nail in the coffin for this round. Wasn't the cleanest defensive round out of them, but if they can close this one out, it definitely keeps them alive here in this series and this control. Now with less than 30 seconds remaining, St. Clair have a decision to make. You're simply trapped in your spawn. 2 players left. This one should be done and dusted. Whether you give up the kills, well, that's about the last thing you're in control of.
I mean, regardless of what happens here throughout the rest of the round, St. Clair, they can walk away happy knowing that they got 3 ticks of progress over towards an entirety of zone control, which is 3 better than what Utica have for themselves. And with, you know, kind of the trend of how this series has gone and, you know, control on this map specifically will go, it should lead things up to the oh-so-crucial round 5. So if we're able to get there, right now, at least for the time, St. Clair has that advantage. Utica do a good job on the defense to bounce back, tie things up at 1 apiece, and for a team that needs a reverse sweep to keep this series alive, that's about all you needed to do on defense.
Unfortunately, you need to answer with at least a site secured of your own. Yeah. If nothing better, right? You definitely have to respond. Nothing less than a complete site control is going to be something that keeps you alive in this one, unless you pull off the round 5 miracle win. It's one where you want to make a statement. Then sitting at 12 and 10, Hyper 15 and 8, and again the rest of the team performing fairly well behind it in a respawn that we simply haven't seen tonight. So again, can they put it all together? Can they coordinate the pieces enough to walk away with, well, at least one of these sites or around win here? We'll have to find out, but the Pioneers playing best they have in a respawn up until this point. It's just unfortunate that it's all coming to a head on a Fortress control.
Yeah, I mean, that was a good opening break for Utica. They were able to get 2 people on the point. The problem is the St. Clair were just able to double back and find everybody before they could really start to make any sort of impressionable progress on the A side itself. So, minute left on the clock. 60 seconds to get out towards A or B. 14 will get across into the double doors, but as soon as he's able to touch it, he'll get cut down from behind by Bendy, and relays over the top will snap for a second. Finn season the last one alive over towards A. Just trying to make some progress there, but of course, as he lays down underneath the truck, you're able to go ahead and take the gunfight win. Hyper there for a nice trade. 3 lives separating the 2 teams, with St. Clair on defense having the man advantage. And with 40 seconds left, time continuing to dwindle down at no ticks of progress on A or B.
Pioneers gonna have to force their way ahead at some point, and St. Clair not gonna give them any kind of lane to do so. Even if they can get through Brandon playing this corner, and those side of stables going to be shooting Frenzy in the back. I'd like to think in a moment, but they're able to beat it out now. They're able to get across the map. With relays left on the mid cut, can you find that trade? The answer going to be yes. A 2v1 over at the B site while your teammates are 1 in progress at A. This is the best look they've got.
Good look, but they have to get out of the double doors. And they have Bendy, who is staring directly at them. Frenzy going to be there for a trade. Relays on the flank, needs not get cut down by Hyper from behind, but an aggressive challenge is going to at least allow Utica to get themselves the first tick of progress over at A. I thought maybe for a second Brandon was able to shut that down, but now Frenzy stalled the clock out over on B. So, hard part done. First tick of progress is good. Now a second one's going to come through over at the B zone as well. For Utica, this is exactly what they needed to do. However, they've got to at least get a full zone if they want to add an extra minute onto the clock. 11 versus 11. Kill advantage could be huge.
Even 1 more tick could be good enough for them just to tie things up as far as progress is concerned, but that's not going to be the case. Frenzy gonna gobble up a Semtech there to close things out. Utica come close, unfortunately cannot get that 3rd tick, let alone get a site controlled. St. Clair with the advantage. Now going back to their offense where they could close things out.
Yeah, I mean, realistically speaking, you know, if you win this offense here, or excuse me, if you win the defense here for St. Clair, or excuse me, what am I saying? Let me rephrase that. Let's try that again. How about that? For Utica, the hard part on the offense is wasn't able to get done. So regardless of what happens here in the round for St. Clair on offense, if this goes to a round 5, St. Clair will have the defensive side inside of that matchup. So it's either you close things out here in a 3-1 or you go to a round 5 with a defense. Regardless, Bendy will open things up with the first blood. Frenzy, a trade. Relays there as well. They just need to take care of Finn season over here towards the A zone if they want to go ahead and try to capture it. Bendy will find and walk away with a kill. This will be the initial start to that first tick of progress on A, and now you can start ping-ponging between the sites. Utica in a scramble right now, trying to figure out what they want to do.
Just trying to not make sure there's someone over giving up B. They know that they don't want to give St. Clair this round, even if that means giving up A. Like you said, they can ping-pong back and forth, find a way to get from site to site, but they did their diligence of clearing up B. They know the coast is cleared for now. The progress is going to be over at A, but with a couple players on it, they're already going to have 2 ticks in before anyone's home. They may just have to give this up in a moment.
14 forced to back off. Gonna jump challenge back over towards the A site, and as Bendy hops in towards the top of the truck, that A zone will be captured. 2 whole minutes to get back over towards B, and guess who's home? Brandon making a flank to the spawn side of Utica at the moment. If you're able to cut down Hyper here on the staircase, you could be able to walk away with another player all the way in the back lines of the flank, but there's going to be help from 14 with Hyper, and now his relays falls. Brandon's the only one left alive here on the spawn side. It turns around at the worst possible time onto Hyper, and he might be able to walk away with a kill here in the back line, and will.
You clear out home base. Now you've got to zone out beyond that and look to push St. Clair back, but you're going to need a wave of kills before you're able to do any such thing. Fen able to connect with a good one in hard, and again, now you start to see 14's positioning, trying to watch this mid cut. They know they need one more set of kills. Everyone pinned in double doors and into gate. Now it's going to be a feeding frenzy here for Utica and trying to find these kills and bleed some of these lives.
I mean, Priestley's kind of just by himself on an island right now with 14 sitting in waiting. You know, the biggest problem for St. Clair right now is they don't really know that anybody's in their spawn side. And even if they do, it's all going to be about trying to find that player, cut them down, and that's going to take significant time off of the board. 14 finds a kill there on the relays. Once again, just being the thorn in the side of St. Clair right now is 14, who will find a third now, make it 4 straight. 2 more kills will earn streaks. I guess it's also important to note that Utica still has a cruise missile to work with.
They could force it here. To around 5, just 45 seconds remaining before they're able to do so, where they know they'll have to be staring down the gauntlet of winning an offense, but for now they're trying to hang on for this defense, and Frenzy able to find a good kill there. Isn't going to get the better timing of Priestley, and now closing in on 30 seconds. Utica just need a few more sets of kills to close this one out.
Staircase gunfight, 1 on to Priestley as Finn's there for the help. Once again, a team kill from St. Clair, not going to help them out in the boating offensive attack. 5 lines separating the 2 teams, but the contested time is going to stop the clock here for a moment. Hyper and Frenzy on the point. Priestley, the last one here. Teammate in middle map gets cut down as 14 once again is trying to get across the map to cause some havoc in the spawn side. St. Clair need to get onto the B zone if they want to have a chance here at offense. 20 seconds left in the round. Last push attempt here from St. Clair's on.
They're trying to work through mid, maybe trying to get through bottom R, but Utica have every lane taken care of. The last hope to be alive is going to be Bendy through the back, but with 8 seconds left, he has to find not only a couple kills, but find a way to dive onto the site. Teammates won't be close enough. Relay's going to dive through close, see if he can just stop this, but head on a swivel. Not going to know where any of these gunfights are going to be from Utica. They push it the distance, like we said, they had the ability to here on Fortress, and unfortunately, they couldn't get enough of the work done to give themselves defense. So, again, you check the box of, okay, we stayed alive, we forced this the distance, now we're gonna have to pull off what feels like the impossible at times, right? An offense which neither team has been able to do. St. Clair, sure, go back-to-back rounds, offensively capturing just one site. Utica have to do that, and where they were only able to get 2 ticks this entire control.
Yeah, well, if you fancy Fortress control, you know it's not guaranteed you'll get to that final 5th round, but it's pretty damn likely. And what we find ourselves here yet again, St. Clair can close the series out with 1 final round win here on defense. For Utica, if you're able to win this offense, you keep the series alive, force a map 4 on Embassy, and at least have a chance to continue streaking against the St. Clair team that has not dropped the map here throughout the entirety of the NA season so far. Frenzy opens things up with a nade kill onto Priestley. Relays there for a Drake. You're trying to get out over towards the A zone. You're going to work that final kill, which is going to allow the rest of the units to push up. This is the best look you've had to capture the A zone the whole game. You need to find Priestley, and you will. Get a fight that walks away with the first tick of progress over on the A zone. Hyper finds another. You can start making your way up the map as long as you find Brandon.
Brandon having a slow control here, but can really turn things around in the round that matters most. His teammates trying to collapse over on A, but again, teams find a way to pull the hat out of the, the rabbit out of the hat here. This is the most progress. This is the best we've seen you play, though they don't get A captured. It's a very good opening break for them now. They need to try to make a decision, find a way to get this A site captured here before St. Clair get 2 set up.
Uncheck out, relays, forces everybody to back off Utica that was looking to get across the map. They're sat in the back of their building. A zone not completely captured just yet. Still an availability to put an extra minute of time on the clock, but as St. Clair on defense has now got themselves a 2-life advantage. The spawn trap is in, and there's nearly no look out at the moment for Utica, but as Finn is able to find one, here comes a streak from Hyper. Didn't want to invest it too early, but you have to here if you want to break out of your spawn side. You haven't found anything just yet. Where will you take this? And boom, first kill. There it is. Now you should start to push out towards the double doors, or at least that's what you should have been doing. You needed to play behind the streak, and you didn't.
Yeah, plain and simple, they fumble the bag on their timing getting out and pushing behind the streak. They try to bait him out and maybe think that they're, okay, gonna go be behind it. No, they end up going A, and St. Clair are ready for it. They find clean kills in the feed, 13 seconds left. It was a good opening break, and it hasn't been much since. The Saints look to close this one out and keep their undefeated match count record here in the Naystar League.
3 seconds down to the final tick. Nobody going to be able to get over towards A or B. St. Clair, they continue to roll here in the Naystar League. The varsity challenge for them this season has been all but easy. And a few close games here and there might have wavered just a bit. But regardless of that fact, they stay undefeated in the modes, they stay undefeated in the maps, and they stay undefeated on the season. It's a Griff Diff here once again, 5-0 to start out the Naystar League yet again.
And a couple more weeks left just to close things out. Their hardest, competition going to be faced here in their last week, right? It's going to be Wichita State, the last team undefeated. So sure, at this point, St. Clair's a lock to play for the conference championship. But again, this might be their hardest test coming up in their next match, in their next matchup next week. But again, for them here, it wasn't the cleanest of times, right? Got pushed the distance, and maybe that's just the way the maps go. In our interview, maybe we could see if they're trying to expand map pool either way. A 3-0 is a 3-0, and they'll be happy with the result, I'd like to think.
Yeah, absolutely. For Utica, you played the series decently close. You didn't, win it, which, kind of sucks. But again, as we kind of talked about leading up into that control, you'll take little wins here and there. But one thing I will say is Hyper is disgusting. That guy needs some help. And if he gets some help, this team can go a bit further than they have right now. Yeah. I'm not going to put like a big title and be like, they could be competing for a championship at the top of it. Realistically, that's pretty unlikely right now. But regardless of that fact, this is a good team, at least from what we saw against a top team of St. Clair. There's things to build upon, just like there is in every single match. There's things to take away from this. And again, I don't think you should be upset with this result. I think you should take it as gas to say, hey, we might not be the best team right now, but hey, let's go ahead and get ourselves into a nice little situation come playoffs in LCQs.
Yeah, definitely the case for them. It's one where, again, they looked decent on the control, right? As far as slaying goes, right? Everyone kind of stepping up and doing the best they can. It's just unfortunate it was that map mode combo. Would have loved to have seen that piece together on a hard point and what they could do. But again, for them, like I said, you can't hang your head about it. Just try to gear your eyes to focus up for the last match of the regular season before you get into the postseason and whatever run you can make there. And for St. Clair, like you said, it's another day in the office.
Sir. Alrighty, that's going to do it for that match. We'll take things to a short break. When we come back, we'll get an interview with the winning team, so don't go too far. We'll talk with St. Clair after a short break. Welcome back. St. Clair on the a nice offensive win there. They didn't look too clean cut. It wasn't the cleanest win that they've had, but again, a win is a win is a win is a win. So they're going to be happy taking that one away and staying undefeated. We'll now be joined by Brandon from the St. Clair Saints roster for an interview. Brandon, congratulations. You guys played pretty well throughout the matchup here today. I guess I'll just kind of kick things off with more of a hard-hitting question. That first, the Fortress hard point didn't look as clean cut as you guys might have liked it to, or what we've typically seen from you guys in a lot of ways. Is that a new map that you're trying to kind of work into your rotation?
Yeah, we're trying to get better at like all of our maps. Like we kind of got sloppy near the end. We were playing pretty good at the beginning, I think, and then near the end we kind of just got complacent and just kind of let them like have things that they shouldn't have been having. We gave a lot of art control and a lot of green control, which we shouldn't have been doing.
Gotcha.
Yeah, definitely. So, I mean, as the maps and modes progress, you guys continue to look better and better on Fortress. Obviously, we just got, a triple dose of that today. I guess that map, and you saying you were working on it for Hardpoint, what are you most trying to improve on that map in a given mode? Is there one you're trying to do in particular, or do all three of them need some brushing up?
Pretty much all of them need brushing up. It's just like Fortress is such this game is a very slow game, but Fortress is one of those just bang out games where every time you're playing a Fortress, you're just gonna be sprinting. It's gonna be constant gunfights. It's about getting better communication and lining up communication with teammates to make sure everything's flowing.
Definitely. So, maybe on a 10-point scale or whatever you guys are feeling, I guess we'll keep the conversation around a map pool, seeing that we're getting ready to go into the postseason here in just a short couple of weeks. How confident are you guys in your map pool? Do you feel you have one of the deepest in the league, or is it one that, it's kind of crunch time and you really got to focus up?
I'd say our map pool is pretty deep. I mean, all of our players on our team are really, really good players, fundamentally and by themselves. So you put us on any map and we're gonna be able to do what we do. So I think our map pool, I'd say about 8 out of 10.
Nice.
Cool. I mean, next week you guys have a pretty tough matchup going up against the other undefeated team inside of your conference. Against the Wichita State roster. What's the feeling going into that matchup? Are you guys confident that you'll be able to pull off a pretty easy 3-0, or is it going to be more of a concise focus on focusing up on the little things you guys need to work on as a team?
Oh, we're confident going into that map. We just recently played them in another league, and that brought the confidence up. We beat them there 3-1, so the confidence going into that match is pretty high. And yeah, I think it's gonna be fun.
Cool. I'm sure that'll probably be a matchup on stream, so we'll probably get to see you guys again next week. But regardless, congratulations on the 3-0 today. Hopefully to see you guys going forward and keep that undefeated record alive.
Thank you.
Alrighty, well, that'll do it for the interview and our first best of 5 matchup. We've got another best of 5 on the way. James Madison taking on the side of a foe from far away, Davenport University. It's going to be a fun best of 5 series. Hopefully it goes down to the wire. Things are going to get quite mixy within that best of 5. Before we send things to a break though, Cash, any closing thoughts on the St. Clair series?
Yeah, again, definitely one where you talk about it. They're just simply looking like a national contender team, right, championship-wise, and I'm excited to see what they continue to do. It's a team that we are more than familiar with, especially talking to Brandon. It's one that, again, what can they do to push their ceiling even higher?
Absolutely. A 5-map doozy around the corner between Davenport and the side of James Madison, so don't go too far. We'll be back in just a minute for the Naystar League. vibes are high in the production area, but the stakes are higher here inside of this best of 5 series. James Madison looks to stay undefeated against Davenport. Davenport really looking to do, just that. Both these teams undefeated, the top of their division inside of East Conference 3. Take a look at the rosters real quick here for both of these two teams. Bray, T-Web, Poker, and Kelp on the side of James Madison. Flip side, Gecko, Sheldon, Exib, and Thrax. 3 of those players last year were for this Davenport University, and Gecko, Sheldon, and Thrax. They've played together for quite some time. They were a force to be reckoned with inside of a lot of collegiate leagues, even placing within the top 25 of some power rankings for a lot of teams last year. I believe they were even inside the top 15. So this is a very solid team. Exib joining this as well is going to make this a fun ride for Davenport. We'll start the conversation off with James Madison, of course, who just took their first loss in another league the other night against a very talented Mars Hill team. But regardless of that fact, I think the main conversation here should be talking about who is the main focal point of this James Madison roster, and I think you look no further than T-Web. T-Web has been incredible throughout the entirety of the season, and although I don't have an exact, KD average to be able to bring to you, let's just say he's been frying on a multitude of factors, and I don't think that slows down here. He's an AR that if he gets going is very difficult to shut down, and once he is able to take over a map, the SMGs go crazy. You pair that up with the other AR and Poker, things get out of whack very, very quickly.
Yeah, they can definitely unsettle and disrupt the cadence of a lot of teams that they look to play against. And again, we look at their maps and modes for tonight. We're going to kick things off on a Hydro. We've seen JMU play in the last couple of weeks on a Hydro hardpoint where, again, T-Web opened things up, I think, on a 7 or 8 spree, as you were calling it. And it's one where they can be a threat very early on. They can force you to have to make adjustments maybe earlier than you had thought. So one where it's a squad that likes to, play on their ability to disrupt other teams' game plan going into the night. And one that Davenport has to very much be ready for, right? This is a this is a match you've had circled on the calendar for some time. You got to know between these two teams, being undefeated, being at the caliber that they're playing this season, JMU are simply put on a tear, and for Davenport, maybe a slight underdog coming into this one.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you on that in that regard as well, because, with how good James Madison have been, realistically, this is a team that we have very high playoff aspirations for and could be fighting for, again, national championship at the end of the year. There's obviously a lot of other teams that are very good and highly touted across the board, but just talking about the collegiate season as a whole for James Madison this season, they have really not been tested all that much, at least early on in their season. They weren't able to just kind of skate by. There were some very close games that they had to play, but realistically speaking, these last few weeks and these weeks ahead are going to be the hardest part of the collegiate season, whether it's in NACE or other collegiate leagues around the sphere, because they just flat out say it, they have been good, but they have not played the top teams yet. So that'll be what we see here today, a very good Davenport University team, which I guess we'll take the conversation to now. Gecko has kind of been one of those guys that I look at on this team, at least, and just kind of say, this is not only a focal point of the team, but he has just been consistent over the last few years, which is something that you need on a Davenport team that hasn't really changed up all that much. Look for him to really be able to be that first person to take initial gunfights and really be a difference maker on the map.
Yeah, and you're gonna need a hard counter for, again, we gassed up the ARs of JMU and what we've seen of them, right? We need to see someone, and Gecko being that call to action to kind of go head to head with T-Web. That'll be the matchup I'm looking at, in and around the map of, okay, how well do they balance each other out around the map? And then again, what lanes or what opportunities does that give to maybe your flex player or your couple of subs running around the map? So even if both ARs aren't having the best performance, trust that it's gonna elevate and open doors for their teammates to also get in the mix. That's definitely what I'm gonna be having my eye out for here, because again, both of these players bring so much to their teams, both tangibly and intangibly, and it's one that I'm more than excited to dive into. You play on a Hydro where things, straight up and down, the spawns get a little crazy at times. You really have to play the map kind of divided into thirds from left to right? So long as P2 is still active, you're going to be spawning there even if you're trying to rotate for P3. So you have to pick and choose your gunfights where you would like, and teams at this point in the game like to play around that, and again, that goes for both sides of the map. So again, really, who's going to come out? I like to talk about fundamentals of Call of Duty, because again, I think fundamentals beat out raw gun skill more times than not whenever you can play the game soundly and the best that you can. So when you keep things simple, you play the game how it's supposed to be, things usually pan out in your favor, especially especially if you get, those gunfights going your way as well. So for either team here, keeping it simple. I'd love to see flashy play from, T-Web or from Gecko, but ultimately it's who's going to be more sound at this point in the season. I think that's going to be more promising and rewarding going into the postseason.
Yeah, and it's not just to point out one player on the side of Davenport either. I think the thing I got my blinkers on is going to be Thrax. He has been a very powerful AR presence, so that'll be fun to kind of watch him play in the back lines and see if he can match up against the likes of T-Web, against the likes of Poker, who are going to be those two high-flying ARs that you're going to see really try to influence the map in the best way that they can for James Madison. This should be a genuinely good matchup between both of these two schools and both of the rosters in respectability. Not just because they're close in the overall complexion of their scores and their standings thus far in the season, but because both of these rosters have a genuine comparison between one another, and can really take a turn no matter where you go. Either way, Exit gonna be the first one up the map. Prey looking for a gunfight here onto Sheldon. Sheldon will walk away with a 1 versus 1 gunfight with 1 HP. Stun gonna take him out. 2v2 trade back and forth, but it's Davenport who have not only gotten themselves in for the initial time, but continue to hold this up as James Madison deep spawn on the left portion of the minimap.
But T-Web is already through, and the call is going to be in for Sheldon to have an eye out for it. Top rock, shaky shots. Sheldon will connect at the end of it and keep spawns for Davenport. And now James Madison putting pressure through the front of P1. Still 20 or so seconds up for grabs, which they're going to be able to get at this point. But the flank has been sniffed out. You're spawning about as far out as you possibly could, and it's going to be quite the trek to get over and contest P2 early.
I mean, realistically, if you are James Madison here, you're trying to effectively minimize the damage that has been put onto you. You want to get the rest of the scrap time here so you can start pushing forward the rest of the map. But as the gunfights have been won by those purple arrows, James Madison now have at least an availability to get into this hill, and the spawns start to flip completely in the opposite way. So now James Madison's going to be here. You see Kelp spawn directly in between two different Davenport players, and as he looks right, T-Web is going to be there. Excuse me, Fax is going to be there, but it's James Madison in and around the hill at the moment. 2 versus 2 off screen. Player number 7 going to be sitting there, and it's Sheldon who walks away with the trade onto the hands of Gecko. Yeah, that's so unfortunate with the trophy killing.
Yeah, it was a stun on the opening break of trophy here, so Tag definitely making themselves known in this map, and Davenport still going to be garnering a lot of this time. 30 seconds up for grabs, and it felt like most of this hill went by with how crazy spawns were going for a moment. There's still a lion's share of time here to be gathered. Finally, spawns will come in for James Madison with T-Web still being out on rotation, and Kelp, well, you'd like to see him get on the board here. Of course, you talked about him being an impactful player too at different times, and one where if he can get going, this team should be looking just fine for now. Close, if not nearly tied game going into P3.
I was just going to bring that off on a tangent too. Talking about Kelp specifically, kind of going into this, it's like, he's an interesting puzzle piece to this team because, like, in a 4-man jigsaw that is a Call of Duty roster, you have to have your fair share of what you bring to the table, and Kelp has, the ability to bring a lot, and nothing at the same time. And I don't mean that in a negative way, in like a mean way, but like a lot of the things that Kelp can bring into a series very much depends on the momentum that he brings into a series. And if he's not able to get going early on, he struggles in a lot of the ways. He's a very inconsistent player, and if that can change, James Madison becomes indefinitely more scary. But right now, Davenport just needs to take advantage of the early lackluster play from Kelp, really start to blow this out of proportion, because if they can't and Kelp starts to turn things around, James Madison can just start flying.
They absolutely can take advantage of what's in front of them, as you had said, and for the Panthers, they get a break on into P3, but James Madison will get the last laugh. They'll get the spawns here, pushing across the map, trying to get over to P4, where Davenport have a great map spread and look to try to cut off some of these lanes. Again, this game playing neck and neck. We expect this series to play just as close. Who can look to explode? And for James Madison, of course, you have your pivotal player, T-Web, who's absolutely frying here.
I mean, the fact that he takes that challenge while weak, gets tagged, of course, by a trophy system at the same time. Was on 4 in a row before he got cut down. But, I mean, regardless of the fact, T-Web has done a great job of being in the air up above Davenport, being able to cut down most important lanes. But it has been Davenport who have got out early on the rotations for the most part. They're having some good breaks here and there, heavily contested hills. But really the main point still continues to be the struggles from Kelp, as he's now 1 in 12. We said maybe uncharacteristic from him to really start off this bad. This is just downright not having a great start and not having a good game.
Yeah, at this point we're past the start, right? It's one where you're just trying to get a free beat. You're trying to get a couple kills strung together, and again contribute to your team the best you can. Maybe at that, just trying to find hill time. But you look at Exib, not only out to 12 and 7, but with 60 seconds in the hill over that. So a 30-point game here. Exib really doing a lot for the team. Sheldon close to now tying in the slaying column, but for Davenport, it hasn't looked as good as, again, for you hate to shine so much light on it, but with it being what feels like a 3v4, right? Just to put it out there, Davenport, you feel like they should be blowing out the scoreline, but that just goes to show that again, Kelp is still making an impact around the map, even if it's in comms, finding a way to keep his team in it, as well as T-Web and Prey out to nice scorelines.
Semtex stun in towards the point. Thrax trying to break in with the rest of Davenport, and they'll do just that. Kelp one from the outside was at least able to pepper up one, walks away with a gunfight win, and now in the back line, Prey will be able to find yet another kill. Davenport trying to get over that 100-point mark, the first team to reach triple digits, still only a 20-point advantage though, as Gecko snaps back onto Prey. The contestant still here and towards the last back half of the hill. Scrap time could be won by the side of James Madison. Point number 6 in Exib falls. Last 15 seconds should go relatively uncontested.
AD player on the outside looking in, but Prey is going to go hunting and find the kill there to lock down the last 10 seconds of time. This will be a nearly tied game going back to P1. Again, I'm looking for either team to try to create separation here. Influence spawns the best you can, control majority of the map, and your ARs need to continue to make an impact like they have. Here we go, tied game, Hill popped, and Davenport, they're looking to try to rally, but it's 3 in the feed for James Madison.
It's a great 3 down there. There's 48 seconds left on the hill. T-Web starting to make his way forward. Knows that Poker's there for a nice little flank, but Gecko will win the 1 versus 1. Snaps around. Great information and a beautiful read off the communication from Davenport that another player was coming in from the backside. Gecko trying to hold down the top of Dome at the moment. Saw Kelp trying to make his way forward. Right now, James Madison is in the same position they were off rip of this game. On the outside looking in. No spawns over for P2. Just trying to play for the back scraps of P1.
They want to get a couple kills and fly. You know that's what they're trying to do to influence spawns. But Davenport, they're playing so far out of P2 that, again, they're putting so much pressure on mid-map that simply the Bulldogs have no avenue to get through. They're just funneling once and again over and over through this top side, trying to find any opening where they're able to. And that's going to give the clean amount of time at the opening of P2 to Davenport when this looks to pop. Running into pre-aims. A spawn out maybe coming in for a moment, but for JMU, again, whether it be through a flank, whether it be through bowling out one lane, they're going to have to find some footing here and try to break into P2 early.
Oh, Prey had the right idea, was looking for exit from behind. Just wasn't able to walk away with a gunfight win. Got there on the snap just a bit too late, but Poker will be able to open the engagement all the way in the back line. This should influence the spawns out for James Madison, and now that everybody's here in the back line, Sheldon and Thrax will be able to pair for 2. You got to think maybe, just maybe, they hold on here, but as the team kill comes in and Prey is there, the last person alive inside of the point is going to be Exit, and they'll be cut down. Spawn's still going to be relatively close, though, for Davenport, which I really didn't expect all that much, but as T-Web is left alive with 1 HP, Kelp is there around the corner to go ahead and find that last kill. So if you're able to cut down him, you know, for Davenport, you will be getting the last 15. Sorry, I'm kill feed chasing yet again, so...
It's one where this P2 has played so back and forth that again Davenport, you realize they're out to a 30-point lead with this one. James Madison, they do what they can. They try to get close spawns, but none lucky one comes in. And yeah, simply put, the Panthers now bit by bit starting to run up the scoreline, right? It's 10 points here after 1 hill, 20 points there, and now they're out to a 40-point lead and control of P3. James Madison gonna try to rally back, get a break on this one, but it's not all that easy if you don't have spawns in the back. T-Web will open things up for the team. A pinch developing on the hill quickly. Do the Panthers have their cut block?
Here comes T-Web, off-screen engagement, going to go the opposite way. Pinstripe kill feed allows the James Madison side of things to get 2 kills to go their way, but the team kills this game have been insane from both of the rosters. Something they need to clean up. A bit sloppy here in the opening stages of this best-of-5 series. Yet another one comes through. T-Web onto Prey. Need to communicate where those nades are getting thrown out to, or at least that you're going to be throwing one close. Kelp in around the corner, not going to be able to snap onto the player he was looking for. And as Davenport are still in towards this hill, the score is running up bit by bit. And at a certain point, you have to wonder, when will this be unmanageable for James Madison?
Poker definitely going all in on that one
there,
and going all in there. And again, I mean, looking at things, right? The Panthers are just controlling the map that much better. And again, putting in the slaying column, you have Exib and Sheldon out to over 20 kills each, 90 seconds in the hill for Exib also. And again, just slower, even, you know, more lackluster performances coming in from JMU. T-Web not having a takeover game like we know he's able to, and they're just not able to find any kind of momentum behind it. Now 70 points, and Davenport looking more and more comfortable as this game goes on. JMU get a couple more clean pushes here, but again, if they get the rest of this time, well, this one should be all but over.
Nice 4 down, though. That's going to give them 30 seconds of time to work with, but Spawn's still close for at least 1. Exib going to be there, and all 3 are going to be spawning up now as Prey looking forward. First kill going to come out from T-Web. Second one going to fall as well. 4 in a row from T-Web now as Prey will go ahead and tack things on. An 8 streak between 3 different players on James Madison. With 15 seconds here, if they're able to garner all the rest of this scrap time, they might just be looking at themselves and availability to string this back over towards the opposite side of the map. This game not over. Still a lot of work to be done by James Madison, but a good rotation here and some solid time might just give them what they needed to get back in this hard point.
And Kelp on a critical gunfight to keep spawns for P5. Now they're going hunting for him. Sheldon will end up finding him, but again, it was enough to get his teammates spawns close, get them a decent setup over at P5. Now the push coming in from water side. Is Poker going to be ready for it? The double checks in, connects for some damage, isn't able to find a kill as Exit does connect. So a quick break coming in. JMU need to bounce back into this one, try to find themselves a good setup beyond the hard point here as the Panthers are prowling on the outside.
They got put in the blender. Davenport had a great break through the front, but it was James Madison with those close spawns that were able to win the majority of the gunfights, get themselves in for the time, and they've gotten themselves basically a full 25, almost 30 seconds here in the first 30. 25 left. Scrap time going to be on the backside, and as Prey is now on 6 in a row, T-Web on 6 in a row, 2 streaks to work with for James Madison. Here come the Bulldogs. They're starting to heat up here towards the end of the hydroelectric for map 1.
Starting to rally back, definitely so. And again, the couple streaks to work with is going to be so influential. They're going to put pressure on P2 spawns. They have yet to win a P2 rotation the entirety of this game. Sure, P1 is all you need to close it out, but you'd like to think that both teams are going to play it scrappy. It's going to go back and forth, and no one's going to walk away with surely 40 seconds of clean time on P1, given even the pinch developing. But again, those 2 streaks, when are they going to come into effect? Poker already on a 4 once again.
Oh, but T-Web spawns in the back, so if he's able to get there in time, Sheldon might not be able to realize this, but a streak going to be used over the top by T-Web here for the time. Will he be able to find anything with it? The answer, no. Trophy system down on the hill, going to connect with that cruise missile to prevent it from causing havoc on the players of Davenport. Kelp now out, hipfire shots going to connect, 12 and 27. Just a lackluster game 1, but it just speaks to the volume of how deep James Madison can go with just the other 3 players, that they have the advantage here in the late stages of the hard point. 25 seconds needed for James Madison to take map number 1. Davenport here for a break. Another streak in over the top is going to connect. Poker with 1. 15 seconds won't win the game. There needs to be talk of rotations, and guess who's there? It's T-Web.
T-Web there and forces all 3 players to spawn out. So again, Gecko going to be the only one close by, able to contest this, and he is completely surrounded. Pops Deddy and gets the unfortunate timing. Prey, Kelp combined for a couple. You gotta flight this, Jamie. You just need 6.
Thrax was able to slip the knot, was behind Prey. Now you have to push in towards the point by yourself with no reinforcements. T-Web gonna be there, but it's Poker from the dome that helps his teammate out. James Madison back from the depths in map number 1 will take Davenport down. A 1-0 lead, and this best of 5 might just prove to be crucial in the late stages of this hard point. And of course, this best of 5 series.
It's like 203 to 155 when we went into P5. I mean, it was, and that was a 100-point game, or excuse me, 100 to, get a 13-point swing that Jamie were able to make there to win. It's 155 to like 203. So I mean, Davenport a breakdown, and just at some point in P5 the kill feed just went purple and simply stayed purple. I mean, 2 players went on 6 sprees to at the same time, 12 in a row. It was a very clean kill feed out of the Bulldogs, a great way for them to rally back. You said the work wasn't done yet for the Panthers, and again, I didn't expect that strong of a resurgence coming in out of JMU to bring that one back, but glad they did, because that was quite the show there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just looking back on that game, you know, T-Web, Prey both getting 6, finding both those streaks. I mean, so much utility was used, especially on a very open map like Hydroelectric. But again, like Poker almost was able to turn up for a 6th spree of his own. We talked a lot about T-Web. We talked a lot about Poker. We didn't really mention Prey all that much, and Prey was the one who really led the way throughout much of that first hard point there, and ended the game, I think, with like 35 or something like that too, which was exponentially better than really anybody else on his team and anybody else in the lobby. So big tip there to Prey. You got to tip the cap on that. Very typical performance from map 1. But again, I don't think it can be understated enough. Kelp not having a good performance, like we kind of have, I don't want to say expected that to happen, but it's been a struggle bus for him on a not so consistent basis that continues to hinder James Madison's success as an overall team. Him not being able to excel to high heights, sure, he's getting some hill time here and there, but you know, going like 13 and 30 in map 1 doesn't help anything or any case. And the fact that you were still able to beat Davenport in that regard when it's essentially a 3 versus 4 on the map, that should tell you a lot about what James Madison brings to the table. And again, that just exemplifies what T-Web, Prey, and Poker do on the map every single game, every single mode. So the things need to change quickly here in the James Madison camp if you want a good chance at the playoffs at the end of the year. You want to be a top team. I know it's always hard to say goodbye to a player, or maybe bring another player in late in the season, but Cash, I mean, it's hard to watch.
Yeah, it definitely is again the end, because when Kelp plays well, you talked about it. The ceiling for this team is just it's through the roof, plain and simple. But again, with how inconsistent it is, and you expect a slower start or lackluster performance, that's a hard thing to be able to call, right? And say that, well, it's kind of expected at times, and you never want that to be the bullseye on your back. But at the end of the day, you want to compete with the top dogs. You're gonna have to find a way to perform consistently, night in and night out. Your teammates put on heroic performances, and again, it's got to be a collective four-piece effort from you. You barely squeeze out a win there against a very good Davenport team. You know they're not going to let it go as easy in the search and destroy, and we'll switch gears to LSCLO here, but what does James Madison have in store, and what can all four players bring to the table?
This is unfortunate, too, if you are Davenport. You're going into the James Madison playground right now. They love to get ratty. They love to put themselves in good positions to get early picks. If you allow them to continuously do that in the map, well, your chances in a series go down exponentially. In towards the bomb site, Kelp is going to be laying down. Thrax is going to be trying to just peek in for a challenge. Doesn't spot anything out just yet, but as he gets in, Kelp is going to be able to pop up and find the first blood here in the round. 4 versus 3, now a 4 versus 2. As Prey on the other side of the map will cut down Sheldon.
Kelp just trying to stay alive and around the site, isn't able to, so Exib and Gecko will combine for a couple, but it'll be a 2v1, so at least the job a bit easier for Exib, and you also have Bomb. Maybe trying to find a gimme. Maybe trying to find an opportunity to find a free kill. No Deddy going to be available running the trophy system, so a lot of those will be made if he looks to try to sprint out of the site. Bomb should be going down. The stun connects, though, and that might just be the plan for it.
That's beautiful right there from Poker. Good information. Stun check will allow them to get all the information that they needed in the last portion of the round. And James Madison, after the first kill comes in, Kelp inside of that A-bomb site. This guy walking to a 1-0 lead.
Let's see what they have up sleeves offensively here. A CeeLo being an S&D map that a lot of teams will turn to, like you said, whether it be for James Madison, right, trying to get ready to play those corners. We see teams also play fast and aggressive on it. It really does cater to several different strategies and play styles for squads, and well, sometimes you just have to throw things and see what sticks. And for the Bulldogs, it's looking like a quick and decisive push towards this top side of the map. They may not fully commit to B, but with the way they're flying across here, the call will be in out of the Panthers. Sheldon gonna make that in. Now you're going to try to work this top side here and find some picks and back towards Warehouse.
I mean, if you are James Madison, you're lucky right there that, you don't get cut down by a Semtex or a nade that comes up over the top. The sniper will find the second. Now a third comes through as well. Last one going to be back in behind that B zone. And then a 1 versus 4. The second player out and towards the rooftop is going to be able to cut that player down. So nice nade placement from James Madison. Cuts down one of the power positions. Sheldon falls first. Davenport can't retaliate. And James Madison, once again, smooth sailing to a 2-0 lead.
They're winning in the first bloods. They're playing with their tempo and pacing around the map. And again, I say it week in and week out, but I love seeing it, at least from an analyst standpoint, that you give B a good look. Davenport have to respect that from now on, knowing that this early on you're willing to go towards it. It's going to make them split up their reinforcements. They're not going to really be able to push out A44. Sure, they could. But again, they're going to try to pay respect to that, given that you found success over that side, especially it's one that they'll have to pay homage to. And you're getting aggressive in and through mid, but it's T-Web who combines for the first Prey, up and in your base for the second and third, and the blink of an eye. We're sitting here looking at a 1v2.
See, again, this is what we talk about when we say, you cannot allow James Madison to get aggression on the map, because they will force their hand every single round, especially on LSCLO when a search and destroy is concerned. But now that things are in the 1 versus 1, Bomb is going to be down. T-Web with the sniper in hand doesn't have any information on where Gecko is besides where he was able to find that last kill. So going to be very, very passive last few seconds here. It's going to come down to the offensive side. Who's going to be able to get towards an advantageous position first?
And the call should be in that it's T-Web left with the sniper. You're going to try to avoid some long lines of sight. I'm going to get scooped up here. Going to grab a Vaznev as well. Going to wrap towards B, and you might be able to get T-Web off here, or maybe trying to play the timing, a little do-si-do, ring around the rosy here. Who gets the better of it? Bomb going down now, though.
Good timing for T-Web. Going to spot his leg out. Won't be able to walk away with a gunfight. And now Gecko has the information on where T-Web is going to be. Trying to play around the door. Going to be able to challenge out at the right time. Beautiful there from Gecko to win the 1 versus 2 at the end of the round. And what was great aggression early on, where they were able to find 3 opening gunfights. All of a sudden, Gecko goes massive in the final round right there to get himself back into a good position. Davenport on the board for the first time in the search and destroy.
A great play there in the 1v1, just to keep moving, keep T-Web questioning where you were, and a great clutch up. Gecko more than paving the way for his squad back in this one. Finds 3 in that round for the clutch to get them on the board. Now can your teammates bring anything behind you? Is James Madison back on the offensive try? Look to be bullying out mid-map here, but again, you see that 3-pronged effort coming in out of the Panthers. They're trying to cover these lanes and then collapse on the site.
Big first blood there by Exib. Will cut down Poker. It's been a shining star of aggression here for James Madison. Bomb will go down though. Kelp inside of the bomb site, going to be stuck by himself. There is an opportunity for a trade on the outside as T-Web is going to be playing by the kegs. He's going to pop the dead silence and start to make his way forward. They don't know where player 6 and Prey is at the moment, so it's going to be a bit of a difficult gunfight to be able to take. Thrax 0-3 to start the search and destroy here. T-Web will walk away with the gunfight. Vaz Nev in hand. 3 versus 3. 25 seconds left, and the retake on the site has to be quick here if you are the side of Davenport. Sheldon will walk away. Now it's T-Web last alive in a 1 versus 3. They have no idea where he is, but the trade should come in immediately, and as everybody collapses on the site, Davenport will take a stunning defensive round back-to-back here inside of the search and destroy to tie things up at 2 apiece.
A tale of twos, both teams ripping off consecutive rounds, as you had said, now tying things up here. And both teams countering each other well, making adjustments. James Madison takes 2 rounds, Davenport has to make the adjustment, and they counter aggression with aggression. This is what I was excited to watch both of these teams do. Just play at a ridiculous pace, flying around the map, and, you know, see who kind of wins when the dust settles. Davenport get the better edge of that one here. 3 players still left standing as well to close out that round, and with Thrax not being on the board yet, you're still satisfied with the 2-2 tie here in the mid portion of this S&D.
Back to offense for Davenport. Last time it was James Madison who won the initial gunfights, but Gecko, with an inspiring performance, was able to clutch the round up for the Panthers, which gave them their first round in the search and destroy. They'll look to go ahead and bring 3 rounds together here, give themselves a lead in a map 2 that feels like a must-win in this best of 5. T-Web down below, over towards this A control point. Nobody making their way even further up that 50-point part of the map. As Davenport will continue to play slow here. A first pick on the loom as Sheldon will pop dead silence. Gets past T1.
And through the back caused so much chaos now. I don't know if they're going to be watching for it, but with Diddy popped, here comes the fight patio, and Sheldon takes it to him, tries to get out with his life here. No one going to be on the chase, but T-Web does get the trade in around A control. So yeah, the outside taken care of. Now you know the battle's going down inside. Thrax gets on the board with a good one there to clear out more of this A side, and you open the door. Hello. Preo finds one. Exit with the trade. Now a quick 2v1.
Last alive is T-Web here on defense, looking for someone in towards the A site. No more dead silence to work with. Doesn't realize that player number 1 in Gecko is behind him in the spawn side. Could cause for an upset here in just a moment. Bomb will go down here though, so it will be information at least on 1 player for Davenport. T-Web trapped now between 2 different places. Going to be able to find the first. Not going to realize there's one behind, and that's just good placement from Davenport there at the post-plant position. As quickly as James Madison were able to take those first 2 rounds, Davenport has slapped them in the face and stormed back to a 3-2 lead.
And that's been off of just playing a bit different, whether it be aggression at times defensively. I mean, Gecko through the back lines again, offensively, just not what you were expecting to play, a little more in front of you or a little around the site. Like you said, Panthers catching James Madison off guard for now. Performances have slowed down as well from the red hot start that a lot of these players had. Gecko out to 6-2, Exit 5-4 as well, but Panthers playing very coordinated around the map and good in their decisions.
Kelp, you need to be careful there. You can't get caught sprinting yet again. The last time they sent all over towards B. They weren't ready for it this time, though. They send pressure. They're able to cut you down immediately. And it's been the tale of this entire series so far. Kelp running with his gun up, not being able to take gunfights, and just getting cut down in non-advantageous ways. It's just so heartbreaking to see, but regardless of the fact, it's still a 3 versus 3. Well, it was a 3 versus 3. T-Web with a sniper. 2 versus 2. Cuts that player down. Bomb, though, still down in the B alleyway. And there's just so much open land that Davenport can work with. They've got themselves set up on some good power positions.
And I think they're aware that James Madison has to come to them. They've got to try to scoop this bomb. T-Web making a lot of noise here. And with the sniper up close and personal, maybe you're going to try to connect on exit, but a player not top AC playing around the site. What kind of timing do you get? T-Web up close and personal with the sniper will connect. Going to back off Sheldon. Now is able to scoop bomb here. They have no clue where he could be playing.
They don't. And Sheldon will get some good timing there on the T-Web, and with 20 seconds left, it's going to be a 1 versus 1 gunfight. And now a Deddy popped. Sheldon in the back line has to look for prey. Gun not going to be able to see him. Oh, that's so unfortunate. The timing there. No. The scar in the way. Not able to see him down below. You were bringing him in the right spot. You just couldn't see him.
It's just the worst timing. Nothing's worse than having the right idea, and then it just, guns blocking you, no worries.
Call of Duty.
Yep, Call of Duty, and with that, Davenport take 4 straight rounds in this S&D to really almost put this one out of reach. I mean, one more round will put them at map point. For them to be able to strike back, JMU haven't really been able to retaliate or make a response in, well, 4 rounds. They're going to have to look to do that here as they get a good defensive setup in. The Panthers slow things down a touch off this break, trying to catch anyone out.
Some will switch it up a bit. Instead of having help inside of this A-bomb site, Prey will be the one looking to stop the initial push from Davenport here on the offensive side. There are 2 players up in the north portion of the map who have started to make their way back in towards middle map. They want to work out over towards B. Of course, there's going to be availability to do so. Sheldon not able to connect with the sniper, had the right idea, but get some information on where the defense might be playing. Poker will back all the way off to the rest of his teammates who are in the safe haven of the middle map at the moment. As Exib still has the bomb in hand, making tons of noise here by this A site. You just gotta wonder, will Prey be able to walk away with a gunfight if he spots out Exib?
I don't see him. Nate comes in over the top and is able to connect, but Kelp is able to open up the first blood, so... Because going down, Sheldon connects the sniper, and man, now you gotta 3v2. Bomb's still down though, but with that sniper in hand, you feel like you gotta get up close and personal with a pistol. You're gonna try to scoop the bomb and get it down, favoring James Madison. They know where you're coming from, but Thrax, that kill might have just sign sealed it.
T-Web once alive again in a 1 versus 3. Is able to find the first kill. On the bomb is the second one there, but he's able to finish it and walk away with his life. Sheldon will fall. Now T-Web 1 versus 1. I don't know if I like just running into the site like that.
Yeah, that's the... Yeah, I think that maybe the nerves of the moment getting to you. I thought he was going to run out A control and get away with his life. Maybe just trying to not give up the side again. Either way, a tough one to take.
Bro, you just see him running to the side and he's like, oh shoot, I gotta get out of here. And he just turned back around, started running back the other way.
Like a Simpsons gif where he gets the hat, throws it on the stand, and we'll be seeing you.
I'm so glad we're on the same wavelength there. 10-5 from T-Web. Unfortunately, hasn't been enough to get more than 2 round wins for James Madison. Struggle both for Poker and Kelp here in map 2 has not helped out the performance, but Davenport, what they were so good at last year was search and destroy. They've been able to go ahead and find themselves a 5-2 lead, 1 round away from being able to tie the series up at 1 apiece and force a map number 4 at the very least. Thrax down below gets some good shots up onto the player up top. Prey will now fall. Kelp pops dead silence in the 3 versus 2. James Madison looking to retaliate, equalize things back up, but now it's Kelp alive in a 1 versus 3. Dangerously close to ending out the search and destroy is Davenport here in the late round.
Everyone's stepping up to the plate here for the Panthers. Bomb's going to be wrapping over towards B, and as they look to clear out more and more of the site, they're going to have an idea. Even with Bomb being planted, we'll see how they like to play it, but Gecko quickly on the hunt here. Can he get good timing?
Open up. I think maybe if you hear Kelp, you hear Gecko there and you try to go for a gunfight. But with 6 HP, you're just trying to run away. Forrest Gump, go, baby, go! But the defuse is on now, and he's got to get all the way back over towards the site. So as far as you ran away, you got to run just that far back. But Gecko was on the chase down. And, well, I could have told you that from the beginning. Body shots are going to ring through. A couple extra just to pepper the dead course up. Is the 6-2 S&D win for Davenport is going to ring through. James Madison now going to have to go into a control, which has statistically been their worst game mode, and try to recuperate and win the series. Or not win the series, but at least get the advantage back.
The Panthers, 6 straight rounds in that search and destroy. The Bulldogs took the first 2, and it was 6 straight for the Panthers after that. So impressive from them just to make the adjustments and not look back. And we're going to stay on El Cielo for map 3. In the control, and it's one that, as you said, for James Madison, statistically there were some map mode, or maybe not map combo, but at least mode combo, and it's one that, like you said, if they want an advantage, they're going to have to rally back. It's one where that's the only map they took in a previous week, where again, it was the only one they took in a series, so one that they definitely can show that they can win and rally back when the pressure's on, and not necessarily saying the pressure's on in the series. We're tied 1-1, nothing too crazy, but this respawn, you were able to hold Davenport to a loss on the Hydro. You want to try to keep them slow, because again, once all 4 players start firing, how inconsistent a couple players have shown through 2 maps for JMU, it's one where you want to keep any advantage you can.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, look, if we're being completely candid again, if you're Davenport, those Panthers definitely thought that they probably let that map slip away from them in the first hard point, and it really, they did. They, you know, were on the unfortunate benefactor of James Madison's opportunity to start having their guns heat up, and once they did, they just kind of never looked back. And that happens. You get thrown in a blender, you know, sometimes you don't read a spawn correctly, and that leads to a 3-4 down, and you string a couple of those together. If you are the side of James Madison, well, then everything changes around completely, and you're looking at something completely different. But as we get ready to set up this LSCLO control, we're going to step aside, take a quick break. When we come back, we're guaranteed at least 4 maps. Don't go too far. Davenport, James Madison, it's getting spicy. Welcome back, Nate Star League. My name is McCormiel. With me is Cash. Fun series so far. James Madison took the first hard point. Second map, though, on LSCLO went to the search and destroy of Davenport. So the Panthers, now with fighting and breathing life in the series, we're guaranteed at least 4 maps. But the LSCLO control up next, a double dose before we go to an Embassy hard point, where this series could very well end. James Madison looking to recuperate what they lost in the search and destroy, which was the series lead. Davenport looking to get their claws into what would be their first lead in this best of 5 series. Regardless, though, coming into the search and destroy, we said, oh, this is the James Madison playground. They love to play ratty. They love to get into good power positions. And while at least that didn't ring true in the search and destroy, we can still assimilate that here to the control, where especially on the defensive side, if you allow Poker to lock down that south side of the map with the AR in hand, get on that radio tower, it might be GG quickly.
That's very good. Colorful way to put it for sure. No, it's definitely one where if T-Web can get to where he likes to be, it could bode poorly for the Panthers. So any amount of progress they can get here on this A site, keep everyone stunted and running off of spawn, going to bode well for them. First stick of progress going to be in, but a clean kill feed in response for JMU. They're going to look to rally back and push this line out of the map now into the Davenport spawn portion, and a couple more kills could put them sitting very well. The Panthers gonna try to get a spawn here, but again, things not looking all that great here off the start, barring that opening break.
And JMU's not too terribly upset with that. You let them get that first tick of progress, but in return, you're able to get yourself into a good position to break into the hill, get 4 down, and now you can force Davenport back on their defense or offensive side into the spawn. It's just a bit more. Players pushing up towards this B zone now, though. Players number 2 and 3, Sheldon and Thrax, have gotten their way up into the spawn side of James Madison. This will influence a deep bottom left mini map spawn for those purple arrows, and getting back over towards B is going to be that just much more difficult. However, with only 2 players on the zone here, nobody's really trying to stop the clock, and with 30 seconds left now in the round, Davenport really starts to need to make their move here. So as Sheldon's up on top, he'll go ahead and skip his life through top AC. 2 kills will yet again go the way of Davenport, and now over towards the B zone, you can start to stack this point.
Get the clearance they need. Looking to try to stack the point, as you had said, and off spawn, JMU are looking to fly at this also. They want to try to get this one more clearance without throwing too many lives on it. Only a tick of progress, so you know it's not a clean stack. The arrows starting to fly through Keg Alley, starting to fly through tools, and T-Web connects for a couple. Kelp gets traded out there, but again, with there's 1 player left, you can really sell out for this, but you got to make a quick transition back to A as well.
18 to 17, 1 life advantage, starting to go ahead and decrease the progress that Davenport had gotten over on B. But this is where you're going to start to see those red arrows make their way to the middle of the map and get back over towards the A zone. Prey, big gunfight in the middle of the map. That's going to cut down the first line of contact, and the time will stop at about 4.5 seconds as Gecko looks to make his way back over onto the point. T-Web is there. Beautiful pre-fire is going to be in, but T-Web gets that trade to go ahead and end the round out. So 2 ticks of progress to the side of Davenport on offense, but James Madison holds strong here early on in the control. They'll take their first round on the board just like they did yesterday.
The opening break was about the strongest thing. Davenport was able to walk away with that. They maybe got a decent look at B, but again, the damage control done by James Madison led, and of course spearheaded by T-Web there. Something that was able to keep them in their shape, keep them in their defensive form. And now on their offensive attempt, they're going to look to try to come out with, if not more firepower, to overwhelm this team and give themselves, again, as much breathing room as they can in this control. It's one where Davenport, once they get their guns hot, they're also good to go here. But for James Madison, they're trying to look to have a more balanced performance, and T-Web leading the way with 7-2.
First person pushed up is going to be Prey sitting in the corner. Dead silence pop. Now 2 players looking out towards the north portion of the map. One of those players was Kelp. It's cut down by Sheldon. First blood in the round to the side of Davenport. Minute 5 left on the clock here. Exib around the corner will be able to walk away with himself a nice little gunfight win. With 30 seconds already off the clock and nobody on James Madison being able to find any success early on in this round, it's going to be a flip-flop back over towards the A zone with Kelp trying to get into the spawn side of Davenport. Could be crucial later on in the game. However, his teammates are still trapped in their spawn side with Thrax being all the way up the map. Vaznev going to be good for 1 Sheldon there for a nice little trade. So yeah, if you're Kelp, maybe getting behind them and you go ahead and walk away with 2, but again, that doesn't matter as much when your team is getting spawn trapped.
Need to find a way to make an impact here quickly. 30 seconds already on the clock again. It feels like we're watching Shades of a Fortress Control, but I think even more so the point to make is teams are figuring out how they want to play defense. I think as the year goes on, we're continuing to see less and less offensive successes, and that's just because teams are finding the best way to manipulate and work the map in their advantage. Both teams showing that here. No ticks of progress earned for JMU. They're all stuck in white, all stuck pushing through field side, and with 10 seconds from dwindling, you're simply running into pre-aims.
It's all about who controls the chaotic map a little bit more, especially here on El Asilo. No ticks of progress for James Madison. 3 lives is all you were able to bleed off of the defensive team in Davenport. And after a stunning map 1 comeback, these last 2 maps have really been steamrolls here altogether for Davenport when slaying is concerned. That defense, not close at all. James Madison, you've got a lot of work to do the next time offense flips around.
Davenport want to try to take the defensive here. Themselves a 2-1 advantage in the control, and as you said, though the map 1, you feel like they let that one slip by. They've looked confident and confident more and more as these maps modes rounds have gone by. A scary sight for JMU. You need to make a stand sooner than later. Again, can't afford to get bullied out in the slaying column like they have been as of late, but for now things are close enough. Going into this next round, you've got to make a good stand. If you let Davenport get anything more than a few ticks, you could already be guaranteed that round 5 offense. But again, a 3 down to open things up. They make a good break here. Gecko dealing one last standing.
I like the personal adjustment there from Poker. Instead of playing out towards the open field, he plays a little bit further back in towards the middle of the map on the balcony side of things. It allows him to start cutting down Davenport players without getting himself in an unnecessary position. Prey around the corner. Beautiful double with the Vaznev as he gets out and aggressive towards the spawn side of Davenport. But Gecko's on 5 in a row now, trying to make it 6. So if he gets this final kill, it'll be streaks to open things up with here. Utility in the back pocket here for Davenport. That'll be just that. And there's another kill on the spawn side goes through for Davenport. You can start making your way over towards B. But James Madison have read this quite well, and now it's going to be the deep right spawn for Davenport, while James Madison not allowing anybody onto that B zone.
It's the same push we had seen last time for Davenport. They had 2 players up and towards B, trying to wait for their teammates to get kills off spawns, but this go around, the kills aren't coming in. Sure, Gecko's still alive and still on streaks, but no teammates close to getting over there. Maybe with Thrax finding the kill, they still have the opening. They're able to stop the clock. But again, if James Madison want to, they can sell out for this. Just one more clean set of kills could give them the ability to close this round out. But for now, Davenport, they're staying alive.
8 kills straight for Gecko before he finally falls. He was alive for, an entire round plus the opening 2 minutes of this round itself on the offensive side. So you got to tip that 14-5 performance. Prey now looking to make his way forward, but there's 3 players stacking the zone here from Davenport in a wayward nade will connect with Prey as Sheldon and Gecko can now start making their way forward. A good stack on this B zone will give them an extra minute to work with. And now Davenport with an 18-17 advantage. James Madison will finally go ahead, even that out for the time, but with a minute and 8, there's still plenty of ways that Davenport can win not only this round, but capture that A zone, as they've already got 3 ticks of progress here to bode for a round 5 if we go the distance.
Sheldon in a position to cut these players down off spawn, and with that kill should be locking down this cross. So just a matter of his teammates finding the kills on the site. Thrax with a beautiful drop shot there, but Prey's going to trade it out. The map a bit hectic, a bit crazy, and as you said, whoever can dictate that best can influence things the most. But the spawn's coming in behind Sheldon. So left where they weren't spawning close left, and now it's going to be able to form, push back across the map and rally, and with a couple kills going Prey's way. Well, Davenport scratching their heads now. 30 seconds left to do this one, and lives also not in their favor.
Prey is teed up. Hooker's out towards the right side of the map, looking for the player on the radio tower. As Sheldon falls, Thrax the last one there. It's a 4-1 trade. James Madison back on top. 22 seconds to get back over towards A. Still doable, but it's going to need to be a 4 down. And Prey, who's already found himself a streak, is now behind. 7 in a row. Won't be able to walk away with the final kills there, but he's done just enough to slow down this hit back over towards A. 2 kills from the side of Davenport, though, will allow them to get onto the zone. So with 10.6 seconds left on the clock, they've stalled things out. James Madison has to re-break.
They've got to find a way in. They're trying to find a way to contest and hold this time off. A couple kills will go their way continually. Gecko is able to go for one as well. You get clearance on the site. You're able to find these kills and trade them out. 5 seconds left. No one going to be close. That'll be the round. And though you gave up one site, Davenport only have 5 total ticks. So though you didn't get in there on your last go round, you had circled it on their attempt. Now we're at this point. James Madison, they need to capture all 6 to guarantee defense for round 5. Not only do they need to win the round, but again, they need those ticks to give themselves that defensive hold. And to get anything less than that, well, they're not looking at a good odds to get it.
Yeah, you got to get yourself at least 5, and then it goes down to the amount of kills on the board between the 2 teams after that point in time. So right now, kill feed going the way of Davenport. A few players still not having great impacts on the series. It's been 2 maps that we've had to point it out. The 3rd one might do the trick. Kelp 6 in 16 here, losing 10 lives. Outright is not always going to bode all that well, but as Prey gets the audio cue of the door opening, we'll be able to go ahead and play and dance around with Thrax, forces him to back off with 1 HP, but as he gets in through the doorway, it will be an immediate trade for himself onto Prey. 3 kills go the way of Davenport. There's still 1 here from James Madison. It's T-Web, but as he gets cut down, now it's going to be a ping-pong back over towards the A site. They want to take mid-map control here, but Davenport looking to scatter and push up the map before James Madison can react.
James Madison trying to push up and group up for an A hit, but again, Gecko in the backline is always going to be something you have to think about here. Players trying to feel it out, trying to find a couple of kills. You opened up with 1. Prey combined for a second. He seems like he's good for the second in the feed always, and now 1v1 on the site. Continue the progress bar going up. Sheldon will walk away with it, and again, for James Madison, it's just looking a bit disconnected at times. Unsure of what the exact push they want to make is, and with time dwindling, they're going to have to make a decision soon.
Yeah, it's just been pure sheer confidence from Davenport every single time that they've been able to take to the field on defense. Back over on A, though, is where the progress is starting to go ahead and ramp itself up at. James Madison is going to be there. Only 1 player from Davenport on the point right now, trying to go ahead and decrease the amount of progress that has already made its way onto the A zone to where it's basically nullified and back down to 0. James Madison discombobulated around the map and trying to create a pinch play in towards the middle, and as Prey is able to find 2, he has been the sole possessor of James Madison's even somewhat remote success in map number 3, but as Thrax is able to find 2 back over at A. It's a 1 versus 1 gunfight that needs to take place, and on screen, James Madison still trying to continue to go ahead and progress both zones.
You have the numbers. Poker's able to win the gunfight over at A, and everyone's selling out the fly at this. Now for Davenport, can you hold pre-aims? Can you trade effectively here? A 1v1 for the round for the site to keep Davenport alive. What can you do here is T-Web finds a kill over the top, and now you've got Prey stopping the clock. Everyone has to rally back for this one.
And if you're Prey, you can't get too aggressive. Gecko gonna make him pay for it. You needed to just stack the zone, keep lives, and an even Kemp pace. But as you're only able to find 2 ticks, you're looking for the 3rd, and everybody gets shut down. So the over-aggression there from Prey, yes, he's having a great game, but it was unfortunately not rewarded for them. They're back on the A zone, just trying to stall out the clock, but as the time ticks to 0, James Madison, they will be on offense yet again here, as Davenport has the tick advantage going into this 5th and final round of the control. They are looking very good to be able to sink their teeth into what would be a serious lead with a 2-1 advantage if they're able to take another defense, which they have yet to drop here on control.
And if you just have a look across the scoreboards, right, and again, you had brought up in the beginning some just slower performances for James Madison, and for the side of Davenport, everyone finding a way to, you know, distribute the workload and be effective on the map where they need to, whether it be objective kills, ticks secured. Gecko leading the way for the squad once again. You pointed him out at the top of the show, being an impact player for this team, and everyone rallying now to close this one out. As you said, getting themselves their first advantage in the series if they can pull this off. Just one more defense to do it. What do you have left?
If anybody's going to have to step up, it's got to be Kelp. You know, if you're T-Web, if you're Poker, you're allowed to have a few bad games, especially with the performance that you've been able to put on this series so far. But with Kelp, you know, ever since pointing out this last round, he was like 6-16. He's had 2 kills since that point, and basically a round and a half. First tick of progress over towards A. James Madison working this offense a bit better than they were able to the last time through. Gecko, some shots are going to ring in, but is Poker good for a trade? Second tick of progress at A, good. 2 life advantage to the offensive team, and now it's Thraxable, the 1 versus 1 here on Poker in the point. Nate gonna back himself off, might be able to get the full tick of progress here, and as he slides in, you have to win that if you're Poker.
Yeah, absolutely do. Yeah, I guess technically so. Kelp slips the net. He's able to get over a B to stop the clock. They just have them kind of doing some recon, scouting out, maybe just making things as interesting as he can around the map to turn some heads, but Davenport, they're wise to it. Able to find the kill, clear this progress. A site captured though, so over 2 minutes on the clock. And 2 life disadvantage for JMU, as you had said. Their best look so far. This is where you got to be careful because this field side, like shooting fish in a barrel, if you aren't careful where you push it.
James Madison did have the defense scattered for a moment's notice, but ever since that point, Davenport has been able to go ahead, find themselves, regather around, play with one another yet again, and it's Gecko who's trying to make a long flank all the way around through the A lane. Nobody knew he was coming through, but as Kelp was able to find the first blood, tries to snap onto the second. Sheldon's going to be wiser to it, but the clock is going to stop as the B zone is starting to be progressed, but you have to look for Gecko. Here he comes on the flank route. He's able to find the first one, snaps to the second, but can't find the kill. It's T-Web who goes huge there, trying to get himself back to positive in the game. First tick of progress on the B zone. It's stacked here for James Madison. Davenport had to foot race back over to it, and you need to go quickly here. You have to find a few kills. It's T-Web below the scope that's going to be able to get cut down, but it's Gecko there with a nice cruise missile over the top that might have just saved the round here. 2 ticks of progress, a minute and 30 left to work with, 2 life advantage to the defense.
They want to try to bleed this progress. I don't know how Exit hasn't seen Poker, but Poker gets eyes on him 4 different times and finally is able to get the kill. Good thing for James Madison. You have kept enough pressure for them to not clear the B site. That might be just what they need to get on this, but Sheldon not going to go up the position top AC. Have someone who slipped to the back line. That's going to be Prey, who feels like he's a walking 2-piece at this point. Job still not done. 60 seconds left here.
Need to work a double. Prey 34 and 24 in the control has more than well made up for Kelp's lackluster performance, but as Gecko and Sheldon have now paired for 2, it's a 5 life disadvantage to the offensive team making their way forward. This offense has been so much more impactful for James Madison, but the real question is, will you be able to get onto the B zone? You waited for the reinforcements. You can start making your way up the map. Streak going to be used up and over the top. Nothing going to be able to find it just yet, and as Sheldon continues his streak, he is going to get cut down by Poker. Gecko forced to back off into the building, and James Madison is here. Zone not progressing just yet, but if they want to be able to get on it, they can, and a huge kill by Poker onto Thrax is going to open things up. Deep spawn not going to be there. The stack is in, and James Madison once again in a respawn will find a way to survive. After losing the first 2 offensive rounds, they storm back and they smack Davenport down.
I think that's the best way to put it. They rally back and they steal away a respawn, and that's not to say that again they haven't been playing well, right? That's the first offensive round that was won in all of this control. So again, testament to them for being able to take it. But Davenport was in control for a good bit of that B site. Sure, they gave up A, and unfortunately had over 2 minutes they had to hold, but it felt like they were in control. The streak landed, but once they gave up that stack where they were able to get over 2 ticks, they were just reeling on the back foot from there. Great recognition out of JMU to apply constant pressure, and you said it, Poker, with the star-studded performance in that one, over 35 kills. Definitely one that JMU, again, they just, I don't want to discredit them, but those are 2 respawns that they simply put have snuck out and snuffed out from right under the Panthers.
And I mean, look, like in five round control, it's likely, especially on a map like LSU, that someone's able to steal away an offensive round. You don't think it's going to be that last final round that you need. We always talk about like, oh, defense is so crucial here. But that time, I think, I don't know if it was a complacency from the side of Davenport that allowed James Madison just to sneak over towards A. But the big thing in the kind of, reoccurring factor of every single defensive round win was that opening break off for a team on defense to be able to walk away with the majority of kills. That time it was different. It was James Madison who walked away on offense with being able to get, a 3-4 down, get into that A zone. And once they got those first 2 ticks, all it took was, one person being able to just kind of straggle over. Then they could ping pong the defenders. Davenport wasn't really sure what site they wanted to try and defend. And before they knew it, everybody was stacked over on the B zone. Those first 2 ticks came in.
Yep.
And all it takes from there, especially when the clock still has tons of time to work with, you can really sit there patiently, wait for your team to get where they need to be on the map, force your way onto the site. You win 2 gunfights, you get onto the point, and Poker pops a huge double where he's still weak and just nails the last player off the head glitch up top and Thrax. You just got to tip that from James Madison. They make the necessary adjustments. They win the round. It's pretty.
Yeah, it is a great look from them, and the confidence they have to have going into map 4 has to be through the roof. Again, if they can come out with any more balanced of a workload between the 4 players, they could just simply steamroll in this Embassy. Embassy is one where, again, a lot of these hills chain back and forth, and you can even chain across the map, right? With spawns really being in all 4 corners, you can, an aware team is going to influence those and funnel teams and players through certain points. And again, I look early on at the P2 to P3 rotation. If you let a team walk away with P2 and P3, that is not going to bode well for you, even if you can find a way to rally back in P4. It's just one where both these teams are going to play each other to a T. Again, you hate talking about it, but you have to continue to just bring it up for James Madison. Kelp has to have a performance. We've called on his name all night. Yep. Anything he does around the map positive would make his teammates' lives that much easier. And for Davenport, I'm having a hard time not being checked, right? That's 2 respawns that you've simply had the advantage in and drop the ball. It's one where you're trying to stay alive the best you can. They need this one here to stay alive in the series, and it's going to be a mixy map for sure, but you got to come to play.
Not only that, bro, but you get to see like the scoreboard after the map is over. So like, if you're any of the players on Davenport, you're sitting there like, okay, well, let's look at the after action report, and then you see Kelp didn't drop more than like 10 kills, and you're like, how the hell did we lose that? And then you see Prey almost drop 40, and you're like, okay, that's how we lost that. Prey went nuclear in that map, especially that final round. But that was also the final round where we saw T-Web finally break out and get himself positive. We saw Poker be able to get himself positive as well. In just those big moments at the end of the games, it's as cliche as it is to say, it's always like, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. That was exemplified right there by James Madison as they were able to win that final and 5th round inside of the control. So going to Embassy, Hardpoint, Cash has already talked a bunch about it. We've seen both of these teams throughout 3 maps so far. We know the weaknesses, we know the strengths, the flaws, we know everything in between. Now it's just putting together a solid game plan for James Madison to be able to close this one out in 4 maps. For Davenport, it's continuing to disrupt what the side of JMU are putting forward. Make sure Kelp doesn't have himself a good map, because, well, we said it before, if Kelp has himself a good series, a good map, whatever it may be, James Madison is a very difficult team to walk away and beat. So Kelp will be the first one onto the point. Time running up for James Madison. Prey will open things up with the first blood onto Gecko, but it's going to be Davenport who are trying to influence the spawns the best that they can. You see Exit looking for a cross through the map.
First 10 or so seconds of time going to go the way of James Madison. Davenport are going to get on with players overlooking from top and bottom bathroom. T-Web laying down, lining the couple up here, and able to connect for few kills, but Gecko able to get the quick trade. Spawns are going to flip favoring James Madison, so that's what they're playing for off the break. And with 20 seconds left up for grabs, they're still going to contest it, at least not give it up for free. Priority going to be on keeping these backside spawns. Pressure on T-Web to keep that lockdown for the squad. Just 10 seconds until this new hill pops, and Davenport trying to find form here early.
You saw Davenport, you know, with about, I don't know, say 40, 30 seconds left. They got a few kills to go their way. They started making their way up the map. They gave James Madison an opportunity to control the spawns over by P2. Good news is for Davenport that you're able to break back in early on following a few initial breaks. And of course, having your best foot forward, trying to get back over towards P2. Right now, hill left vacant. James Madison trying to make sure they have the majority of the map locked down, making sure they can see Davenport, know where they're spawning, and really be able to control from that point out. And as Poker is able to put his foot, jump forward, allow the rest of his teammates to be able to go ahead and find a few kills around the map. The last 35 seconds looking to go for James Madison.
Now looking set up. We'll see if they try to work across the map for P3 here momentarily, but maybe just trying to clear out things, make sure they have this last bit of time, which is a substantial amount at 30 seconds, locked down. That could set them very well, knowing they need to get a P3 break. And again, they're working this through a couple sides. Poker to the top side of the map. We'll see what he can find as Prey walks away with a quite the kill there. Everyone backed up about as far as you can for Davenport. Not looking too secure in their setup. A trade will come in on Prey as Gecko finds another as well. Setup looks clean for now, and you've got an idea someone's coming ladder.
Look, I can talk about T-Web all day, but what Prey has been able to do these last two maps, more specifically in the control in that first hard point, he has been the MVP by far and away inside of the series. And if he can continue that here instead of the hard point, make that game plan succinct, and really just be able to walk away with a phenomenal performance yet again, he will be single-handedly the reason that Davenport falls to this James Madison roster. But of course, we still have a lot of hard point left here on Embassy, so plenty of talking left to do in the way of gunfights between both of the teams. Prey will fall as he goes down the staircase, but you gotta tip Davenport. First 30 seconds of the hill goes their way. They'll try to lock down the full 60.
Tied ball game. That was things look to transition the way of the Panthers, as you said, and Brack's already out on rotation. Kind of going down between him and T-Web for these spawns, but the Panthers gonna have him closer for the time being. James Madison maybe trying to feel out the map, figure out where this next wave of gunfights is coming from, but Panthers will walk away with the lion's share of time. They'll walk away with the marginal lead as well, and as P4 likes to pop Poker, likes to hedge his bets. He's going to jump out and chow before getting traded. His teammates take care of things on the backside of things. Spawns will be secured. Now you'll look to see them work up towards the time, but the Panthers quick on the prowl to push back in.
You see they want to control that north side of the map. Instead of getting into the hill immediately, they want to go ahead, find the last few kills that they need around the map, so where they can secure the time for themselves, and then they can realize, hey, we're spawning in, we can just go ahead, get on the power positions, get the gunfights for us, and then work out the rest of the map. However, it doesn't really work out that well, because Davenport sent so many bodies up into the north portion of the map that T-Web was the first one to fall, and then they can break into the zone like that. So we'll see what James Madison can do on the refrag back in towards the hill. Kelp gonna be the first one there. T-Web around the corner, in for another kill. This Prey is gonna be able to finish things off there. Davenport broken in as quickly as they were able to break on James Madison. Now it's about the rotation towards the opposite side of the map and towards the kitchen, who will be the first one here. Prey's gonna walk away with a gunfight, 14-7, double positive on 3 in a row.
And James Madison putting a lot of pressure across the map, where Davenport didn't make a sure decision to rotate to P5. Now they have number here. Now things are going to be a bit mixier than maybe they had anticipated, and you still have T-Web trying to look in through kitchen. A grenade might connect here, but the wallbang's trying to as well. They've got pressure as the hill pops, so it is Davenport in control and still have themselves a small lead.
Crazy how, you know, we see the duality of both of these teams from map 1 here to map 4. In map 1, it was James Madison who wasn't out fragging, but they were able to walk away with the win inside of the game. Here it's Davenport who's not out fragging James Madison, but they have themselves a significant lead here as they continue to rack up time inside of the kitchen hill. But now as the break comes in, it's James Madison who walk away with 3. They get in towards the point, and now for the last 35 seconds they can call this home as long as they can keep those Panthers out of the prow and out from this hard point.
Still 20 seconds. Don't take the lead, as you were saying in this one. Teams fighting for map control where they can. James Madison maybe having the better of fighting and getting map control. But for Davenport, where they've bullied out and looked to make quick breaks, they've been successful here. We're going to see the lead change back once more the way of James Madison. Prey on an absolute tear, sitting at 19-9 in this one early on. We're back to P1. We're back to basically a tied game, and Panthers definitely need to shake things up here on this next go-round.
Dude, Prey is frying. There is literally no other way to say it. He is literally taking every gunfight around the map the way he wants to, and the only way he's dying is if someone trades him out. There has not been a single gunfight that he has lost one-on-one without there being somebody to trade him out. The non-traded kills at the end of this game are going to be ridiculous. Regardless, 20-9 leading the way in the entirety of the lobby. James Madison will retake the lead yet again, and Prey will hop on down. Oh, and he steps around to exit as well. Put him on a milk carton because he's gone missing.
Oh my gosh. I mean, simply put, yeah, you said it best. Prey taking the gunfights he wants, having bad around the map, and there's not much else to it. James Madison are going to try to garner the best leads that they can behind it, but simply a fantastic performance coming in. Excited to watch Prey and what he can do the rest of this hard point, but for now, the Panthers trying to rally, do the best they can here, as again, we have a very handshaking, back and forth type of game. It's going to come down to the wire, this MC, giving us everything we came for in map 4. And now for the Panthers, they're going to try to reel, going to try to slow down Prey the best they can, and look to try to get themselves a quick break.
Help snap back in the middle. Getting himself going on 3 in a row. Looks for number 4. Will get cut down from behind, but he's at least started to help out his team in a big way. And it's funny, too, because this is like one of the better performances he's had in terms of slaying. With a minute and 16 in the hill, though, it really doesn't matter all that much. But it's the fact of how close the game is for James Madison. When we said if he turns up, oh, they're going to be able to stomp on Davenport, and it just hasn't happened. So Davenport doing a nice job of being able to recuperate themselves with a lot of hill time here. Kills that they're getting are important. This Gecko's able to help out his teammate there. Prey goes for another kill. Precision airstrike used across the top of the map. And Kelp looking to continue to frag with T-Web being able to cut everybody out of P2.
T-Web, who I was waiting for to start to turn things around, was sitting at about 7 or 8 and 9, and now finally sitting positive, but one where he can quickly go on a tear as well. Prey in complete takeover mode, doubling up on his teammates' score lines and more than leading the lobby here. We can't say enough about it, and one where James Madison have now taken a lead through the first couple of hills. P2 looks to pop here. James Madison being in control for now.
Playing peekaboo on the ladder. Was able to find anything. Dude, there's no way Prey finds 2 there. He found 1, and the second one just runs into the line of sight. And we still have half a hard point left. The Bros at 28 kills. Still double positive here. James Madison continue to lead the game. 25-point advantage, 40 seconds left here and towards the top of the hill. T-Web not going to be able to win the gunfight with the AR in hand. Prey is there. Finally, they're able to kill him without him walking away with 1. Exib on 5. Could be looking for some streaks here, but Davenport, they can lock things down and take the advantage once again at this hard point. The rest of the time here on top AC.
Yeah, I expect the lead to continue handshaking back and forth until someone walks with a full 60. No one has been able to, so the score going to go back and forth until someone makes a true stand. And again, it's one where P4, sure, you're able to, but both teams playing at such a high level, at least able to match each other the best they can. Nearly tied game going into P4 once again. Who's going to go bigger? Who's going to make the biggest play of them all? And Prey doing the best effort he can.
Once again, it's Prey who finds the first blood over towards the next hill. Exit will cut down T-Web, but in towards the point. It's still James Madison calling it their residence. Jump challenge around the corner. Kelp will be able to walk away with a gunfight there, and now it's going to be Prey popping the dead silence and looking for the rest of the players from Davenport who are looking to make their way through the stairwell. Drax going to be the first one in for the challenge. Shots on the Kelp will be good, but the contestant's still in here. Prey was able to find 1 before an exit kill comes in. Davenport will make the break in with 35 seconds, and now it's up to James Madison. Do you want to re-hit this hill? Do you want to try and play for the last bit of scrap time, or do you want to force all of your players out for a rotate? Looks like the answer is going to be push, push, push. Back over towards the hard point. Break is in. T-Web for 2. Prey with 1. 31 and 17. We'll keep a track kill at the counter.
And I'm not sure if I really like that decision all that much. You go for 20 seconds of time to potentially give them a full 60. Now, I know they're hedging their bets that they're going to be able to win some of these gunfights and going to be able to get a quick break on P5. But if Davenport look to make a stand, that might be a high-risk, high-reward situation that they just made sure they'll hit the 200-point mark first. It's just 16 or 17 or so points for Davenport to get back in it. Now, pressure on James Madison to try to get a break here, not let the Panthers rally back.
T-Web is going to be the first one to fall. Kelp follows in his footsteps, but Prey is there for a trade onto Gecko. In and around the point still is James Madison, but it's Sheldon who gets a nice equalizing trade, so it's a 3-1 hit here for Davenport as Porker opens the door up. Exit will be playing in the corner, and James Madison really has no line of opportunity to get into the hill just yet. From the outside looking in, Spawn's going to be relatively close here for JMU, but as the Bulldogs still have yet to get into the door to win a couple of the gunfights they need to break into the hill, it's been 30 seconds that have gone Davenport's way, and it looks to be another 30 unless a big break can come in here. Starts with T-Web and Prey being able to find 2. They've gotten themselves in the hill, and T-Web's going chasing yet again to the red dots.
Now they just want to try to get as much time as they can here. P1 going to be just as mixy. Still 15 seconds up for grabs, and Panthers walk away with it. Again, they won the lion's share of that hill, so the high-risk, high-reward play, Panthers walk away with. And as we go to P1, they just need 25 20 or so seconds to close this one out. They can dip their toe in. James Madison have to sell out. They have to find a way to keep this hill clean and find time of their own.
It's the same thing that Davenport needed in map number 1. James Madison was down by a good margin. But this time in the late portion, Davenport have themselves the lead by about 20 points. Now that's all gone away and collapsed just to about 14. James Madison still around the hill. However, Davenport's winning the gunfights. And as nobody's willing to get into the hill just yet, everybody's looking for positioning. James Madison here, but Gecko is able to find one. Not able to find the second as Prey, with the Vaznev was able to hit up over the top.
Still 30 seconds left. Davenport can win it here. James Madison have to give this one more rally, one more push, which means they're probably going to give up P2 spawns. 15 seconds and counting for the Panthers to close it out. This might be James Madison's last push.
It might be their last push, but it doesn't mean they have to give up the P2 spawns, actually, because guess who's there? It's player number 5 in T-Web, and James Madison is going to be able to hold Davenport out from being able to walk away with the rest of the scrap time. Kelp, shot through the door, is going to be able to walk away with Thrax, and now on the back line, Gecko will fall. Excuse me, Exib will fall. Gecko was going to be there for a trade, but he's back across the map. 6 seconds needed for Davenport. James Madison here inside of P2. It could all come to a spearhead here at the final moments of this embassy. James Madison looking to close out the series to stay undefeated. Davenport trying to force a game 5.
Just 20 seconds needed, 15 needed for James Madison to close it out. Players swarming in and around James Madison. Maybe it was an overextension. Exit will combine with the streak and then find another in the feed, so they're going to get on. 2 seconds needed to close it out, and they will. An overextension perhaps by James Madison. Davenport able to slip in through the front and connect for the game 5 force. And I mean, there for the finish. Again, the overextension and the P5 was again a questionable call, the same way that they went for the last 20 seconds of P4, just a couple of plays that maybe they could have just sat back and played more patiently.
Yeah, I mean, it's always difficult to, sitting inside a P2 right there. They had all the positioning for themselves, but again, little things that happen throughout a map can lead to big moments. One of those moments was streaks being earned by Exib there. Precision airstrike was used over the hill. All of a sudden, you walk away with a big kill, and, well, everybody starts to fall. Exit pops a double, you get your exit frags, and then everybody else just tries to collapse back onto the point while spawning far across the map. So tip that to the side of Davenport. They ice up when they need to, despite a big performance out of Prey yet again. James Madison and Davenport, we said at the top of the show, it was probably going to be a fun one, and it has been. We're sending things to a game 5 on Hotel. Gosh, it's looking up for a spicy one, I'll tell you.
Yeah, it definitely is going to be. Hotel is going to be a great search and destroy for both of these teams. I expect T-Web with the sniper to try to make an impact early on. And for Davenport, you've rallied back. You won map 4. Now, can you take a search and destroy where you took it in map 2? You got to be leaning their way going into this next one.
Bulldogs, Panthers, both will be fighting tooth and nail for the win of this best of 5 series. Both teams trying to stay undefeated here in the NA Star League. On the other side of the break, we'll have the final map in the final chapter between these two teams. Don't go too far. We'll be back in just a minute. Both teams enter the series undefeated in the season for an A-Star League. One final search and destroy. Keep one of these two teams undefeated in the Star League, at the top of their conference, top of their division, and the top seed out of their respective playoff portion. And what is going to be a ramped up and climatic ending to a season that is still feeling oh so young. Gosh, it's been a fun one so far. Davenport have been able to string together a search and destroy in a game 4 hardpoint to force things to a map 5. It was the Bulldogs who were able to take the first hardpoint and the control. That is how we've gotten to this point. This best of 5 series. Hotel search and destroy, the final straw between both of these teams, and James Madison will be the first team here up to bat on offense. Very quick hit over towards the A zone. Bomb hasn't gone down just yet. It's Bray who's going to be trying to get aggressive in towards the bottom of the ladder. He'll get traded out immediately, but this is going to allow the bomb to go down. 45-second timer left on Davenport for a retake.
And Thrax doesn't get to kill him across, so now you're going to have Kelp in and around your base able to look up towards the site, but everyone's stacked up mid-map trying to push through. There's a lot to clear here. We'll see what angle they can take, but T-Web's able to connect. Sheldon, at least with the trade at 2v2, but clock starting to dwindle.
Unchecked there. Poker going to be at least held at back for a moment. Not being able to push on out, but that might just be what he needed here, because Thrax is trying to push up in through the bar side. Going to hear the footsteps now as he jumps back down over towards the right side. And as they hop away from the bar, Thrax will be known as he tries to get the shots on the escaping Kelp and Poker all the way towards the top of the bedroom. And with 10 seconds left, nobody going to be able to check on the bomb. The last player for Davenport will fall. James Madison will strike first in the search and destroy.
A good opening round for him to take, and one that they were able to string together the last go around on map 2. They're going to need to make a stout effort here, and as you said, it is going to be a marathon of a search and destroy in this one. This series coming to no better fruition than a game 5 between these two teams. Bulldogs strike first. But you know the Panthers are always got something going on.
Time for Davenport. Will they be aggressive over towards the A site like James Madison? The answer, absolutely not. It's going to be a B hit early on, but James Madison has taken a bit of a different approach here. Maybe a bit unique on the map that might catch the side of Davenport off guard. You've got player number 3 in towards the kitchen. 2 players pushed up throughout the middle of the map. This is going to allow for a very quick rotation if the hit comes through. And as Kelp is going to be able to read this out, he'll fall first, but it is going to be James Madison quick on the refrag. They have 2 people here, 1 person planting. They need to find at least 1 before things go south side. They need to at least get this to a 3v3 in a manageable stance.
All the players are grouped up for James Madison now, trying to push to the back. The stun's going to connect, but again, try to pick a counter, try to rip someone off heady. This is going to be a not fun gunfight to take. James Madison outside looking in, and clock's starting to dwindle. They need to find a pick here soon.
He opens the door. Sheldon going to be able to get some shots on the Prey, so he'll weaken him up, not force him to be able to challenge just yet. It is a Semtex is out through the door. Prey will fall. 2 versus 4. 20 seconds left. 1 person in. T-Web challenges by himself. Poker might be there for a trade on to exit, but the problem is he's still got 4 players to mow through with only 13 seconds left for a defuse. Davenport's aggression over towards B in a wayward hit off the rip is going to allow them to get back on the board. 1-1 we go. Both offenses for each team.
Fans often play the offsite first, and teams finding ways more and more recently to find success towards the B site. Davenport do just that. You talk about how strong of an S&D team they are. Expect them to have a deep playbook here, especially in a Game 5 situation. A good response out of them, and now for James Madison. So they need to make a stand offensively, see if they can make a change to give themselves even more success in the round and an easier go. And they're going to take a page out of the Davenport book and maybe give a look towards B.
Zip's going to be playing aggressively, though. Outside of the freezer, he's going to be able to walk away with 1. Now jumps back in to challenge out with the rest of his teammates. Slowly but surely working his way up the map, and now James Madison will have a very difficult decision to make. They're going to wrap all the way back out through their spawn side over towards A. Davenport maybe a bit aggressive on that early rotation back over towards B, but they'll clear it all out. They'll be able to work this map back together over on A. A much more manageable retake here as everybody needs to get across the map. And if you are a Poker, you of course have no idea where everybody's going to be, but that bomb needed to go down a few seconds ago. This is going to be a very difficult hit back for James Madison to keep things tight-knit here on the offensive hit.
Now Sheldon opens this door, he could get the bomb planter. Bomb will go down, he's going to open the door, and that's going to be the call. Gecko combines for another as well. A 1v4 retake. Eminent Thrax finds the kill. Beautiful retake out of Davenport there. They play the 4v4. They find the kills around the map and walk away the second round.
It's so hard, too, if you are the Bulldogs, because, like, yeah, you know, it's like, oh, let's make the decision. Let's go back A. We got cut down to B. We'll be fine. But you don't know if anybody's still going to be here for Davenport. You don't want to, you know, get cut down and make things a 2 versus 4, make it even harder to get the bomb down. But, you know, you only had a short window to get that bomb down in. By the time Davenport was able to make their way back over, it was all said and done. James Madison just really had nothing that they could do to stop the Davenport hit back over with 4 different players. So, you know, it's once again a thing of, yes, you know, first bloods a lot of the time will net you round wins, but so far it's been all first bloods here for the teams that have been able to win it. Davenport's just the first team to string 2 rounds back to back, and I just hope it doesn't fall into the same kind of situation it did in map 2 where they win 6 straight.
Everyone on the board early for Davenport with a couple kills, and for James Madison, combined as a team, you have 4. So, again, slower starts where you need people to play explosive, have big plays, still a lot of search and destroy ahead of us, but you know what Davenport brings to the table in their S&D gameplay. They're going to slow things down here, and even map spread out of James Madison with respect towards the B site. And now for Davenport, maybe they're trying to catch some overzealous players.
Trying to sneak up in the middle of the map with the Vaznev in hand. As the bomb starts to make its way over towards this A site, Exib needs to get across. We're going to spot the first 2 players from James Madison towards the bottom of the bedroom, but here comes the rotation. Everybody aggressive on the refrag, back over towards this A site, and with the bomb not being down just yet, Thrax is forced to back off. Sheldon will be the first one to fall. Dead Silence is going to be popped, and now with the Vaznev pushing forward, if you get cut down here, it's not the big end of the deal, the end of the world. 3 versus 3. Bomb still over at A, but you see Gecko trying to get out, maybe over towards B.
James Madison just unsure. They know someone slipped the net. They're constantly turning their heads, trying to figure out when or where this push could be coming from. That's going to give Thrax an advantage from the front, going to get the better timing, and now going to push up flat here in P6 side. His bomb's going to go down. He'll look over his teammate. Again, on Gecko, who maybe trying to watch this mid-cut. Prey finds a good kill, though, and T-Web connects for another. So suddenly 2v1 and bomb not going down. All of this is flipped on its head.
Gecko, the last one alive. Try to get out, make a flank route throughout the middle of the map, but Prey knows that the bomb was down on the A site. He just had to stick it there to give himself a fighting chance in the round. James Madison will fight back after losing 2 straight to get themselves back to a 2-2 stance against the Davenport Panthers roster. And you know, really, I think that what that comes down to there is, you know, while Gecko was making that play out, the other 2 were just so focused on getting that bomb down, they had no idea where T-Web was and didn't bother to check back in towards the double doors with a long lane. And he does that all the time here for James Madison when S&D is concerned. He loves sniping towards the bottom of the garage there of P6.
So influential with that sniper, and it's one that, you know, you have to be careful because you simply turn a corner and don't get time to make a second decision about it, especially with T-Web on the other side of that. So James Madison going to go for B once again, and it's, oh, X is able to find 1, but I don't know that he finds any more. I don't know that they're worth this yet.
They don't know that everybody's pushed over towards this B zone, so if you're able to find 1 and maybe cut down a second here, you've already got yourself infested in towards the kitchen. Thrax tries to open the door, but T-Web is going to be there with a Vaznev in hand. Cuts down the second player from Davenport, so as quickly as Exib was able to find the first blood, James Madison has given themselves the advantage, and now they're inside the kitchen.
And we saw how hard of an opportunity it was for James Madison to try to break in the same position, but Sheldon with a sniper going to connect, so things are going to be a 2v2 now, but you know, 1 player has a sniper. T-Web, I mean, absolutely looking like he's playing in a swivel chair right now. So he's got things turned around, snaking the counter. They're both going to line up. They're both going to find a kill. James Madison take a second one here to go up 3-2.
And it's kind of interesting from Davenport there because, like, yeah, you know, maybe you don't realize that it's everybody hitting over towards B, but off that Exib hit, like, the thing that's worked out for both of these teams so far is aggressively rotating over towards the opposite side of the map. A lot of times, you know, especially on bigger maps, it's kind of, you're not putting yourself at a disadvantage, but like rotating early, you know, doesn't always work out, and it gives the team, you know, a chance to pull a sneaky on you. but in these situations, you know, you got to stick with what has been working, and these quick hit rotates from, you know, A to B or B to A on defense is just the sole possessor of why teams have been able to win these rounds, and the lack thereof sometimes on defense. So player number 2, the first one pushed up. It's going to be Prey trying to find a first blood here in the round. There's 2 players over at B with no information of anybody at A. James Madison, they've already got their information in their eyes sniffing out B.
Thrax will open up the first blood. Thrax will find a second as well. That's going to be Prey and Poker down a 2v4. Quickly, Gecko going to be pinching from behind and maybe giving the call that someone has slipped through rugs. Either way, the players are split for James Madison. Bomb's going to be down. Exit finds another T-Web. Not going to be able to find anything else. It's clinical. It's clean. Davenport know how to execute at this B site.
For refreshing seeing a lot of teams, you know, or at least in this regard, you know, starting to hit over towards B a bit more. It's not just a bully ball at A trying to get aggressive onto the site and then hit out bottom bedroom, get the bomb down, and then, you know, force the defense to have the timer on you. This has been a little bit more of an unorthodox search and destroy from both of these two teams, but, you know, the comfortability to get over towards B, you know, overwhelmed with the 4 players there, maybe against 1 or 2, but once you lock down that kitchen, it is almost impossible to break.
Yeah, it is so hard, and I think people, you know, tend to forget that maybe, I mean, sure, to your title, but even then, at the 5-month stage of this game, right, this game is still very much in a learning process. This game is still very much up for teams to decipher and work the best way they can. So we're going to see a lot more offsite pushes, I think, as some of these maps look to get more familiar for these teams, and we're seeing Davenport execute it so well here. Sheldon connects with a sniper for a first blood. Prey is at least able to trade things back.
Oh, I love this. Oh, I love this. They recognize that nobody's in the middle of the map, and now they can just fly over towards B. Yes, Exib got through, but the problem is they're not going to realize that nobody's at A anymore, and they're going to get a free plant here over at B, unless they wrap through the middle of the... Okay, I thought they maybe were going to wrap back through the spawn side. That would have been ridiculous. Maybe 300 IQ. I don't know. Regardless, bomb worked its way over and towards the kitchen. Well, they're giving Davenport a lot of time to react to this.
Yeah, really the only thing left to clear out is kitchen, which is still a lot to clear out, and they're slowly trying to push in and clear things. As you said, the Panthers are getting the read now. Map completely flipped on its head. Bomb going down, planted for the opposite side. And with this skew coming in, 3v3 retake. Bulldogs with the advantage.
At first, I didn't know if I loved where they were playing, but the bomb is going to be planted for the double doors there, so James Madison can play the back spawn side. They're going to give Davenport the availability to get inside of the kitchen. They don't have to necessarily get like super aggressive over towards the first couple of players that are going to be making their way in. 23 seconds left. Still Davenport not able to find anybody from the side of James Madison just yet. And here they go. The pinch into the kitchen. Everybody's starting to make their way forward. They just have to get out to the spawn side. T-Web on the head glitch. Trying to close the door. The first kill going to be in. Fires through the wall. They don't know if they're on the bomb just yet. Trying to connect with the last few players, and they will. James Madison. They get themselves in a nice spot. They work the map. The positioning, oh so good, but the post plant was what gave them the advantage there. 4-3, 2 rounds away from taking the game 5.
And that's just great awareness on the bomb plant, knowing to plant it for backside, knowing you could wall bang the door, and sitting back, making Davenport come to you. Whenever you go into kitchen and there's no one in kitchen, that's whenever you have to be hitting the panic button and saying, oh no, this is not going to be a fun retake to have. They can't find anything of it. James Madison with an advantage here, sitting at 4-3, as you were saying, and that's all with agency watch also. I'm sorry I had to.
I was literally about to point out the same thing, and I'm glad you brought it up, because, like, you know, we can only go so long without talking about it, and the fact that they're up 4-3 again, it's just so typical to James Madison. I don't want to, you know, frame it up as they're putting the backpack on every single time they step on into a map inside of the series, but it's kind of felt that way in a lot of notions. So 3 in a row for Prey, 2 in a row for T-Web. Kelp finds his first kill of the game. We're gonna check for the bomb there, gets the Vaznev to work with as well. So double bit of the arsenal. James Madison with a 2-life advantage. Davenport has the bomb down over at A. They still have to grab that, pick it up. They just need to find at least one isolated 1 versus 1 gunfight, but poker won't allow that as Sheldon will fall.
Yeah, because been playing mid-map for a majority of the search and destroy, and is going to try to slip the net once again. Has the scoop bomb, trying to work through couches, but again, these won't be easy gunfights to take. They're really spread through several corners of the map, and kind of a pick your poison. Maybe they hear some audio. Maybe they have an idea he's close, and that's going to be the call. Gecko going to lose that gunfight. James Madison take another round win. We are at series point.
Series point for James Madison. Kelp, right after we talk about Donut Watch, goes ahead, finds himself 2 in the round. Big gunfight there on the Gecko. Solidifies the flawless for James Madison. In that last round of the search and destroy, Davenport needs to respond here. They won 6 straight in the second search and destroy on El Asilo to be able to take it over James Madison, but the Ice Gene has been activated by the Bulldogs yet again. The Panthers have to find a way to claw back in the search and destroy.
One where they'd handily taken the Asilo. The hotel not quite going their way defensively. They need to make a stand. It's been several B pushes. B has been the favorite site on this map and in this respective series.
Read it though.
Oh, they read it, but they lose the gunfights. T-Web plowing forward, charging the way. You gotta find a way to trade one of these kills, keep things even. Don't let them get a clean post-plant setup.
6 HP. T-Web was able to survive, and now they've gotten themselves into the kitchen. Looking to play spoiler out the back is Gecko. Wallbang's trying to be onto a few players, but won't be able to connect on any. And in a 4 versus 3 with 36 seconds left, Kelp is able to find another. Gecko last alive. 1 versus 3. in towards the spawn side. Such a hard gunfight to take. Everybody snaking, everybody looking for shots, and James Madison, after losing map 4, after losing the first search and destroy, will be able to take down the Davenport Panthers, stay undefeated, and once again survive a close series. 6-3 the scoreline in the S&D, and the Bulldogs will parade to a 6-0 standpoint in the NACE Star League.
Unreal work out of this JMU team to, again, like you said, lose that map 4, rally back and take their first search and destroy of the series in a fairly confident manner, right? They were executing well offensively whenever they made the switch to play over towards the B site. Defensively, they were also making a stand, whether that be finding first bloods, trading effectively. They just never let anyone for the Panthers get hot there in that game 5, and kept the pacing slow enough that, again, no one really got comfortable for Davenport, and walk away with that one again in a confident fashion. I mean, a 6-3 is a good way to go about it. So again, they win their worst mode in the control in a round 5 fashion. They win a search and destroy, which they had dropped to a very good search and destroy favoring Davenport Panthers, and they also sneak out a hard point in there. So was the prettiest of series. We knew it was going to go the distance between both of these teams, and JMU find a way to show at each point that they have strong suits.
Yeah, and, you know, in the series that James Madison had lost in, you know, inside of NACE and other collegiate leagues, usually the map that they had lost to other teams was their control. Last week against Mars Hill, or early on this week, I should say, against Mars Hill, they were able to take the only control in that series, and then they went on to lose it, but it was still a 1-3 loss where they won the control, which was statistically their worst mode up to that point. Here, instead of this best of 5 series, what do? They win a hard point, they win a control, they win a search and destroy, they run the gauntlet of all 3. They're able to take that to the high road, now stay undefeated, but it seems like, at least for right now, James Madison have done enough work on their control to feel confident going into that mode, and no longer are going to feel like they're at a disadvantage when they go into a control. So that's going to be the big difference maker. But here's the thing, you look at that series count at the bottom, very close back and forth all the way through. I mean, we ping-ponged from each and every map in this best of 5 until James Madison was able to slug it out at the end. So congratulations to the Bulldogs. But yeah, it was just a really strong series out of both of these two teams. I'm excited to see a potential rematch in a playoff series.
Definitely going to be the case. This is not going to be the last time we'll see these two squads, and they're both looking stout and both have things they can go over and look at to get better for the upcoming weeks and for playoffs. But again, congratulations to James Madison on their win. For Davenport, that one stings a bit, but you know they're going to rally back in a bigger way.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll step aside. We'll go for an interview when we come back with the winning team of the JMU Bulldogs. But until then, don't go too far. We'll be back for the NACE Star League in just a bit. talked about James Madison having it be their real make or break part of the season. Top teams that they're going to be playing against week after week over the next coming weeks inside of all collegiate leagues. But here in the NACE Star League, they best their opponent at the top of their division. They'll stay at the head, the only undefeated team left in East Conference 3. And it's been a real nice kind of test of faith for the JMU Bulldogs. We'll hop on board here with with Prey for an interview. Prey, welcome back. It's good to talk to you again. Last time we talked about how you were frying. Once again, we'll talk about how you were frying. Run me through that third map in the control. How did it feel just to be moving around the map, just different from everybody else?
I mean, recently I've been playing some incredible control. I mean, the team sets me up, especially on a Stilo. I mean, I have 2 of the best ARs in the league. I mean, they set me up so easily to hit lanes. I mean, the small comms just let me hit lanes and let me play my style of. I mean, I'm just hitting a flank every life. I'm playing the easy part. I mean, I gotta get up the poker and T-Web. I mean, they're doing the hard stuff. I'm over here just running with Deddy. So.
Yeah, it was really cool to see you guys, play that well, especially in the control, right? To kind of start, not necessarily a rally back, but one, right, or a mode where you struggled in particular. You take the series in a 1-3-5 fashion, showing that you can kind of best out every mode. Talking about that Embassy hardpoint real quick, what ended up happening there, Tim? Of course, the streak ended up coming in, but what were the comms like there at that last break where Davenport, it simply looked like they kind of waltzed in through the front behind the streak and a couple exit kills?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, the precision airstrike's not, I mean, it's not G8, but a lot of teams don't use it. So, like, when that gets called in, we were kind of like, I would say we definitely panicked a little bit. I mean, trophies don't cover the streak. So, I mean, we like, as soon as they called in the second time, we're like, oh, gosh. So, I mean, I know I tried to hit a flank through gas, and I got some bad timing, but I know they definitely just walked in there, but I mean, we were definitely not used to that streak. But either way, I mean, besides that, I was telling my team, like, I was telling my team to regain. I mean, we lost almost every rotation, it felt like, on that, the whole map. So, I mean, overall, I'm definitely not going to blame it on that streak. It was definitely, we got to look back at the VOD and try to improve from there.
Absolutely. I'm gonna hit a hard-hitting question here because I feel like it's important just to kind of get like a little bit of information from you guys in the way that's gonna go forward with. Talking about Kelp specifically, he didn't have a great series today. It's not the end of the world. What's gonna be the key to success for setting him up for bigger opportunities and bigger moments to be more impactful in series come playoff time? Because I feel like that's right now kind of the weakest link for your guys' team. What's gonna be the biggest way that you guys are gonna help set him up for success?
I think definitely just keep on building up his confidence. I mean, Kelp, also go by Louise. I mean, he's a great player. He's still new to the scene. I mean, he just started playing comp pretty recently. I mean, I think Vanguard was his first competitive season as a whole. So I mean, just seeing him at the level he's playing at now. I mean, even on his off days, I know that man's been studying for his midterms all week. So I'm not gonna hold this one like anything like that. I mean, I think overall, just trying to set him up and help him build that confidence of what he's doing. I mean, we've been trying to work some more like poker, getting the bomb at S&D, trying to get him help the run with the bomb more. So try to put him in positions where he knows he's confident, and also putting himself in like tradable positions is the big thing we tell him.
Cool. Well, again, congratulations on the win today. You guys stay undefeated, so I'm sure that's a big confidence boost going forward. Top of your division, so you can continue to lead that forward. It's going to be good for playoff seeding as well, so I'm sure you guys are happy with that. But again, congratulations.
I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Alrighty, that's going to do it for us for our Call of Duty portion of tonight. Again, JMU, Davenport, fun series all the way through. If you missed our first matchup, St. Clair was able to stay undefeated not only in their record, but in their map count as well, as they took down Utica Pioneers in a 3-0 sweep. We'll send things over to Valorant now, but after a quick short break, when we come back, next to the casters, we'll take you through to it. Enjoy the rest of the night. Enjoy some Valorant. We'll be back here for Call of Duty at 7 Eastern on Wednesday next week, but until then, stay frosty.
What's going on, everybody, and welcome back to Nace Star League. It's time for some Valorant. We had fun with a beautiful series of Call of Duty, but now it's time for, in my opinion, the best part of the broadcast. My name is Los. I'm joined by Vincent, the beautiful brain, and we have Rochester versus the University of Windsor today.
It's going to be a good time. I'm prepared. 5-0 here for Windsor and Rochester. 4-1. Your only loss on this season is to the St. Clair Saints. You and I both know that is a fantastic roster. They are still a top 30 team in the nation. So actually, I think both US and Canada actually. So fantastic stuff. Rochester, though, on this one, we're gonna see some split actually, which is a whole lot of fun. Los, I'm excited to see that. Even will be our second map, and Ascent, should we need it. We can't have a collegiate map without Ascent, can we?
It's actually illegal to not pick Ascent or have it as the decider at the very least. I believe that might be in the Nace Star League handbook. I'm not sure if that's the case or just one of those GAs that we hear about these days.
Yes, it sure is. We're speedrunning straight into the agent selection, and you know, I'm looking down the barrel of this thing, and I'm seeing something that does surprise me. I'm a little bit surprised to see Harbor being pulled out on this map specifically, but that doesn't mean it's a bad thing. It's just a little bit of a different look. On the other side of things, though, the fact that we're seeing Chamber, I expected this because I did reach out. I talked to Sobez and did mention that Jakey does play the operator, does play the Chamber on split. And so was expecting it, but I am concerned just a little bit. Don't know if that's going to be the most effective, but these sight lines, they do kind of work in Chamber's favor.
I think, yeah, looking down the pipe of B main, having that off in hand, just being able to use that rendezvous. I mean, as long as you forget that Q is a key that you could use, as long as you forget Headhunter exists, Chamber isn't that bad now that we've had a bit of a cooldown period in the post-nerf era. But I'm actually enjoying Moosey picking up the Harbor. I mean, it's well established that I'm a big-time Harbor enjoyer and perpetuator within my ranked games, and I'm honestly going to be taking notes here to see how well this works out. Double controller for both teams, but it's going to be the main differential of smokes with Yum having the Omen, Moosey on the Harbor. Curious to see which one has better coverage.
Yeah, and of course we're also still working with 2 Vipers as well, so you got to keep that in mind. I think that makes it a little less important, that coverage. Like, obviously it still is going to matter a lot, but the fact that you have that Viper to kind of lean back on means that your coverage of the smokes, particularly in that Harbor versus Omen sort of back and forth, isn't going to be as big a deal as it would otherwise be. The other thing to note is that Gan is working onto the KJ. Well, we would have seen something similar, I think, but unfortunately, we aren't going to see any additional Sentinel because Jakey is taking up that role.
Yeah, well, I mean, now we're not going to see much of anything. Just a minor technical difficulty there, and that's all right. That's okay. But I mean, I want to talk about not specifically Jakey, but Sobez, who is stepping in today, usually the coach for the squad, and now taking into the servers themselves. I think that's actually going to be quite an interesting situation for Windsor. But the question is, I don't know if you would think of this as a possibility, but would there be a kind of a taking over of the IGL situation, or would a coach kind of just give those break inspirational talks?
Yeah, it's kind of hard. So normally the in-game leader for this Windsor squad is going to be Clone, and I think most likely going to continue to be that. The conversation point with Sobez coming in certainly I think will be additive to that in-game leader position, I would imagine. But the real big kicker is that Unique is missing. The player that Sobez is taking the place of, typically one of the biggest stars for this Windsor roster, not available tonight. So that I think makes even more of a difference than like that in-game leading question, because I mean, if Sobez just kind of takes a step back, then you would assume that Clone will be just doing the normal stuff that you would typically expect. But the fact that you're losing out on a huge star player or star rifler, that's scary.
Yeah, that's not a great thing you want to walk into on your potentially 6th win here in a row. But I mean, University of Windsor, they are undefeated, but that doesn't mean it hasn't been a very difficult road for them. Every single game that they have played, I think with the exception of last week, has either had one overtime map or gone to map 3. And it was never a blowout for this team, but that shows you that there's grit, and this squad is going to play for the long haul.
Well, that, and also, I mean, I think it's important to recognize that the best team in this division really is, on paper, the Saints. And St. Clair are a team that Rochester have played, whilst Windsor have not. So that also, I think, goes to show sort of the differential in the win-loss. Rochester's a team that made playoffs last semester. Unfortunately, they ran right into the buzzsaw that we call Northwood University in the round of 16, which put an end to their run. But if they hadn't run into Northwood, honestly, who knows how deep they could have gone.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you have that potential to make it to, as you said, the round of 16, you know, you're not a team to sneeze at. This could be their 5th win, and University of Windsor might be walking out with their first loss of the season, of the semester. But I mean, it'll all be told once we jump into Split, which, again, is going to be an absolute blast because we're a couple of split enjoyers. So let's get back into that agent selection.
There we go.
Nobody's changing their mind. You got to make that commitment because you already showed us your hand previously. And no take-backsies, Vincent.
No, none here in the A-Star League. That is for sure. We got the Rays coming back out, both teams picking that up, and I do like that. You know, we sort of, with the fact that Bind went out, you know, the Rays kind of has lost some of its favor across some of the other maps, which is understandable. I mean, it's not as strong, but the fact that Rays is finding another home here on Split is beautiful to me. I love it.
Yeah, just moving apartments.
Yeah, just a little pick up and go somewhere else. It's all good, especially when you consider how this has been going. We'll get down to the wire, get into this thing. Going to be Windsor on the attack side to begin with, and it'll be the defense for Rochester.
See some lineups being set over the toxic screens across A, and maybe not a commitment. I guess that's where the utility of a second controller comes in. You could drop a lineup, but you don't necessarily have to commit because you will have other site blocking options to take, and that's certainly what we're about to see on mid potentially. Those high tides just blocking out. Yeah, no, Cascade to block out vision from ropes.
Allowing the entry to continue to move forward. Of course, say that, but sort of stuck for Windsor inside mid. Actually not confirming to continue that push into mailroom. And with that, we're going to see a bit of a stall, an adjustment of sorts. Got the chamber lurking around the backside, just kind of rotating in to help out. And the rest of the team for Windsor, they're moving into B.
We'll see how Yum handles this one. They've got a paranoia in hand, seeing the big push. It's the paint shells that they want to try and avoid, actually jumping inside of the dark cover to play things to their advantage. And Yum drops Moosey. That's the spike, and Lazy Pig dancing around the corner of the pillar gives an option for Yum to just walk in with a 4K and no problem.
That's some brilliant stuff. Brilliant work from Yum. A player, by the way, Los, you might recognize from our time in the Tier 2 and Tier 3 space, because Yum has certainly had some experience there playing for the likes of Godset back about a year ago. Has been on a few other teams since then that I don't recognize as much, but is definitely one to watch on this team. Absolutely can frag out, and looks like already starting that right here, right now on Windsor's pick of Split.
A name of one of those teams that, you know, maybe not worth mentioning. Cat Made Boys. Why not? Oh no, that's a fun one.
You know, a team you would be on, I think.
You know what? You're darn tootin', Vincent. You're dead right.
You are a cat enjoyer, so I figured as much.
Yeah, you know. Anyways. There seems to be an attack happening on mid that might be noticed by any casual viewer of this moment, and it's a hard push inside of ropes, but who's waiting for him? It's Hernando on the Spectre, but it only takes down 2. Soba is able to retrieve that SMG, might be able to pivot somewhere else, but the walls are closing in specifically from Male.
Oh, Grim doing some fantastic work there. That's a quick double kill. And unfortunately, that's going to leave the Lurk alone. This chamber, Jakey trying to work the headhunter this time. And, you know, those bullets, they're expensive, but you hit head, they're still very darn effective.
Jakey here, they're a frugal shopper. They're going to see a deal and certainly cash in on that. Well, what is that? 50 credits made with that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll upgrade as well to the Spectre.
At this point, though, Jakey just honestly take down as many as you can. You got 14 seconds. Not much you could do. A bit of damage, and maybe they'll buy some shields the next round. Why not?
Sort of a thrift shop enjoyer there. Yeah, gotta appreciate that. Are you a thrift shopper? I am.
You know, I'm gonna pop some tags, Vincent, and that's as far as I'm legally allowed to say. Now we're running into the rifle round, and we can see that we do have some bargain bin purchases that is coming from the bonus here for Rochester.
Let's go. You know I'm loving this. Got the judge. That's all you need if you're Hernando. This is brilliant. I'm loving that. Hanging out in mailroom at the moment. That's a great position for it.
Majority of the forces not having any strong commitments anywhere. It's going to be mid. And that is exactly what Hernando wants. They won't receive any information. Probably going to be destroying that Trailblazer, but a lot of work being done by Luke N right now. Making some skirmishes up in A heaven. Hernando's been spotted, but it doesn't matter. The boom bot, it's been nerfed.
See the Cascade actually invested towards mid there. That isn't really going to do anything for the commitment of Windsor at the moment. They're going to rotate over towards the A site. That's where they have their toxic screen set up. Of course, there's a lot of utility. That Killjoy has their entire kit set in this position.
It's going to come down to Jakey, but this is going to be a pincer. If they could remove Lazy Pig, that might be the move. We don't know how quick of a turn Hernando would be able to pull off, but at this point, so much time has been wasted down mid that it is a Windsor maneuver onto A. They've completely secured it without a hitch.
Yeah, the high tide really allowing the space necessary to get in there. It's a 2v5 at this point, and I think Rochester should think about saving realistically, but they seem to be interested and invested in trying to take some of these guns out of their hands.
There's Yum. Working on a bonus might be a perfect opportunity, and it should have been Moosey was sending out the water wall. However, Clone is always good with the supporting shots and will take down 2 to win their first here on round 3.
Incredible work. Yeah, very solid and slow and methodical approach for Windsor into that round. But you got to keep in mind that Rochester's weaponry, you called it a bargain bin purchase. Yeah, they were definitely pulling off the sales rack, if you will. Didn't quite have all of the weaponry they could have hoped for. With that being said, this round, it's a little bit different. You've got everything at hand, but it's a fast look here for the offense. Straight up running down towards B, 5 players.
Yum, not able to pull off that same trickery as they did in the pistol, and they will be punished for it. The first casualty, and Clone is playing up so close to high tide, but they will not make the commitment. As long as that spike is planted, that's all they need. And it's about supporting the rest of the squad, but Grim is here to take the fight over to Windsor. But Jakey is so good with their shots on the Vandal, holding it down from B main, allowing space to be taken by Luke N for the pinch. Lazy Pig, whether they win this fight or not, this attempt for a retake is already over.
Absolutely is. And yeah, Jakey deserving so much credit. Lucan is really just there to try and confirm or force Lazy Pig out in one direction versus another. And we'll do just that. I don't know if they're going to actually hunt down this Rochester member. I think they'll be fine to keep them alive and leave them for the next. But still, Windsor, a couple of great rounds in a row for them this time. And that last round, it was pretty interesting to watch, Los, because there was no questions about like what was happening. Everybody knew what was going down about 5 seconds into the round. Rochester knew, Windsor knew, we knew, right? Straight up running it into B, making that space, and, well, not even apologizing in the slightest for it. And Rochester had no way to deal with it. Yum was the solo player kind of holding in that angle.
And they attempted to do a little maneuver through the smoke and catch their opponents off guard, but it was well read. Fool me once, shame on you. But you won't fool Windsor one more time. And now it's still a unfortunate buy for Rochester. The biggest purchase, I believe, is a stinger from Yum's namesake.
I like the use of the cascade towards mid. Of course, nobody's there this time, but it's so cool to see that used dynamically. Big fan of what I'm seeing.
Cover going out.
Rochester, oh, this is a problem. They are getting pushed aggressively. 2 players here.
Maybe something out of Yum, not even a chance. Clone. Good shot and opener for them. However, that Cove may have proven to be a bit of a problem, allowing Clone to take a bit of damage, but there will be no escape plan for the final defenders of A. A retake attempt has to be led by Lazy Pig. They've got the Phantom in hand. Hernando sending out the Poison Orb. What's waiting for him? Clone almost steps into that snake bite, but with all this smoke, Jakey is unable to land a shot or any line of sight.
They've definitely snuck in here a little bit. Moosey, though, with a nice shot. Yeah, that's just about all she's going to write. Lazy Pig. Some good work on the back end, but not good enough. Jakey ultimately using the tour de force there is an investment, but it's not that big a deal. And for the confirmation of the round for Windsor, you gotta be feeling good. It's 3-2. Now the lead for Windsor for the first time this game.
Another round where they're feeling confident. Now enough money to put an up in Jakey's hand. No need to worry about an ultimate. They've got the ultimate economic advantage. But this time, we've got Hernando dropping the wall here on B main. So that's not going to be an easy pick. Nothing will be guaranteed for the op on Jakey.
Yeah, that's an investment and a half, specifically that toxic screen for the defense. But, you know, they've, I think, felt the pressure of not having any sort of additional utility before, and they don't want to get caught again. Grim's going to toss the boom bot out, but it isn't going to mean much of anything. Actually, Hernando, was that spray through the high tide? I think it was.
Painful one to take. But that's exactly what Rochester needs. Take a kill. Save your life. Grim just playing with some options here. No one is exactly sure what's going on down mid after the initial pick.
This boombot's about to give a lot of audio information, though. Giving the info, hey, Windsor are trying to clear out some of these zip angles. And, well, they've done that, but they have given that away. Of course, it's all a bit of a ruse, actually. The adjustment back towards the B site, Los, this is a good... I think this is a good read. There's one player committed, but there's 2 on the quick rotate as well, and here we go.
Here comes Clone, double satchel into their own paint shells, but hey, a worthy sacrifice in ensuring that this site will be cleared. Followed up with the Reckoning, and that's a guaranteed plant. Unfortunately, a lurk from Luke is punished by Yum, and this is going to be, well, as I say that, Clone attempts to turn the tide, as Jakey will as well. The walls are closing in. The Seekers will certainly concuss Clone, but it doesn't matter as long as they send out the showstopper. The wall bangs from Grim and Yum will eventually cause the conclusion of this round. It was a major commitment for Windsor, and they ultimately do not walk away with a victory.
Yeah, I think that a lot of credit for Rochester needs to be given by, number one, they allow that site to be taken. They know that the Reckoning's coming, and so they just decide, hey, listen, you guys can have the site. But whilst that's happening, they're able to find a pick on the entry and then fall back. As you were talking about, getting that pick and falling back with your life is so impactful. And then, of course, both Yum and I think one other person, I didn't see who, clearing Lucan out of mid and ensuring that that lurk doesn't come to fruition. The two critical parts of that round for Rochester as they come away victorious. 3-3 the score. This time the toxic screen up on the A side.
This is a bold Viper's Pit. I like it. It denies all of mid. Luke getting into a bit of a tussle with Grim. No one walks out worse for wear. And it still is a denial of information, as Grim has always been here.
He actually walked up, and Lucan walked up and picked up the cloud right in front of Grim in order to try and make some space and create at least an attempt at that frag. It was pretty neat. Unfortunately, it didn't work out so well for him, though.
We are back on A. And this is all gone. I have to stay alive, because it will just be them walking into this 1v5. Here comes the high tide. And this has been an issue. They have to activate those nano swarms and stay alive. Clone spots them. Sends out a paint shell. When Gon is able to escape to safety, it is going to be the Seekers to find them out and remove them at least from any point of danger for Windsor, and it will be the case. Viper's Pit activated in the post plant, but we have a showstopper from Grim from the top rope. The smoke won't provide safety.
And that Boombot should be able to give some further information, but Jakey, so much space before the dark covers come in.
Finds temporary safety using the rendezvous, but it doesn't matter when you have so much pressure from every side of that Viper's Pit. It doesn't matter that the smoke is covering you in terms of vision. Everybody from Rochester knows where you could be because all of the other possible options had been cleared out.
Precisely. And a lot of that comes down to that play from the Rays. Just overall. First, the showstopper able to clear out certain angles early on. Then, of course, the paint shells not only clear an angle, but they actually find a kill too. And then the Boombot prior to that was able to clear the close angle there on the left-hand side where you see the plant come down often. So lots to love from Grim in that retake, I think, overall. And, of course, the quick response from Yum to put down the dark cover to deal with the Jakey operator as well certainly helps out.
And that's what's nice from this dark cover. Well, we'll talk about that in a moment. Grim denying the double satchel from Clone, and paint shells will dissuade anyone from attempting to swing off of this toxic screen as well. But that speaks to the advantage that an Omen can give you, as you can have that quick drop of a dark cover, as it isn't going to be utilized and lost if it's brought out earlier in the round.
Fair enough, yeah. Adjustments being made after that initial engagement doesn't go to plan, though. Is Windsor. Most players moving back towards spawn, but Chamber, Jakey, going to be moving towards mid. There's no actual utility set up in mid, though, anymore, at least for the offense. Defensively, though, they've got the Toxic Orb set up there. And Hernando kind of holding off any sort of additional rotation, but Jakey's going to find that this is relatively open. Pretty easy to take a look. As even further, the high tide, even more committed now. But they're rotating back to A. Look at this.
They won't be alone. They won't get it for free. How has Grim stayed undiscovered this entire time? 14 seconds left. They have to do everything and try and stay alive, and they'll continue to do so. A spray down for a quad kill for Grim.
That cascade, I think, actually working brilliantly in the favor of Grim, because the angle was being checked, and then he stepped through the cascade And I don't think it was anticipated. That's where you get the double spray down. Grim doing another fantastic job on the defensive site. This time it's defending the site, not retaking the site, but still much to love. As Windsor, fortunately, not able to connect these rounds together. To see another toxic screen go up the same high tide as we've seen before. This is a fast investment towards the A.
What a rush from this team. And it's conceded without issue. They'll allow them to lose the site. Windsor will get the plant. And that's no problem because the real money comes from this retake. That shouldn't be a problem. Stinger, Sheriff's in hand. Clone might be able to get something going, but at this range, they are going to be at a major disadvantage.
I love that toxic screen in front of the site.
Oh my! Grim doesn't actually secure the kills, but I love this setup to jump on the screen.
Yeah, it applies a lot of pressure. Makes it difficult for anyone to... I mean, you're essentially forcing them to make a decision between taking the fight up top and moving their mouse all the way up at the top of the map, or taking the fight down low and, well, you're gonna win maybe one, but definitely not both of those.
It doesn't matter which one you pick, you are going to lose either way. A beautiful run of 4 rounds, but there has been some time to allow Windsor to build up some cash flow. Jakey has returned to holding that up. With this in hand, I'm wondering how we'll be able to take advantage and maybe bully these longer sight lines. You won't find that toxic screen over on B main. So there's an opportunity, as we can see 2 players are creeping up from the defensive side of B.
Nothing creeping really about the aggression, though, up towards tower. Lots of aggression for the Windsor side of things, has used the cascade to gather that space and now have at least a little bit of a hold onto this A site. Clone walking towards Zip. This is scary for Yum. No way he gets away with that.
Oh my god, and he's gonna do it again. No! Lightning will not strike twice. Moosey has to put that one to rest. That would have been just absurd not to be done. They still have work to do. Lazy Pig right on the other side of this cascade. But it doesn't matter. Everyone has jumped down to site and they will secure the plant.
3 on 4, but look, there's a lockdown for Rochester. I don't know if they're going to be able to really use it all that effectively. Well, here it is. Going to be thrown out regardless of the effectiveness.
Jakey's cooking on the op. Putting that to work, and a quick swap to the Vandal is going to be necessary as he has to provide extra support. But Hernando, dropping things down into a 1v2, might have been able to win this, but it was looking dangerous for a few moments, however. Jakey, as well as that Reckoning, made it simply impossible for any posture to be established by Windsor for a retake.
Yeah, and it all starts with Clone. Like, Clone walks up. Now, granted, Moosey puts a cascade in position so that he can essentially just walk straight into tower for free. But yeah, Clone is just there, double satchel, able to get into position, even is able to throw down the boom bot in order to clear even further out. And that's what causes the rotation for Windsor towards A. That tower positioning and that hold is so critical and incredibly powerful in the early round.
A little bit of a presence here. 3 players down mid. Exploratory, Controller, and Jakey over in B. Either team not exactly willing to make any strong commitments here. Here comes the snake bite. Clone's checking every angle. A rush into ropes. But they will stop their advance here as the real place to hit is going to be B Heaven.
Trailblazer and the Seekers both go out in order to find something, but the information gained isn't actually going to be good enough to gather frags off the back of it. Another cascade set up to deny Gon any sort of re-entry for the time being, and the spike will be put down, but Yum's still on the site. How is he still alive?
This is a question we have to ask ourselves quite a bit throughout this map. Yum stays alive to keep Sobez in sight, and it allows so many different angles to be pinched. The ability to stay alive, not just secure kills, but not allow yourself to be traded, is what allowed Rochester to strike back, not to mention a beautiful commitment and swing from the rest of the team for a retake.
Yeah, I think you really nailed that right there. Like, a decent player can get one kill and then die. A good player can get a kill, do some damage, and then go down. A great player is able to stay alive consistently across a take. And that's what Yum has been able to do so far for Rochester and continue to do right there. I mean, how many times did he just hang out for a little bit? They forgot about him, and he pops back out and get another kill.
Never forget about Yum. That's a lesson this team's going to have to remember. And they were able to pinch apart Yum's positions previously, but I don't know how that will be. Showstopper goes absolutely nowhere, but that's off the back of great flashes from Lazy Pig. Clone is in deep, and they haven't even cleared out the site. Gon walks out with a freebie, but it will still be a 1-for-1, and Windsor take the site.
Seekers followed by the Trailblazer. It's going to give a lot of information. Only one player towards the backside of this site, actually.
Pig with one, maybe a second. I don't even know how that was secured, but there it is. It will be owned by the Sky. Luke sent out the snake plates. I'm not sure if it actually makes a difference because the firing squad is here. It doesn't matter who's on the other side of that dark cover. This site is covered, and Rochester will walk out with an 8th round in the first half.
Yeah, you got to keep in mind as well with those snake bites that now they aren't nearly as quick as they used to be, and you can always get a little bit of a heal from your healer. So that definitely does have an effect. Rochester 8-4. What a solid half. I mean, yeah, that's their defensive half. I don't know if that's what's expected anymore, but certainly look good.
Now I'm curious, will they be able to keep that up? And the question in my mind that's constantly being asked is, how does the controller matchup stand up? I like Harbor, but I feel that, sometimes the Cascades can be a little too awkward. Not exactly provide the best coverage as compared to a dark cover.
Yeah, I think for me, I'm currently on the side of the Cascades are really good, but you're right, it is tough.
Oh, look at this. Great entry, and a clap back from Clone. Gon and Hernando dropping 3. Then we'll have time. The site is cleared, but they can't be too sure because how many times have we seen someone walk into a section thinking they're free, only to get shot in the back?
Yeah, all too many times. Look at this flank, though. This is outrageous. And this timing is caught perfectly. Yum, he's going to have them both.
And that's Yum. Gets a shot, doesn't continue to swing. Jakey will take one down, sure, but Yum stays alive to bring in a trade.
Yeah, that certainly was quite tasty in my opinion. Quick little flank to pick up those 2 frags, and the timing could not have been better for Yum, really. Just kind of pops out at the right moment. You saw that Lucan was sort of thinking about the idea that there might be a flank coming forward, but popped his head around the corner, checked it, and then immediately goes to rendezvous with his teammate. It just wasn't quite enough. That's a big victory for Rochester, considering they're now 9-4. This can get scary.
Need to clear out ropes. No one will be waiting for them. Grim. Looking to do some absolutely devious plays. Unfortunately, it won't be delivered. Imagine a judge through the smoke. How horrible.
I know. You just cry at a quarter, surely. That's what I would have to do. Look at this weird rotation from Windsor. They were stacking towards B, then they push forward. They have a lot of info towards B, so they've now rotated 3 towards A. Unfortunately for them, I don't know that that's going to be effective, as I think this is going to ultimately be a B split, if I'm not mistaken.
I think that's the case now. I mean, this is a squad that either of these teams, I would say, have no problem taking their time, landing and execute. And no one is going to be here. This is so bizarre, Vincent.
Yeah, they all fell back. I mean, I guess the idea being let's stick together. Let's have 5 players trying to retake instead of just 1 or 2 holding a site, and that's a fair idea. I wouldn't begrudge Windsor for that.
Nando sending shots through the smoke, but it's not going to be them they have to worry about. It's Grim from the top rope. Oh no, an unfortunate reload! But
Never
Moosey
mind.
runs out of frenzy ammo.
Oh, feels bad, man. 58 health. Grim could have been punished. Doesn't get punished. And, well, I was enjoying it, so I'm not too sad about that. The old judge situation certainly looking good. The judge on the offense as well. It's an ambitious play, and not everybody can get away with it. Grim has done so here, but at this point, it's a bonus weapon. And I'm looking at the posturing, and there's one direction that I think this is going, and it's towards B.
I mean, interesting use of utility. Cascade as well as the guiding light. I mean, it gives information, but no follow-up after that. That would have been a nice thing to swing off of, but not the case. Jakey, first point of contact, sends a few through the boards and rendezvous away for safety, but there is no safety. The double satchel in. Grim denied ultimate justice with the judge, and it will be Sobez from the top rope hoping to keep that going. And they will, in fact. It's all up to Yum in the 1v4. Oh, wait a minute! A beautiful shrouded step into hell, and they're able to drop another 2.
That was very nice. The swift thinking from Yum. That's one of those things that is one of those higher level plays that you're just working on, like that next level of quickness in the decision making, and Yum kind of putting that on display right there. With that said, great recovery from Windsor. They make sure that round goes their way. It's 10-5 though. Double digits still for Rochester, and of course we mentioned the ambitious nature of the buys that we were seeing, particularly the judge, though he did get robbed, didn't he, with that judge. Sobez hit a nutty shot.
Grim's got ambitions as a rider. We'll see how that rides out as they send the boombot in. Jakey, just beyond this dark cover. I don't know how these 2 headhunter bullets are going to be effective as a shotgun. Forced out of position with the rendezvous. Grim will gladly take this space.
It's going to be a little bait and switch setup. I like this idea. That is, of course, if Rochester walk into it. And I think they should be doing so here in a moment. Spike actually still down back towards mid area.
Moosey, what do you got? Shoulder spotted. They have to make a move. Unfortunately, there was no right one for them. It will fall. Jakey steps outside of the dark cover, unable to use one of their 2 bullets effectively. Grim, after Sobez is able to get a very useful guiding light, they slow things down. They aren't able to fully take control of sight, but that's okay because it's actually going to be an A execute.
Yeah, this is great rotational awareness from Rochester, in my opinion. They just never overcommit, never fully commit, and oh my goodness, what a great little bait from Lucan. Knows there's a player up there, uses the audio cue to bait him out. Beautiful work to make it a 3-on-3. There is from the shadows. Not sure how useful that's going to be, but that shot's even better.
That's just a thing of beauty. Unfortunately, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. And Windsor doesn't find that too good looking. Sobez going for a defuse. The clone gonna walk right into the nano swarm.
And that's the showstopper gone as well, Los.
Oh, that's gotta be it. Unless there could be a double bait. Sobez not able to make that work out. Hernando closing it out. What a extended play here that we're seeing from Rochester. And this is becoming a normal thing at this point, Benson.
It certainly is. I love the mid-round calling right now from Rochester. They're doing a great job. I don't know exactly who the in-game leader is, but I do know this, Los, that they're doing a fantastic job right now of being aware of what's happening, gathering information from their teammates, and making the right comms at the right time, knowing what's going on and really rotating off the back of that info. So, brilliant stuff. Could all end here very quickly, depending on how these next couple of rounds go. Windsor, they're working with less than ideal weaponry. Stinger, one of those. For Moosey, playing in this dark cover.
Moose see what they're capable of, and it's not going to be much now that the presence is known. Cove sent out. And that's another thing about the flexibility. That's a 300 credit piece of utility for a simple freebie that Omen would have.
Good point, yeah. Can get expensive working that utility. Of course, it's brilliantly flexible, as mentioned, but you never know. Grim kind of betting in this position. Still has that showstopper. Lockdown as well for Rochester as they move towards the A site.
Showstopper even headed. It's all about clearing B site. A bait and switch, but the bait is not taken. Lockdown dropped on A. Jakey able to swipe a kill before they're blocked off in the dark cover. And they'll be happy about that. Sure, give up the site, but you're not giving up a life of your own.
But look at how much this showstopper has made them think Windsor have no idea where Grim is at. And Grim's going to get at least a kill. A double kill, in fact. That's outrageous. And the spike's been down now for 10, 15 seconds already. Los, that's so much work by just one player.
Unbelievable prowess. Yum and Hernando close it out. There was no problem. I mean, it seems as though it was all of Rochester. And, you know, it was great coordination to be able to use the lockdown and take A site. But Grim's solo ability to be a menace, be a threat in the back of Windsor's mind, and consistently be unknown is the worst issue that Windsor had.
Yeah. I mean, and to be fair, Windsor's response to that wasn't even unreasonable. Like, they didn't do anything wrong there. It was just that, well, Rochester sort of moved them into positions where they had to pick one or the other, and they had to deal with Grim.
An impossible decision forced upon them. They were always going to make the wrong choice. Now look at this clone! Jumping up with the showstopper, takes down 2 on mid, and they have to get aggressive because they haven't been able to do this previously. Hernando shooting through the poison orb. Come on now. Pinch from Grim makes this ambition simply a folly.
Clone still hanging out close range here, though. Surely they check this. Or not. Clone's gonna get away with a 3rd kill, but it's still even, Los. How is this even at this point? It's 50 seconds on the board.
What is the play here? And it's an assumption that based upon previous rounds, Rochester has to go B, or has to go A, because they are so wacky. They haven't made any major commitment to B site in, the last 5 previous rounds. It's always been a bait, and A is always the destination. And when it comes down to 15 seconds, you still don't know if this is where Rochester's going to hit.
Yeah, and so unfortunate as well. Yum in a great post-plant position to get one here for free.
And that is it. Jakey, they've got the tour de force on the other side of this dark cover. And they have to walk through, and you know darn well there's going to be 2 players waiting on the other side. A quick scope onto Yum. Grim realizes, uh-oh, I got to get the heck out of here. I got to go.
Run, run, run. But now he can just play a ring around the rosy game.
No utility, though. Jakey going for the commitment. They're not even going to have it. He's going to do it. Is there even time? No! In the last moment, a millisecond, it had to be. Grim closes it out. Oh my lord. What a display of mind games, of aim games that we see from Rochester. It was simply beautiful Valorant in the very end. You gotta throw it up to Grim as well as Yum in the very end, showcasing true skills and, again, speaking back to the mind games that this team has played.
Yeah, I mean, they played an incredible game there. And like I said, I really want to know who is the in-game leader for this Rochester squad. Because they really outbrained Windsor in some of these rounds. Like, it was kind of incredible to watch. And I would say anybody else watching who wants to see how to kind of play some of those mind games on Split, just go back and rewatch this game, because there was some moments where Rochester, I mean, they had Windsor wrapped around their fingers. It was ridiculous. So Windsor, on the other hand, though, I think ultimately they played a pretty good game, and I don't even think that Sobez, the coach, being in was really a big problem for them. They just got outplayed.
That's what happened at the end of the day, 13-5 on Split. And now we'll be going into Rochester's pick of Haven right after this break, so don't go anywhere. Nate Starlink Valorant returns after this. Oh, and you're tuning into Nate Starlink Valorant. We're still rocking with our best of 3 series. Rochester walking out with a big W on Windsor's map of Split, winning 13-5, and now they're on their own map pick of Haven.
Yeah, that's a little concerning for the Windsor fans in the audience, especially considering the fact that Rochester, I said it before, and I'll say it one more time, and they made that look easy. So some of those offensive rounds that they were pulling off, I mean, that was scary. Very scary. Only one round was won on the defensive side for Windsor, and that was against the bonus that Rochester had. That was when Rochester was playing attack split with, like, I don't know, a stinger and a judge. So, you know, it doesn't give me a lot of confidence for Windsor. That said, Haven, a map that, listen, they do play. So you got to expect them to at least have some sort of answer.
You know, I would hope that would be the case. But we are yet to see what they're able to bring to Haven, and I am yet to be convinced that while their aim is true, they are able to secure some shots. Windsor is certainly having some difficulties when it comes to the strats, or being able to outmaneuver Rochester's very patient playstyle, their willingness to rotate in any case. Even if they're winning and execute on a site, they'll still swap around.
It's true. Speaking of swaps, by the way, Windsor looking like they're going to be changing things up. It's Jakey, who is playing on the chamber, the operator role in map number 1. It's now Clone, who's gone to that role in map number 2. And that's to be expected. I talked to the coach for Windsor, and they said that's what they tend to do. And so we see it here once again. This makes a lot of sense, and I do hope to see a little more from Clone on this role. I think it might be good for them overall. Jakey performed incredibly well on it, to be fair, but I'm hoping to see, you know, something a little bit different, some sort of change up, because something has to change, something has to give. You know, after a 13-5 loss, you got to do something different.
Well, there's a whole lot of things that are different. If we're taking a look at the compositions, every single agent is different on both sides, save for the Killjoy.
Oh, got a raise, to be fair. No.
Wait,
no,
do they?
No comment. No comment.
That's a
whatsoever.
breach. That's a breach.
No. Sorry, Hernando on a raise.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
So no one's working on the same agent.
Oh, no, individual. My bad. I misunderstood. Misunderstood. All good. You're right on that one, 100%. Though I do like, speaking of that raise, I do like it. I like to see the raise fade combination. You and I both, we like a little bit of that. It's a lot of fun.
Oh, that was a big time piece of abuse once Fade was released upon the servers. We'll see if that's gonna be the case. Not quite. Hernando looking for a piece of something, could not find anything there. And it will be Moosey, as well as Sobez, who could lock down this site. Unfortunately, it won't last for too long, as Moosey's able to stay alive, maybe running out of options, that being Rochester.
There's 2 players, though. Oh, what a great usage of utility there. Jakey, though, stopping that in its tracks. I was talking about the Prowler going out. That was actually really brilliant to push back whoever's playing on the left side of that smoke. But unfortunately, it didn't matter because Jakey just kind of jumped in and found 2 kills. But the creativity on some of the usage of these abilities for Grem has really impressed me.
Certainly enjoying this squad. And, you know, the individuals of this team. And makes you wonder what exactly is going on in the communications. I would love to get a listen in on this team, but it's actually going to be Windsor taking this first one. Lucan might be looking at a problem here. Unfortunately, at least fortunately for Windsor, it's actually going to be Rochester backing off.
Yeah, I like the quick rotate the Windsor. Look at how fast they were to get 3 players to that side. They were so prepared. And in fact, they've adjusted back the other direction incredibly quickly too. Pushing 2 players up towards that A site. They have 2 players down in sewer, so making some aggressive maneuvers there. 5 players for Rochester moving into window.
Okay, Jakey, what do you got? Flash drive, and actually it's only 2. Courtesy of Moosey.
Oh,
and
no.
That is...
That's
I don't
bad.
even know. I don't even
That's
know how that
bad.
took place.
Wow, 2 for the price of 1. Sobez, coach vibes, bringing it back.
Okay. This round, Vincent, it just seemed like a bunch of mishaps all in a row, and Windsor simply just earned their share of victories throughout.
Yeah, a little bit of craziness going back and forth. Super fortunate for Sobez to find both of those kills. Basically, Rochester were trying to double swing, and they lined up. that really was what it came down to. And we are going to see a timeout from Rochester coming into this gun round. So a bit surprising, but back to that, what I was saying, Los, it is sort of a fortunate turn of events that that's the way it went down. But Windsor will take it. Windsor wins.
Hey, winning by any means necessary, right? You know, to quote the legendary Dominic Toretto from the Fast and Furious series, it doesn't matter if you win by an inch or a mile, Vincent. Winning is winning.
And then something about family, right?
I think that goes, that's like later in.
Oh,
later
okay.
in the map specifically. You know, we're only 2 rounds in.
Okay, yeah, we gotta like have some serious hardship before we get the family combo.
I mean, there's some hardship going on right now with Rochester bringing out the timeout on round number 3, but maybe it's all about not allowing this to be a incredible mishap. Maybe that double spray down is a big pain factor that they're jumping into a timeout for.
You know, it could be, but to be fair, I think if anything, just a conversation continuing about, hey, like let's line that up better next time. I would imagine a team with this sort of with what I've seen thus far, I don't think going to get tilted off the back of something that small. At least I would hope so. I would hope not, as looks like we are in a bit of a tack pause actually after that tack pause. Maybe that was the problem to begin with. It's, you know, what was the mouse? Just slamming the mouse. That's what happened. I guarantee it.
Audio issues, you know, that's what it's got to be. Somebody had an audio issue with the Discord. Somebody can't hear the game at the same time. Kicked their mix amp. Now they can't hear anything.
I was doing my own impression right there. Was it good?
Huh?
There we go. We're doing great. We could be players. I swear. Except for the whole like shooting back part. That part, nah. I can't handle it. But you know, the tech issue side, I got that unlocked. It's easy.
We could cause problems. We can't bring in solutions, and I think that's what happens here. That's why we're casters. We look at the problems. We don't know how to fix them, but we can talk about them.
Yeah, we talk about them, pretend like we know how to fix them, and then move on. It's great. It's kind of the best of both worlds, if you will. But yeah, I want to talk a little bit about the individuals though from Rochester. We've been seeing some serious consistency across the board. Gon really didn't have the biggest impact in map number 1, but like everybody, Yum, Hernando, Lazy Pig, Grim, like everybody delivered on the scoreboard and had a couple of individual moments in that first map. And that to me is the markings of a very good team. If everybody is able to deliver easily, then you're probably going to be doing pretty well.
And you know, Gun didn't really have to deliver in that map of Split because on the setup of Killjoy over on A site, it wasn't a popular hit that we saw Windsor take, so Gun never really got opportunities to earn more kills. And when you have Grim as well as Yum fragging out of their minds, you know, hey, as long as I stay alive, play my life, keep my site secure simply by having utility, we'll take it.
That we will. And, you know, I think that essentially got to be the conversation point. And, well, our conversation going to evolve a little bit here as we head back into the game. Uh-oh. Am I seeing what I'm seeing? Windsor, they've done one of the cardinal sins that I speak of. They've won a round and then been saved.
Well, I mean, when you're rocking in that bonus, you might as well. You don't want to make a commitment because, hey, it doesn't really matter. Jakey doesn't need a rifle. Jakey gets 3 easy on the sheriff.
Yeah, I guess if you don't need the rifle, that's fair enough, right? Oh boy, Grim. Oh boy. I mean, if you don't need anything to work with, if you can just shoot back with the pistols and go for it. But yeah, I was a little worried there for Windsor. As I mentioned, they really didn't invest almost anything into that round, but they come away victorious anyway. And I gotta say, Rochester's decision making to just kind of heavy invest down C long, seeming a little less than perfect after that.
Yeah, bit of a rough one there. And that's a pretty large loss economically. They're forced onto a save round. They've got sheriffs in their own hands. Perhaps they'll be able to work similar magic. Unfortunately, Clone on the op makes that an impossibility.
I like that Clone's immediately looking to fall back there, trying to grab that early shot and then fall back. Well, second attempt not so successful. And Rochester not even committed to this A site. I mean, they've made a ton of noise here. Lost a player to get this positioning and ultimately going to fall back and elect to go elsewhere.
Windsor's not even phased. They realize, okay, this could be a bait. We don't know what the true intentions are going to be. That's why Lucan's still on C site. But now that you've got the double dark cover put in place, oh boy. Oh boy, it's another massacre courtesy of Moosey.
Yeah, the double dark cover, not so effective. The double nanoswarm, on the other hand, very effective. Really making the floor lava for real on that one. Rochester finding themselves unable to stand on the B site wherever they are. Oh, Hernando, maybe some mismanagement of money if he's on a stinger this round. And it looks like so. Maybe just trying to use this showstopper, get aggressive somewhere. That could be the case. Wouldn't be the first time.
I think it's got to be. Once that showstopper's utilized, then the stinger comes out to play afterward. Here it comes, bringing out the rocket and nothing to show for it. At least they'll be able to take this site. It's the fear that's earned. Unfortunately, Moosey sends out the rolling thunder. No one can secure the plants, and the entire effort is pointless.
I mean, well, okay. I was going to say pointless might be a strong word. They did force the rolling thunder in response, but now with that man down, that's a problem. If they just traded ultimates, I would have been okay with it, but instead, they've had to trade players, and, well, it's not a good trade when it's one for none.
This is a difficult look here for Rochester. They've only lost one player, so there still is hope. It comes down to how Clone takes this fight, and as well as Luke. They're on the opposite side. No one knows what's going on. It's just a bunch of blind players running through. I don't even know what's happening at this point, Vincent. This seems like a different Rochester.
I was just you took the words out of my mouth right there, Los. Like, I'm watching a different team than I watched in the last map. It seemed like a well-drilled, well-oiled machine in map number 1, Rochester. They were making no mistakes. They seemed to have a read of every situation. This time, though, I mean, here on Haven, it's been nothing but, I wouldn't even call it mistakes. It's just been a little bit laissez-faire, their approach to trying to get onto site.
I unfortunately have to agree. It feels that there is no hard strategy, no hard commitment, or the original strategy was going to be place that showstopper, get yourself into the back of the site, but once that failed, there was no backup.
Yeah, very much a no backup plan type of situation overall. Jakey, another opening pick, fantastic one at that, gone out of the round. And that's over towards C long. Again, why are we seeing such individual peaks there? I don't understand why you take that peak.
This is an opportunity now. So will be Rochester running onto the site. They should secure it. Most certainly will. But the follow-up is going to be the biggest issue. How do they hold on in this post plant? They don't have much firepower. They've got to share. Look at Hernando jumping up to the top rope, baiting out Lucan, and finds a second kill. A paint shell returns back in their hands, and they can secure a rifle as well. But no one's going to take that fight into heaven. It doesn't even matter because Lazy Pig is gunning down Windsor with a 3K. How does this happen out of nowhere where Rochester was so lackluster?
I mean, they do shoot back, and they did some good shooting right there. Hernando especially I love the movement. Just like you said, it's a little bait and switch. Jumps around the corner, baits out the shot, the initial shot, and then swings wide with the stinger. That's where the stinger can be so effective, is those close range engagements. And then Lazy Pig, 3 frags, had 1 kill to his name prior to that round, picked up 3 in a row with the Sheriff to give victory in the first round over to Rochester. They gotta take advantage of that big win, though. Gotta be able to move forward. We'll be seeing the Cosmic Divide put down on B.
Nanostorms dropped, but not a bunch of information to work with, and that is going to be an issue here for Jakey. He won't be able to make any commitments. Lazy Pig in a world of trouble as the pinch is here. A wonderful flank. 4 players coming from the attacker spawn. Grim able to surmise out 1, but how long is this going to last? Just in a 2v4. Make it 1. There's no chance that it'll be a victory for Grim.
Yeah, had the nightfall, but it was, at that point, irrelevant. Nothing was going to deny the defuse, and Jakey will take it. So, Windsor already at 6 rounds. You could call this a good half, I think, at this point. And they've got 5 more to play.
This is a wonderful adjustment for Windsor at this point. They are having a fantastic change of pace here on Haven. And they're showing no signs of stopping. Clone still with the op in hand. Look at all the money that's in the bank of the defending team.
Yeah, they're certainly loving life right now. Got cash for days, winning rounds by a huge margin at that. And Clone's just dash down mid. Oh my goodness.
This is absurd. And Clone still able to take 1 down, but that's all they'll get. It's followed up with a Hunter's Fury. Sobas was hoping for a piece of something. Unfortunately, all of that stimuli leads into nothing. A simple 1 for 1.
Actually, though, that Hunter's Fury got 2 tags.
All that leads into 2 tags. And Jakey's able to commit and take down 2 as well from Sewers.
Not a bad engagement. Not a bad outcome either for Windsor. 3v2. Of course, these 2 players going to be on the site. At least they have that. And they have a lockdown and a nightfall.
Oh my god, the paranoia coming out here from Lucan. It's going to be sufficient enough to turn it into a 3-on-1. Grim was almost able to walk away with that. Unfortunately, the flicks weren't quick enough to avoid the flashpoint. And Moosey, always reliable here, especially when they're running on the breach. That's what we're seeing right here on Haven. They close it out.
Yeah, close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades, and this is neither. So, Rochester not going to be able to take anything away from that other than just a good if. Grim still working with that nightfall. You need to see that utilized at this point. They've been sitting on it for a hot minute. Same thing true for the lockdown, and I think that seems to be the posture. Wouldn't be surprising to see the lockdown placed towards Sewer here, towards that short position. And then the nightfall to follow that up.
Nobody's shooting that dart. That's a big issue. I mean, it's not going to give away too much, but the issue here is that they can read any rotation. But they know that this isn't going to be a big Rochester commitment. Or at least that's what Windsor thinks. 5 players, all within short as well as long. Oh my god, Jakey following it up on the fault line. No way.
It's just great. Great work, great communication from the team overall. Jakey off the back of the fault line, popping in. Of course, the alarm bot as well, giving the position away. It's all working in their favor.
This is simply ridiculous, Vincent. It feels that Rochester are simply being bullied. They're not losing in amazing ways. They aren't getting outmaneuvered or losing in a clutch situation. They are simply being dominated.
I mean, they're getting outmaneuvered, but that is in every way. Just very much dominated is the word. Rochester, it's like they they went from having so many plans, so many like ideas on Split to playing a very one-dimensional game here on Haven.
Cancel. Tango down.
Yeah, and which is the most ridiculous aspect, because this is Rochester's pick. This is their choice in map, and they don't know what to do. Lazy Pig, nice 4K, but you're down 7 rounds.
Yeah, exactly. Not even. I mean, sure, those kills are great for confidence, great to pick up, just to do some damage, but the economy of Windsor is perfectly fine. They can rebuy all these guns. Damage at this point isn't really a victory, is it?
Certainly not. 3 more opportunities for Rochester to turn things around in this half. Nothing spotted on the 0 point. Comes down to exploratory efforts with the Roomba. Close it in the corner. Zoba is there for a trade as well, and they'll win this man battle. Fortunately, in the end, Zobez will not survive, and it's a take on to C-Site. If Lucan can stay alive, that's all they need. Even Classics are going to be good enough to take down Rochester.
It's a yikes from me right there. That was all set up perfectly for Rochester to take advantage, but unfortunately, everybody just missed at the end. Allowed Lucan to just walk away with a double kill. And of course, Sobez getting away with 2 when he really shouldn't have gotten but 1. The buy round in here for Rochester. But it's starting to get to the point where it doesn't really matter if they win the rest of these rounds. I mean, it does matter. 9-3 is so much better than anything else that it could be. But there is showstopper into nothing.
How annoying. And there's not much they can do about it. Not even time to rush on, plant the spike, and get out of there. It also makes the null command useless. No one's going to be hit with it. You're forced away. Jakey able to get a freebie on Grim, who is detained. I simply don't understand. It comes down to a quick rotate. Unfortunately, rotation would work if you're able to find the shots, and they simply can't. But Yum now is actually coming alive as soon as I say that. With a 3-piece, they have to keep themselves in it. Spotted from the dart, Sobez and Jakey will turn this into a 1v1. Lazy Pig has to step up here, checking either angles. They've got so much time, but unfortunately time has run out. Jakey will close it out for themselves. It's 10-1, Vincent. What happened to Rochester?
I don't know. They're a different team right now. Granted, Jakey is currently on a tear, 20-4 in the first half. That is outrageous, but still, it hasn't even been like, I mean, Jakey's performing as well, or I mean, certainly better, but performing pretty much the same pace, I feel like. Same bragging potential as we saw back on Split, though. Just this time it's working out a lot better.
Well, this time their opponents aren't putting up as much of a fight nearly at that. Another hit toward A. Yum starting things off nicely. Jakey, they were hungry for more. And why not? It's the last round of the first half, and you're up by 9. In comes a lockdown as well as the Cosmic Divide, throwing everything they got to secure this plant. And they will, in fact, still have a Nightfall to work with as well.
Still haven't used that Nightfall, by the way. That's something that I've continuously noticed. The usage of these ultimates for Rochester has been pretty abysmal in this half.
Face your fear.
Wow. Perfect counter of the Nightfall with the Rolling Thunder. Clone attempting to go hit a Ninja Diffuse. It won't be the case. And the last one alive, 1v5. Unable to secure a singular kill. It was all of those ultimates committed, but it finally was able to secure a second round here for Rochester.
But, Los, if that's what it takes for Rochester to win a round, that's just not sustainable. Like, I mean, great. They picked up the second round. I think that's certainly the right step to maybe make a comeback if they were to do so. But that's got to be like, that can't be the requirements, you know? Like if you're checking off on a checklist, okay, how to win a round. Have all the ultimates, use them, and yeah, that just doesn't work. Like, you just don't have that.
Certainly haven't been given any reason, any evidence to believe that this can be the start of something different in terms of the performance from Rochester. But this is the moment. It's got to be this pistol. If they lose this round, they have guaranteed that Windsor will take Haven.
Indeed. In Windsor, heading over towards the A site. They're going to have a dark cover for Heaven.
Swarm grenade out.
Hit with a swarm grenade, though, and going to have to fall back temporarily.
Gone. They're in a terrible position. Clone, a little bit of running gun with the frenzy. And the rest of the crew here for Windsor will walk on by. Hernando putting in some bullets from the top in Heaven. They won't be able to do much else as Grim is going to be that back and forth, walking through the dark cover, hoping for some more support, but that won't be the case. It all comes down to Yum. We've seen them work magic previously, but the jig is up. We're looking behind the curtain. And it's not what we want to see, certainly not from Rochester.
No, this is downhill by a huge margin, considering what we saw. It was 13-5 on map 1. I mean, Rochester played so well. We were singing their praises now. I mean, we gotta sing the praises of Jakey and Moosey doing some incredible work. The two of them. 13, 6, and 7 for Moosey. I mean, talk about a great breach performance. You know I'm a breach enjoyer, and I'm certainly enjoying Moosey's breach.
Oh, I would consider myself a breach brother as well. Hernando, we're on the other side of this nebula. Paint shells are all they're going to be good for. They have to stomp any push beyond that owl drone. Hernando's just going to take a bunch of shots to the chest and gain nothing out of it.
Well, at least he held on to that position, to be fair. Forced them to rotate.
Oh
no! That was rough, Yum. We've all been there, though. We've all been there.
Fat finger and a fat disappointment in the hopes of holding on to that site. Grim, again, bringing these opportunities, these glimmers of hope. They'll work with Gon potentially, trying to have that three-pronged attack. It all has to come at the same time, but unfortunately the timing is simply off. Gon, the only one to make anything work out. Now it's a Stinger down, or a Spectre, excuse me, down long. And sure, it'll be effective for one, but it'll still be Windsor taking map point.
And it's not just like, oh yeah, they have a few map points. They have all the map points, Liz. They have every single one of them. It's just ridiculous. 12-2, 10 map points in a row. Not only that, but Rochester, they've got pots and pans. They barely can buy. Of course, one of Rochester's only rounds is with this type of purchase, but still, 2 Stingers, 3 Sheriffs, and the attempts being made all across the defensive side by Rochester.
Forward plays. That's the general idea of this round, that it hasn't started well. Clone may be able to walk out with a second. Grim takes away a kill here in Garage, and Clone doesn't want them to walk away with it. They are out for blood, they are out for vengeance, but unfortunately they are out of a kill as well.
The old bunny hop away strategy working incredibly well for Grim.
Okay. No.
Rotation, it looks like. Oh, and Lazy getting aggressive, gets caught out. Oh, no. Yum is somehow here. I just don't know how.
Okay, and what does that convert into? Just a Spectre? No rifle for them to take away? I think one has been picked up. That's going to belong to Yum. Gone. Work with the rest of the team. 2 on 3. That can change in a second's notice. And it goes in the favor of Rochester. It has to be a walk out and stay alive for another round. But how sustainable is that, Vincent?
I mean, I don't know. That's certainly like step number 1, though. You know, if they can win a round with 2 Stingers and 3 Sheriffs, then certainly they can win a round with whatever they have into this one, which will be much better. We've got yeah, pretty much maximum purchase here. The only I mean, it is actually maximum purchase, actually. You're going to see Pig maybe go for a Bulldog, but instead it's rifles across the board. So I don't want to give up full hope for Rochester because they could definitely bring it back, but 10 rounds. That's what was required to tie the game, and well, they need 9 more.
Here's an attempt for them to keep it going, but it is a full-on rush, full commitment here on C site. And Clone will start things out, but it won't be long-lived. The cavalry has arrived, but unfortunately they fell off their horses. They won't be able to maintain this retake.
Spike down.
Oh, well, maybe they've actually gotten back onto the saddle and stepped up in a big way. Here's the flank for Jakey. Oh, what a whiff! No! Fernando turns and gives him a tactical crouch as well, just for good measure.
Oh me, oh my, Vincent. That was a grandiose execution onto C site, and it falls flat on its face. And Jakey getting insult to injury. It is what it is. And Rochester will stay alive for another one. They've got the money too.
That they do, yeah. I mean, what a turn. What a round.
Get out of my way.
Windsor, though, here's the Blade Storm. They've got a little bit more than just these limited weapons at their disposal. Dr. Shuri as well, should they want to utilize that.
Okay, certainly not the entry they were hoping for, but there's information at least one player is by C-Link. Reposition into garage. Lucy the first one to enter, destroying the turret. There won't be an immediate response because Yum, sitting just beyond the dark cover, will relieve them of their service. It's only for one.
Lazy Pig getting pressured pretty significantly here. But he'll stay alive. From the shadows, going to be utilized. That's going to get them a little bit more of a defensive setup for Windsor.
Issue there, though, is they don't have the long-range weapons. It's going to be a frenzy down on. Let's see, Long might be able to scuff out another kill for Lucan, but that won't be the case. 3K for Grim, 5 rounds for Rochester, but it only matters if they could keep this consistency into rifle rounds.
That's true. It is one of those things that looks great if you're just pulling off nice wins against pistols, but pistols are not going to be alive forever. Rochester, they have 3 in a row, though. Los, that is respectable. Much more than they've been able to do up till this point. And we did see that Windsor actually invested a couple of their ultimates in that round as well. Showstopper out, and aggression down towards C Long. Very aggressive indeed. Lucan don't take Hernando out of this round because of it, though.
Boy, and that's a big loss to that Showstopper. No value found there. And no risks taken. Looking with a shrouded step to get just beyond grass. Beautiful forward thinking.
Oh, look how committed Yum is.
Timing could have been so detrimental, but it won't be the case. Yum survives and walks away with the frag. And they have to stay alive inside of short. They will for a secondary onto Sobiz, but Moosey will take that down as well. Here comes the Nightfall Grim. Much more willing to use it this time around. No sense keeping it in the pocket. Clone sitting inside the pocket of hell. And now this is going to be an incredibly difficult retake, but it isn't even a retake yet. It's simply a prevention of the plant.
Last player standing.
Oh, but Clone, what a nice shot. That could close this. Could seal the deal. Gone. That's a lockdown. Gonna put that in the corner here. And I don't think there's anything that can deny that either. So Windsor are gonna have to evacuate the site. Move forward. I think Gon's gonna go for the half here.
Oh, they hear the movement. Maybe a second can follow it up. No! It will not be the case. A valiant attempt, but it will be a mirror of the scoreline. A pure reflection, 13-5, but this time Windsor have taken it. They have bullied Rochester on their map pick of Haven, and they are looking good going into Ascent.
That they are. I mean, Jakey's performance just absolutely ludicrous. I don't know what he ended on, but had 20 kills in the first half. And I mean, I know we've talked about it before, but like my measuring stick for like outrageous performance is like 20 kills and a half. And to be fair, I apply that to like both Counter-Strike and Valorant unfairly, but he did it here in Valorant when there's less rounds.
I know, a bit of a time constraint for that one to be secured, but it was a beautiful performance nonetheless, and it leaves me wondering who will actually take Map 3. Will Windsor continue this performance, or will Rochester be able to reincarnate themselves on the city in the sky? We'll find out after we head back to our final map in a quick break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. And we are back for the last bout of the night. It's Rochester and Windsor, 1-1, 13-5, 13-5. We'll see who will win in this decider on Ascent.
Yeah, and honestly, I feel like this has to be a bit of a close affair, considering that we've seen both these picks go one-sided. Ironically, to the opposing team, Rochester's pick going to Windsor and Windsor's to Rochester. But, you know, regardless of how this goes out, both teams playing a pretty darn good series overall. By the way, I got some mid-game info about who the in-game leader is for Rochester. It's actually Hernando, who was on the Rays last map. So props to Hernando on the great calls on over on Split. Not so great on Haven, I'll admit. It was a bit one-dimensional there, but you can't win them all.
No, certainly not. And Well, that is evident in the record here for Rochester. They've lost one time, and we call that back to an incredible team of St. Clair. Will Windsor be able to join the ranks of a team that can defeat Rochester, defeat the Warriors Esports? You know, I'm convinced it is a real possibility here. These teams are seemingly evenly matched. Unfortunately, their skills are only showed when the other is performing not as well as you'd like. If both these teams are on their A game come Ascent, this should be a fantastic map.
Yeah, and that's the big if, right? It's like, who's going to show up? Who is going to actually deliver in this map 3? It's a decider. It's the most important game thus far, and well, gotta see who it will be to play and to show up in this. If Jakey locks this Cypher, that'll be interesting. No, not gonna lock.
It's like that's why I ignored it until we have full lock-ins.
I thought like he was on the Sentinel before. I was like, it seems reasonable. Like maybe. No, just a troll. I feel saddened and in pain.
Yeah, no, we're just on boring regular Ascent composition. That's
true. Yeah, it's looking like it is going to be pretty much that standard fare. Hernando, of course, adjusting off the Raze onto the Jet. I think that was... I don't want to put all of the last map on Hernando by any means, but I do think that the performance on the Raze wasn't very good on that map specifically. I felt like we needed to see more, though that's true for everyone on Rochester, not just Hernando. But specifically, if you're talking about the duelist role, I wanted to see a little bit more from Hernando on Haven.
Yeah, it felt like there weren't many opportunities for Hernando to bring out big moments. Like all we would see would be perhaps a showstopper to get entry onto the site, but in most cases, it's a fantastic read from Windsor, and nobody's there to even receive the rocket. And I think that comes down to both a inability to really find value with your agent's utility and a bit of being simply outplayed by your opponents.
Yeah, I also think that Haven just kind of lends itself to that. Part of the reason that I think Raze overall isn't like as good, though you can see why you would play the Raze, especially with the fade, but we weren't even seeing those combos come out that often. Like, if you're not going to run that combo, I don't think the Raze is that good. So lots of question marks, I think, is the long and the short of it. Well, while you're seeing our beautiful faces, though, by the way, we had a bit of a crash. It's okay. We're going to get them back in, but it's just going to take a moment. So what would it be without a little crash here, a little crash there? It's fine.
Well, a little crash here and a little crash there is what got us to our third map. First, it was Windsor crashing on Split. Then it was Rochester crashing over on Haven. We're not talking PCs. I'm talking teams, folks.
Yeah.
This has been just a bit of a topsy-turvy, windy road to get us to Ascent. But again, we're all looking at the build-up. It doesn't matter what happened in those previous rounds because this is the one that truly matters. This is who is going to either earn their first loss or break that loss streak, get themselves back in the groove, get that mojo flowing for Rochester after a tough loss.
Yeah, and I think that specifically, if to answer that question, it's got to be Yum and Grem. Those two guys have some very crispy aim, by the way. Absolutely can deliver. We did see a little bit of that, some flashes of brilliance from Grem specifically. I thought Yum a little later on into Haven had some of those, but it wasn't quite there. So we need to see more of that. And I mean, much like we saw over on Split. So if Rochester wants to win, I think that those two individuals are going to have to start delivering a little more alongside Hernando, specifically because they're playing on the duelist role.
Yeah, there's a bigger responsibility at that point. When they were previously on, I believe it was the Viper role back on Split.
Yeah.
You didn't have to worry too much as long as you stayed alive, kept your utility in play. They found a lot of success, and it was 8 rounds on the defensive half, so they're looking fantastic. It's gravy to be able to go into the second half and allow the rest of the team to make that entry. Now that the onus is on you to find those opening picks, I would say it's a bit more difficult to be both the IGL and the entry.
Yeah, I do think that that's actually a good point. That was something that I was thinking about when I was looking at it, when I got that information. Like, man, that can be tough, I'm assuming, for Hernando, just to have to be thinking about all of those things and then also be an entry fragger with the duelist role. But, you know, maybe defensively that's not as hard, but offensively specifically, I think that's can be tough. But I think it also allows for them to call games like they called on Split to be incredibly dynamic because they're right there in the thick of it, you know? So it can be some positives and negatives. I see both sides.
You know, maybe it could be like real sports that you enjoy, Vincent, where there's an offensive coordinator and a defensive coordinator.
There you go. Yes, indeed. Appreciate that. Yeah, I think that there's a good idea to that as well. And honestly, I don't even hate the idea of just seeing like a defensive, like somebody who's calling more rotationally on defense. I think that could be something that happens not too long from now in general here in the game of Valorant.
Now, our first round of the final game of Valorant for the night. Pistols up. Bit of a presence here on mid. I'm wondering if there's going to be some long-range engagements. Hernando on the frenzy. Hopefully there's no one looking down mid, and that's going to be denied. It's dark cover to block that, so they won't have to worry about fighting a sheriff on a frenzy.
For the time being, quickly up towards Catwalk. And this is where the information will be gathered for Windsor.
Right through, they destroy the alarm bot, and Lucan! It doesn't even matter that they hit with the paranoia. He's right in their face and still finds the kill. Lazy Pig sending out the flash drive in retaliation when no one's there to be blinded. 3-on-3. Tons of damage over onto KO.
Another dark cover going down, but Clone wants to walk through this.
Oh, they do. Oh, but they dash right back into the nano swarm. That is pain.
That's rough, but Mosi applying additional pressure with the shock dart as well. Gonna find one, equalize things in a 2-on-2.
Enemy remaining.
Yum. Long range. Cool and collected classic killer. And that'll be 2 to close things out. Jakey unable to provide those beautiful shots that we've seen previously. And it'll be the first round for Rochester in what feels like a breath of fresh air.
Yeah, and I said Yum needed to start delivering, and does in that pistol round, but Lazy Pig as well. What a great recovery of that whole situation on Catwalk. That could have been really bad. And, I mean, Lucan, let's talk. That guy is just a menace. Like, how is he pushing through that smoke? You don't do that.
I love it. It's just a beautiful thing to make those plays.
It is a Loaster type of play. I would tend to agree.
I mean, we're always recruiting here for Losers Gaming.
And make sure you get involved at Handsome Host Lost on Twitter.
Also, make sure you follow and DM me. I can get you a riot gun, buddy.
Definitely can. 100%. Hernando looking down the barrel, trying to bait some aggression. Okay, hey, Jakey.
No way, they walk out with a second. Oh, a bunch of dingers, unfortunately. It won't
Free
be
gun,
enough.
by the way.
Woo!
Free gun.
So much damage onto Lazy Pig, and it might as well be a kill. Anybody who looks at Lazy Pig the wrong way is going to end up killing him.
One enemy remaining.
Ooh, nice work, though. Gone long range there with the burst. Yep, there's that look that could kill. It does indeed find success. Very split 3 players for Rochester here.
Okay, death from every angle. That'll be the case to put that one to rest.
The fact that we're still seeing right click in like insta kills is outrageous.
I love it. I love it, you know?
Yeah, but you also just love chaos, okay?
I'm an
Can we
agent of
agree?
chaos, Vincent, and
Yeah,
this is my bidding. This is what I live for. It's what I strive for.
Exactly. So, with that, chaos probably going to end here, at least for the time being. Got a very good buy for Rochester. Arguably, this isn't even a bonus. They've got, I mean, like 3 Bulldogs, but those things Listen, you and I both. We enjoy a little barking.
Big dog's gotta eat. We'll see if that's going to be a feeding frenzy down mid. It's not quite a full mid to be split. It's all exploratory, all experimental of what this play will be. Destruction of the alarm bot, or maybe activation gives pause for Rochester. They'll cool it down by the mid arch.
Looking on Cat here. Already had some good moments in time. Has to fall back once again. Lots of utility going his way.
Oh, Clone enjoying a shot out from a proper. Unfortunately, that angle is short-lived. Lazy Pig and crew will explode their way onto A site, but there's 3 in heaven. This is going to be an interesting one. It's all about the angles and how they make that execute. Flash drive to potentially give an entry, but no, nobody able to land a shot on the dart. That's going to give pause. Everybody has to wait for a moment. Jakey, a shot through the heaven floorboards. Grim falls, but there's Gone on the backline, making things worse for wear. A nanoswarm, separate the players, divide and conquer, and that's exactly what they'll do, and Rochester will take a 3rd in a row. The Bulldogs, they're barking, they're biting, they're feasting. Row, row, row!
That they are. And Gone, what a huge turnaround this has been. I mean, we mentioned not necessarily required to be a guy to deliver on the fragging side of things often, but definitely was lower key in a couple of both of the last maps. Really delivering here at the start of this one. 5-0 right now, and just patience working wonderfully. Playing a little bit defensively, and oh my goodness, look at this pinch. So fast towards the tiles.
Oh, man. I don't know if that was a read, just preparation. 3 players hanging out by that little hut, just waiting for this moment. And they'll be able to take advantage of it to the fullest. Hernando just having a little bit of fun. 1v5. I don't know what Jake is going to do. Maybe save the sheriff. I mean, 18
Cry?
HP. Cry? You know, that's not going to get you any orbs, Vincent.
No, but maybe it makes you just feel a little better afterward. Real mid cry. All right. See, that's sad. Truly sad. Flawless round, though. Big wins for Rochester. And, you know, I like the idea that Windsor was putting together there, Los. It just didn't work out. It was one of those, like, yeah, in T, though, kind of moments.
You know, with no money, it's just a gamble quick play. Hey, maybe we get a kill. Hey, maybe we just get to the next round faster where we want to really win anyway.
Precisely. No harm, no foul. You don't make it work. You just GG go next. We're gonna see a little bit of an Odin off here in a moment.
I like the shots before the barrier even drops. That's some preemptive attacks, huh? I'm liking it. Not to say I'm fully loving it, though. As Boosie is the one who walks out on top. The sprays from beyond will be the victorious move for Windsor.
Who's detained, though? What? Where's this detainee at? Someone got caught in that lockdown somewhere, but I don't know who.
1 enemy remaining.
Oh, wow. I mean, this was a beautiful round from Windsor, and I can't even point out exactly what they did. It just seemed everybody had something to say throughout it, and there was not a single chance for Rochester to fire back. I mean, not to say fire back, they could even fire first.
I think, actually, bigger issue was Rochester. They were so disjointed in that. Like, the play towards B was, like, a good idea, only the problem is the spike was at A the whole time. And Clone got that op pick over at A with the spike, dropped it down initially. Just very disjointed, I think. An idea that didn't go their way as they pick up the pace. Rochester, it's going to be the attempt to move forward with this null command.
Destroy the dart. Nicely done. Sobez through the smoke. Able to remove that null command. Lazy Pig hoping to get resurrected. Hernando waiting as it's a bait. This is a beautiful time. Gone. Able to bring their teammate back into play. And it's a 4v2.
Grim dispatched with that shock dart, but problems ensuing with 2 players remaining. This is so difficult because of the amount of utility it's being fed into this one area.
One enemy remaining.
Nando, oh, just another one. Just a little bit off the top of Clone. Moose is hoping to get away. They can't let that op escape into another round, but I think this will be a bit of a fool's errand to continue running into this sniper.
Yeah, and I think that Rochester realizing that almost immediately thereafter, gonna let him have it. Working 2 players forward instead of just the solo members. Good idea. And it will be tossed back over to Clone for the next round. Another purchase for Windsor by the looks of it. So they're gonna be good for this round. And look at the amount of ultimates they have. They've got a lot to work with, don't they? I mean, I'm thinking just off the top of my head, lockdown, if there's an A execute, they have the Hunter's Fury almost immediately. And they already used the lockdown, did gone, so they don't have to save that Hunter's Fury for a lockdown.
Well, here it comes. Boosie able to find one, maybe enough for a kill, and it won't be the case. It is a nice bit of damage, unfortunately. That doesn't even give too much information. Only 1 player spotted out of the 2 in A lobby.
And, well, a couple of tags, though, isn't going to mean a victory will be had for Windsor at this point. Nearly walked into that operator, but ultimately a good decision for Rochester as they approach the 1 minute mark to go different avenue rather.
Nando caught in a world of pain, but they still have an opportunity to get away with the tailwind. They have escaped. But nothing really gained here. 40 seconds left for this team to make a maneuver.
Well, but they did actually gain significantly off the back of that. These 2 players who were pushed aggressively in B main no longer are there, have had to fall back.
30 seconds left.
And waiting for an opportunity on the op. They are caught in the worst timing, hoping to escape. Hernando shoots them in the back. Grim will close out the staircase. And this is a quick and easy plant. 5 players alive. 3 left for the retake for Windsor. And they're going to have to debate if this is even worth it.
Well, definitely no longer worth it at this point. 2 remain, and, well, I don't even know why Lucan is sticking around so long. But either way, any amount of kills here on the exit would be nice, I guess, if you're going to commit to this. The Windsor, they're hemorrhaging members for no reason.
Oh, hold on a second now. Lucan might be able to walk out with a third, not to be the case. But that went a lot. Actually, I don't know. I'm trying to debate whether or not taking the money out of the hands of Rochester was worth it. And now that I'm seeing the full economic scope, Vincent, it definitely was not.
No, yeah, I'm right there with you. Clone's gonna have a hero rifle because has a little bit more money. Well, might save for the operator. I don't know, but regardless, has a bit of extra cash. But everybody else is on the lower end, is just gonna work with some additional shields, a little bit of weaponry, maybe some sheriffs. They have something, but it's not a lot for Windsor. Bladestorm out as well, though. At the very least, they have that going for it.
3 players waiting on B site. Nobody in mid. No look toward A main. I mean, there is a player looking toward it, but it's so much space that's being conceded here by Windsor. They just want to stay alive and stay together.
And in a round like this one, where you're putting all your creds towards having some armor, having some weapons, you're not super invested into actual utility. As you can see, I mean, Moosey has nothing.
But Jakey's got a shot, and that is going to be enough once that smoke dissipates, which will be a while for it to happen. They won't allow it. It's actually a run outside from CT. Jakey leading the charge with a 3-piece, and Yum says, well, I think we're in trouble. Let me ditch the stash, drop the evidence off the map. Nobody's taking the op away from me.
Yeah, good to deny the op, but still, Windsor with a brilliant win. able to take a Thrifty on a all-important round. And it's off the back of that one hero rifle. I mean, they had a single gun, and it was in the hands of Jakey. He gets 3 kills. Talk about delivering for your team. You're Jakey. Absolutely impressive. No doubt about it. Rochester, on the other hand, still good for the buy, though their economy not perfect either. It would be in some trouble here in the next couple of rounds if they were to continue to lose. They haven't been doing a lot of that losing thing. Not this map.
Nice forward play. Jakey walking up, but they're not alone. They've got Moosey as well. Gon is waiting for this moment. They've been praying for this moment. Maybe not with 2 out. Oh, God. That's utility in their hands. Just a case of perfect timing. Nobody peeks each other. Nobody suffers from the consequences. And that might be a bit unfortunate. If Windsor had just been a bit more curious, they would have been able to secure that spike.
A lot of information with these 2 players towards A main for Windsor.
Nowhere to run.
There's that Hunter's Fury. What is it looking for? Maybe a look into Wine would be perfect. Clone spotted out, but they have to realize that someone else is in there. Yes, Lugan confirmed to be hiding inside the cellar. We'll be able to remove Lazy Pig before they fall, but it's still a big victory. The spike is down. Yum, shooting through the smoke. They don't give a hoot about what's coming next. It doesn't matter about the spot from the drone. They will be safe beyond all these barriers, but with this lockdown coming through, that's going to be a major issue. They evade the lockdown with the ultimate.
No, but it was destroyed, actually. That was... I don't think it was actually needed. They canceled because of it, and Jakey might be able to clutch.
Oh my God. Jakey, just out of nowhere, is able to make it happen, but I don't know if there's enough time. No,
There's not.
There simply isn't. That's why I was a bit of a lackluster peek from Gon. Hey, you can kill me, but you're not going to walk out with a victory.
Yeah, and he goes down as well at the end of that, too. So unfortunate for Jakey. Brilliant. But just to clear things up, by the way, so I think that Yum would have teleported out of the ultimate, but fortunately, before that happened, the lockdown was destroyed, and so he canceled because he didn't need to use it.
Yeah, I was curious as to the case following up. But now, that's history. All that matters is what we will see before us here on round number 10. Fernando potentially leading the charge on mid, but there's 3 players. 3 rifles inside of B main, but now it's just Jakey. Will they make the commitment? No. They want to follow off the back of the drone. It's drone on drone interaction, but nobody is actually going to suffer a death.
Yeah, just a little bit of conversation between 2 robots right there. Clone, though, on the other side of the site, on A, actually gets an opening pick, and oh, Hernando's caught looking the wrong direction. Meanwhile, Jakey's got another one. That's towards B main. Windsor, they're finding frags left, right, and center.
Jakey's just so sick with it. I think that has to be established. Now, this one comes down to a lack of coordination completely from Rochester. They were not playing together. Everybody was doing their own thing. Look at all the X's on the map. No player died together. No one was even in a tradable position.
Yeah, I mean, and that's kind of something that Rochester have done a couple of times where they get a little overconfident and then they get punished for it. That was one of those situations indeed, and Windsor takes advantage. And look at this, actually, Los. It's actually cut into the economy long term of Rochester. They're looking not so great in the money conversation. Are they first buy here? I think they did.
Blades out for Hernando. Destruction of the turret, but activation of the lockdown. One will be forced away from the fight. It's Moosey, just on the other side of the smoke. They want to fight. They want to stick around, and they will earn the shots. Gone is gone, and so is Hernando. This was a effective execute to get onto the site, but not in terms of taking lives. I say that Grim drops 2.
Oh, but it's just 2 remaining. But maybe that'll be enough. Lazy Pig's already connected 1 frag. The Bulldog is good potentially from this position, playing around the boxes as well.
Enemy remaining.
Oh my
Yum.
god.
Just can get the 1. Great dancing right there from the player on the site around those boxes, I think. But ultimately, Windsor, good for the successful retake.
That was simply a
Before the switch.
just such a risky maneuver that we were taking a look at with Lazy Pig still having the 0 point out while facing certain death, looking Clone in the eyes while they walk through Speedway. Unfortunately, all the utility was spent by the time the 0 point actually made a connection, so maybe a tough choice between bringing out utility and simply fighting with your rifle. Regardless, a big win for Windsor. They are going to want to clinch this half with a 5th.
Oh, but this is going to be tough. No command's been used. This has been a spot they've had multiple times.
Okay, well, cut down. Clone and Moosey will relieve 2 of their service here on the server. Clone is looking for another. Unfortunately, it won't be delivered. There might be time to stabilize the core. Lucan doesn't want to make that risk and take that fight, but Hernando is just a hair away from death.
That's why it was so important to get that res onto the KO. But now, 2-on-2. Rochester, they've adjusted themselves. Windsor thinking that, hey, this is probably going to be a rotation. And so they've pushed the player incredibly aggressive up towards mid, and they're going to catch this rotation. Jakey hears it all.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, what a beautiful
Spike down
pick.
B.
Nothing to even be done. Jakey, let them do what they want. They can send out a turret, recall. It doesn't matter. But Hernando will make the commitment. They have to get onto
30
site.
seconds left.
However, I can't imagine there's a world where there is enough time. Lucan might not realize what's going on.
He's hurried, surely. They will take the round, and there's the half, 7-5. So, a good recovery for Windsor. If I'm recalling correctly, this was, what, 6-1 at one point in the favor of Rochester, only to be a 7-5 scoreline.
A big fumble of a few decent rounds from Rochester. But those come from, I would imagine, just a bit of overconfidence. As we can take a look at the timeline, 4 in a row, 2 in a row, and then ultimately it starts to lean in favor of Windsor. A lot of these come down to a lack of coordination. We've seen spread out play, default looks from Rochester come in with victory. Great victories at that on split. Unfortunately, when that's being brought here on Ascent, it's not exactly netting the results they're hoping for.
Certainly not the consistent results they would be hoping for. This is looking like our very favorite mid to be split.
On the pistol,
round.
it's a collegiate Valorant special. The question is, can Grim send some shots out from the dark cover as we've seen Moosey do so well in the past? Won't be the case. Fernando jumping out into the tailwind. Well, what can they do? It's a 2-on-4 frenzy by the boathouse, or by the switch rather. Lazy Pig is coming through.
Those can be recovered as well.
One enemy remaining.
All right. Just about one way to shut that down. Should be pretty much it, and it will be Windsor. Gonna be taking that pretty dominantly. Mid to be split. Almost never fails.
That's just how it is when we're talking collegiate Valorant. It's a tried and true. I would
Really
say
is.
like 80% play rate, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm sure people think we're like making that stat up whenever we talk about it, but it really does happen all the time. Specifically on a set. Just around attack side, mid to B split every time. Looks like we're going back to B actually.
No split this
Windsor.
time around. Clone dashes into the cloudburst. But unfortunately,
Oh boy.
it's a spray into nothing. But it won't be the same fate as Lucan. He continues to put in the work. Oh my god. No bullets in the magazine, but Lucan still walks out with a 4-piece. 7-7 now.
He was desperately reloading that gun like 3 times in a row, man. Worked wonderfully. It's going to be Rochester. Their scoreline tied up. And the gun round coming up. A big opportunity for Windsor. If they win here on a bonus, man, talk about their economy going gangbusters. They could really start to turn the tide and potentially push themselves up to near double digits. Of course, that is absolutely a huge if. Windsor.
Blocking sight.
Ooh, they're going back to Old Faithful.
No charges left.
Might as well run it back. The mid to B split is here once again, but with better weapons in hand. Can Rochester hold off the attack? Perhaps not. Beautiful paranoia coming in from Lucan. Clone doesn't even care about the player on the boxes, and that's going to be a detrimental, a deathly error. That'll result in the massacre of Windsor. I thought it was going to be a victory. I thought that was going to be such a ballsy play that nets success, but no. It was just a major whiff instead, Vincent.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that having to do with you just gotta check the site. You know, you can't just ignore the entire site, even though it would have been a good idea if maybe they could confirm the kill back boathouse and then go for those fights elsewhere. But because the player back boathouse survived for so long, it just didn't work out. But that was the bonus. This is the real one. Windsor have the riflery, the weaponry, but Hernando has the opening pick. Jet on jet action, and that is not a good look because Clone has been a very strong player for the Windsor team.
Nando once again, the first point of contact here. If contact is decided to be made, Sobez with the 0 point. And no one's hiding in wine. You don't have to check the cellar for anything. Oh, unfortunately, perhaps that was a miss. An attempt to clear out Heaven, but it won't be the case. Dark cover blocks off entry into A main. It's only resulting in a bit of damage for the Windsor players.
Even that man advantage intact as well for Rochester is so impactful. Oh, Yum is about to get overwhelmed here in a moment.
Only if they realize he's here, but Yum takes the perfect angle to be the initiator of that contact. Taking down 2. Bringing Sobez down to nothing. We might be able to pull off a little bit of an angle with the shock dart. Wasn't exactly the case, but hey, they'll finish it out regardless.
Certainly looked nice. I was a fan. So it'll be 9-7. Rochester taking 2 rounds after Windsor pick up the opening 2 of the half. And Windsor finally forced into a save round. They had the bonus and then the bye. Neither of those successful. It'll be 3 stingers, though, a sheriff and a frenzy. We know how good they are with these weapons. By no means, is this a free round for Rochester, but they are stacked pretty significantly. In fact, the entirety of Rochester is stacked here towards A.
Clone dashes into the smoke, and this is shots just going wild. Lucan as well, sending the stingers through, and there's not a darn thing that Rochester can do because they can't see anything to counteract.
Yeah, I think they should save this. Honestly, Rochester would be good. Grim got at least a kill, but it's 2v4 Los.
And you know Jakey's on the other side in A main. There are so many angles to clear out. If Rochester wants to walk away with a victory, Grim about to be eliminated. No, not quite the case, but their health is so low that it'll only result in an eventual death. It had to be that way, and it will be a thrifty victory for Windsor.
Yeah, valiant effort right there from Grim to bring that back, but I mean, Windsor just doing the incredible work that they've been continuously doing throughout the series on those less than good buy rounds. I mean, they've made stingers and sheriffs work consistently over these couple of maps. It's now Rochester, whose economy is sort of against the wall. And they really don't have a lot of ultimates either, do Rochester. That Hunter's Fury has to be saved for the lockdown that Windsor's currently working with. Of course, both teams have it from the shadows, but, you know, that's always a bit iffy.
Lock in sight.
Can't name in
Run.
the main sources of this attack. There will be a Hunter's Fury to immediately delete that lockdown, and commitment is made. But what else is there to be explored? Because you have to worry about Jakey, who's just walked out or just taken Gun out as they were going for an exploratory peek out of mid. Losing your Killjoy like that opens B's sight wide up.
Oh, but look, it's actually preemptive from the shadows. Yum, he knew what Lucan was going to do before Lucan did, and he gets the kill as well. What a rotation from Yum.
Yum has to stay alive, and we know they're capable of doing so, and Yum will do just that. Stopping Moosey from taking the site over on Speedway. What a 420 IQ play.
That was outrageous from Yum. Just saved that round. Hernando as well, obviously picking up a couple of frags is important. But Yum's ambitious maneuver, just preempting the opposing Omen. Lucan, he was just entirely too late. I think by like 2 seconds. That was crazy. And Sobaz has called a timeout off the back of that, and I wouldn't blame him. How could you come into this round thinking, oh yeah, definitely Yum's just gonna pull out the from the shadows right before me.
Jeez Louise. An outbrain for the centuries, Vincent. That was a beautiful play. And, you know, I always wonder how can From the Shadows be used effectively? And that has got to be the case, realizing this is an immediate rotation. We lost our main B player. I know what they're going to do before they would do it, because I would do it myself.
Yeah. I mean, it really was absolutely big brain, galaxy brain maneuvering. Windsor now, what do, right? They're only down by 2 rounds. It's not that big a deal, but they're out of money, and they're out of ultimates as well. Off the back of that, I mean, they do have the Blade Storm, but that is the only thing that they have on offer. And, well, sort of back to square one. I guess Clone going to be explorative in these blades and try and find something out of them.
Mid, not guarded by any piece of utility, but it is actually Grim instead. They're that piece of utility that was waiting with the Odin in hand, and pistols being the main tool of destruction for Windsor simply isn't going to be able to counteract that. Clone backs off and goes to Cat.
Rochester have a good idea of what's going on, I think. Oh, but sorry, Tree Room's just not available at the moment.
Oh my, the paranoia into the shrouded step just to get a bit closer. But things are looking a little bit worse now that Jakey has something to say about it. 2 kills from Catwalk, but they're completely ostracized, isolated away from the site itself. And Lucan won't be able to defend it. Moosey, certainly the same. They have to cover both of these angles, but neither will be properly defended. And Rochester will retake the site, a 3K for Grim, and an 11th round for the defenders.
Yeah, and normally you would say, yeah, great work from Windsor. They got 3 kills there. They also, I mean, they planted the spike. Like, all of those are good things. Well, at this point, though, I mean, Rochester at 11, that's scary. They're very close to picking up series point here. And this round is what is on the line. Let me see. Hunter's Fury in hand. The only ultimate really available, though Jakey is close to a lockdown.
Clone again always walks into...
Oh, they used it aggressively. Windsor, they kind of needed to hang on to that in case of this lockdown.
And I believe that tagged some of their teammates for the most part. Yum unable to do some trickery there with the shrouded step, but it comes down to Hernando to try and survive. That won't be the case. It is all on the onus of the lone Sova. It's Grim holding on to the Odin, and they'll hold on to their life as well. Back and forth. Another kill.
Fire.
Maybe even a third. Sending out the drone. Oh my god, you absolute dog. That's not the case, but it is enough to give some information to the surviving members. Rochester can now drop down the lockdown. Lazy Pig, all they need to do is watch stairs. No one can dash through. They have to try and take this site. Clone finds 1 kill, but unfortunately, that's all they'll get. Gone with the trade, earns map and series point.
And I love Rochester just investing the lockdown there. It doesn't matter if you don't technically need it. I don't care. Just force out Windsor. Make them play into you. And that's exactly what Rochester do right there. Just intelligent plays is what I'm saying, is what being shown here consistently. As, by the way, 18 assists for Lazy Pig. 13 for Yum. It's incredible.
Just wonderful plays when it comes to initiators, as well as the paranoia that you see from Yum. Setting up kills for the teammates. How many times has Yum been able to drop a smoke effectively that could be shot through? Or how many times has a push been completely halted from a paranoia through 3 walls?
Pretty darn consistently is the answer that I would say. Rochester looking to close this game out, but Windsor have other options, other ideas. 4 players. 5th joining them shortly towards this A site, and here's the lockdown for the attackers.
Response, none yet, but there is a null command to stop them from walking through. A little bit of damage onto Clone, but nothing that they haven't seen before. No players detained. It comes to spam through the floor. The spike wasn't even planted during that time, and that just gives ample time for a retake from Rochester.
Yeah, this null command in the Blade Storm going to be critical. And they're going to pull it here immediately.
Hernando with beautiful blade onto Sobez. It doesn't matter that Pig goes down as long as the effect is still lasting. And this is the beginning of the end. Lazy Pig's back in action. Jakey sitting inside of the smoke. And even if they could secure a kill, they ran out of bullets. Nobody was able to provide enough firepower to stop Rochester's retake. And they'll close this out on Ascent 13-8. 8 rounds allowed for Windsor, but they won't be able to bring the same fire that we saw from Haven.
Yeah, and what was the win conditions that we talked about in the pre-show right before Ascent got kicked off? That was Yum and Grim had to deliver. Hernando had to step up. Like, those 3 things were necessary, and those 3 things happened. Lazy Pig as well had a really, really good showing in general on the KO. At least I thought so. I mentioned the assist category there. Had to pick up a couple more there in the last round, but overall, that was what was happening. Is those 3 players were delivering as required for Rochester to take the victory. Unfortunately for Windsor, it just wasn't quite enough. They didn't have enough to pull that back, and some of those clutch plays, I mean, Yum specifically, just kind of left me breathless.
Yeah, I mean, that Omen from the shadows preemptively against 1 from Lucan. Simply a divine read of the brain, and Grim as well. In terms of survivability, the Sova Odin, as much as I hate seeing it, they have proven the value that we can see on this agent gun combo. In the end, a stellar performance coming from the entirety of Rochester. Even Gon, who we'd been hoping that there were some moments for them to step up, they certainly have. And that's why we're having Rochester come back, redeem themselves after their previous performance in week number 5. Now they're walking out of here with 5-1. But we're going to be right back with an interview with Hernando. So don't go anywhere, folks. Nace Star League Valorant will return after this. Welcome back to Daystar League Valorant. We wrapped up our series. It was a nail-biter map 3. Rochester takes it in 2-1 rather. And joining us from Rochester University, we've got the IGL Hernando. How are you feeling, brother? But first and
Feeling
foremost,
good.
what was going on Haven?
Oh, that's a tough question. So Haven's usually one of our picks. We usually pick Icebox and then Haven, and they actually banned Icebox. I don't know if they did their homework or anything. Haven, though, we were just a little sloppy. We weren't hitting our shots, but, you know, I said we won first map with a huge lead. You know, these guys aren't that good. We can still beat them, and, you know, we prevailed. So we, won out on Ascent.
Well, listen, Los went for the negative. I'm gonna go for the positive, Fernando, because I didn't actually know that you are the in-game leader. Let me just confirm, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay, we didn't know that going into the first map. We found out right before the second map. But you pulled a fantastic game on Split. It kind of looked like you had Windsor just guessing every which way. No matter what, they had no clue where you were going. Can you talk me through kind of the mindset and how you were able to kind of push and pull rotations on Split?
Yeah, so that's why I really like running double controller on Split, especially. I know our opponents were running Harbor and Viper. I don't really like Harbor as much, but with the Omen Viper or even Astra Viper, you can constantly have that A control, kind of that A presence, where they just don't know if you're going up heaven because you have A main blocked off and you have A ramp blocked off. And multiple times, like, they didn't have a player aggro A, so they were just constantly scared of the lurk. And we would just do a 1-3-1, 3 people mid, me A most of the time, and then someone holding B main. And we would kind of just wait until we could get an opening, get a kill, and we would just, just work the map super slowly. Our defense, I mean, Split is pretty much just a CT side map in general, but we had a good lead, and all we needed to do was play slow and methodical on T side, which we did, and the kills just come and hit the plant, and then we win. So I am also, like you said, I am IGL, but since we actually have 2 subs this semester, so I'm typically not the duelist player, but since I have the most IGL experience and we don't really have a duelist player, I've kind of filled in that role. But yeah, so
Cool. Well, I mean, appreciate all the insight, 100%. Kind of bringing you back, you guys already faced off against what I would argue the best team in your division, which is the St. Clair Saints.
Yes.
Unfortunately, took a loss to them. But outside of that, is there another team that you guys are even worried about in this division?
Now, so looking at the standings, I believe St. Clair is 5-0 or 6-0 at this point. And then I believe the team we just versed, Windsor, they were 5-0. Now they are 5-1 with us. So I believe we are tied. But anybody else, I mean, we're definitely not scared at all. Just go into it with a positive mindset and, just hit our shots. So
Certainly hit your shots tonight. Well, congratulations on the victory, Hernando. Is there anyone you want to give a special shout out to before we send you on your way?
I will definitely give a shout out to Lazy Pig and Gon. They are both our substitutes this semester. They primarily play League, and they picked up Valorant to help us this semester. And they're both doing an exceptional job for not having any experience, and they're holding their own. So big shout out to those two, because we wouldn't be able to play without them. So yeah.
Wow, cross title. Gamer Warriors. You love to see it. Well, Hernando, thank you so much for joining us on an interview, and congratulations on your victory, man.
Thank you. Take care, guys.
Well, folks, that just about does it here for us at Daystar League, especially what a beautiful Valorant night it was, all the way to map 3. But that doesn't mean the esports action is done here in Daystar League. We've got games every single day of the business week. Make sure you're tuning in, especially on Friday, for Vincent covering things down on some Counter-Strike, but that will do it here for us tonight. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you to all the fans, all the players who make this league possible. We appreciate you, and we'll see you next time.
you